Chapter 1391. 1391, Chapter 1391 Parting. In the ancient city of the divine ruins, everyone was alarmed. Some people fled outside, while some people came towards Lu Ming and the others. When they sensed the fluctuations of the battle, they also retreated frantically in fear. At this moment, Lu Ming had a thought, and Xianxia appeared. Xianxia. As soon as Xianxia appeared, the eyes of the two middle-aged men from the Tianyu demon sect lit up. Lu Ming, what's going on? Xianxia looked around with a puzzled expression. Previously, in the mountain and river diagram, she saw that her second body was severely injured while Dandan and Bubbles were unconscious. She could not help but feel very worried. Now that she saw that Lu Ming was fine, she heaved a sigh of relief. Lu Ming briefly explained the situation. I see. Xianxia's eyes turned as he saluted the two middle-aged men from the Tianyu demon sect. The two men sized up Xianxia and nodded with a smile as if they were very satisfied. Xianxia's cultivation had reached the supreme being level, which surprised them but also satisfied them. 2 years ago, they had seen Xianxia. At that time, they were very clear about Xianxia's cultivation. In the continent of the divine ruins, he was able to break through to the supreme being realm in just 2 years. This kind of talent made them value Xianxia even more. Following that, Xianxia mumbled to the two middle-aged men. One of the middle-aged men nodded and flew into the sky. He joined forces with the burly man from Dragon God Valley to fight the white-haired old man. Tianyu demon sect, the white-haired old man let out a furious roar. However, he was no match for the two experts' joint attack. He was suppressed and could only retreat quickly, flying out of the battle circle. Old man, if you want to fight, I don't mind killing you today. The burly man from Dragon God Valley sneered. Good, very good. Do you really think that our Tianxin sect is easy to bully? Let's wait and see. The white-haired old man said angrily, but he didn't dare to make a move. The white-haired old man stopped, and the two young men also stopped and retreated. People of the continent of the divine ruins, listen up. I am a deacon of the deity sect in the Yuan continent. Tell those disciples of the deity sect who have not gone to the Yuan continent to get their asses here. The white-haired elder's voice spread far and wide. The middle-aged man from Dragon God Valley sneered and walked to Lu Ming's side. He sized Lu Ming up, and his eyes lit up. As expected of a prodigy who has awakened the 9-dragon bloodline. His talent is amazing. It's only been 2 years, and his cultivation has already reached the supreme level. It's really rare in a place like the Divine Ruins continent. Thank you for your help, Senior. Lu Ming bowed. Haha, you're a disciple of my Dragon God Valley. I'm Long Yuan Shan, a deacon of Dragon God Valley. You can just call me Deacon Long. Long Yuan Shan said heroically. Then, he introduced the young man to the Dragon Guard. Right, what happened? Long Yuan Mountain's eyes looked at the corpse of the burly man from the God of Heaven sect and revealed a puzzled look. He was well aware of the cultivation base of the burly man from the Heavenly God sect. However, he found it unbelievable that he was killed by Lu Ming. It's like this. Lu Ming did not hide anything and explained the matter roughly. From 2 years ago, he was besieged by the burly man of the Heavenly God sect and the others to the recent events. Of course, Lu Ming did not mention anything important. For example, he did not mention his entry into the Chaos Hall, his cultivation of the Chaos Will, Dandan, and Bubbles. It was only said that the burly man from the Heavenly God sect was injured by the headless true Dragon Knight at the core of the Divine Ruins. He was killed because he was seriously injured. Damn it, the Tianxin sect is so despicable. They secretly besieged and killed the disciples of my Dragon God Valley. Long Yuan Shan shouted in anger and looked at the white-haired elder of the Heavenly God sect unkindly. He seemed to be thinking whether he should attack the white-haired elder or not. The white-haired old man revealed a wary expression. In the end, Long Yuan Mountain also had some apprehensions and did not make a move. It's good to kill such trash. It's a pity that Longshan was accepted as a disciple by the divine elephant sex experts. However, his bloodline is more suitable for the divine elephant sect. Long Yuan Shan mumbled. He then looked at Lu Ming and asked, Lu Ming, did you really obtain a mixed essence token in the Battle of Providence? Yes, I am. Lu Ming nodded. He did not hide the fact that he had a primordial chaos token. Haha, that's amazing. Who knows? You might have a fortuitous encounter in the future. Long Yuan Shan's eyes flashed with joy. Then, he didn't ask further. In actual fact, there were many things that did not make sense in Lu Ming's words. Long Yuan Mountain could naturally tell that, but he also knew that it was Lu Ming's secret. Lu Ming was so young, and he had such a cultivation. It was normal for him to have some secrets. However, some people from the Divine Ruins continent are quite bold. They actually dared to attack the disciples of my Dragon God Valley. They should be taught a lesson. Dragon Guard, go and knock some sense into those who are still alive. Let them remember that our Dragon God Valley is not destroyed. Lu Ming is our disciple. If they want to deal with Lu Ming's family and friends in the future, then they don't need to exist anymore. Long Yuan Mountain said. Yes. The Dragon Guard nodded, then stepped into the air and left. Many thanks, Deacon Long. Lu Ming expressed his thanks. Lu Ming knew that Long Yuan Mountain was doing this to appease him. Lu Ming really needed this favor. Although most of the sovereigns in the Divine Ruins continent group had been killed by Lu Ming in the previous battle, Lu Ming was still very powerful. However, the major forces still had some experts left. Although there were not many experts left, Lu Ming was still worried that these people would cause trouble for the Divine Wilderness continent after he left. However, with the help of the powerhouses of Dragon God Valley, these forces should be more obedient. Not long after, a genius arrived. It was Ji Hongchun. Ji Hongchun's father, Ji Feng, did not participate in the capture of Lu Ming due to Ji Hongchun's advice. Hence, he was spared. There weren't many Heaven's favorites left in the Heavenly God sect. There were only 2 of them. Soon, the 2 of them arrived. The white-haired elder of the Heavenly God sect led them onto the ancient altar and left. Lu Ming, I have to go too. Xianxia came to Lu Ming's side and said reluctantly. The Tianyu demonic sect had only come to pick up Xianxia. Now, they were about to set off. Little Qing, don't worry. I've asked the seniors of Long Yuan Mountain. Dragon God Valley and the Tianyu demon sect are in the same territory and not too far apart. I'll visit you in the future. Lu Ming held Xianxia's hand and said, okay. Xianxia nodded and suddenly kissed Lu Ming on the lips. Lu Ming, you have to work hard. Don't let me surpass your cultivation the next time we meet. With that, she smiled brightly and turned to leave. Lu Ming smiled as he watched Xianxia and the 2 powerhouses from the Tianyu demon sect leave. There was a hint of reluctance in his eyes. Little Qing, don't worry. This separation is only temporary. When we both have the strength to move unhindered in the world, there will be no need to separate anymore. Lu Ming muttered. His gaze became determined again. A few days later, the news of Lu Ming's battle with the powerhouses of the 4 great divine palaces spread wildly throughout the Divine Ruins continent and to other continents. In this battle, Lu Ming had killed the 4 divine palaces and all the top powerhouses from the other continents in one fell swoop. Countless people who had heard the news were dumbfounded. Chapter 1392. 1392, the boundless primordial realm. All the powerhouses who went to capture Lu Ming were killed by him. It was a shocking scene. The continent group of the Divine Ruins had an unprecedented shock. After this battle, the continent group of the Divine Ruins was destined to have a major reshuffling. Then, there was news that the Dragon God Valley was not destroyed and was safe and sound. The news that the Dragon God Valley had been destroyed was false. This piece of news made all the major factions keep quiet out of fear. They had no disloyalty towards Lu Ming and the Divine Wilderness continent. Even those peak experts had died. They didn't want to die. Furthermore, the Dragon God Valley had not been destroyed. Lu Ming was now a disciple of the Dragon God Valley. Even if they were given 100 times more courage, they would not dare to touch the divine wilderness continent, the ancient divine ruined city under the sacrificial altar. Lu Ming, if there's anything else you need to deal with, do it together. When you're done, we'll head to Dragon God Valley, Longyuan Mountain said. Lu Ming looked towards the south. It was as if he had pierced through the void and landed on the divine wilderness continent. After a while, Lu Ming shook his head and said, "No, Senior, let's go." Before Lu Ming left, he had already made all the arrangements for the divine wilderness continent. And now, the matter of the divine ruins continent group had already been reso-levered, so he did not need to worry too much. The only thing he had to do now was to go to the Yuan continent and cultivate. When his cultivation improved, it would be easy for him to come back and visit. "All right, let's go," Longyuan Mountain said. The three of them ascended an ancient altar and stepped through the light door of the altar. Lu Ming seemed to have stepped into a void channel. Countless lights and shadows flashed in his surroundings. After an unknown period of time, his body shook and the light disappeared. Lu Ming found himself on an ancient stone platform. Looking around, he was surrounded by desolate mountains. "Is this the Yuan continent?" Lu Ming looked around curiously and stepped out of the stone platform. Boom! The moment he walked out of the stone platform, a terrifying pressure was exerted on Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's body trembled, and he almost fell to his knees. He exerted some strength to stabilize his body. Lu Ming felt that his body seemed to have become a few hundred times heavier. The surrounding air seemed to have become incomparably heavy and was constantly pressing down on his body. What's going on? Lu Ming was bewildered. He exerted force in his body to offset the external pressure. Lu Ming, do you feel that your body has become a few hundred times heavier? There's a strong pressure in the surroundings that's acting on you. Longyuan Shan walked out of the stone platform and smiled. That's right. Deacon, what's going on? Lu Ming asked, feeling extremely curious. Lu Ming, if you want to understand what's going on, you must first have a rough outline of the entire primordial realm's geographical distribution, Longyuan Shan said. Then, he waved his hand and an image appeared in the sky. On the image, there was a vast ocean. The primordial realm is a boundless ocean. In the ocean, there are countless continents, and the primordial continent is in the center of the ocean. Longyuan Mountain stretched out its hand, and in the center of the ocean, a continent appeared. This continent was very large. It occupied a large area, even in the vast ocean. This was the Yuan continent. In the primordial realm, the primordial land is the center and spreads out. There are countless large and small continents. In fact, most of them can't be called continents and can only be considered islands. Longyuan Mountain then waved his hand. With Yuan continent as the center, numerous black dots appeared on the ocean. These black dots were all continents. However, compared to the size of Yuan continent, they were like dust. Even some of the bigger ones couldn't be compared. The difference was too great. So many. Lu Ming gasped. He looked at the ocean and the countless black dots that were densely packed together. He was filled with shock. Could all of these be continents like the divine wilderness continent? Senior, where is that divine ruins continent group? Lu Ming asked again. Here. Longyuan Mountain pointed to the vast ocean in the south of the Yuan continent, a corner that was extremely far away from the Yuan continent. There were some black dots scattered there. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. The Divine Ruins continent group was too far away from the Yuan continent, and it was also too small. It was like a speck of dust, almost negligible in the entire picture. Was this the Divine Ruins continent group that he had been living in? In the entire primordial realm, it was so small that it was beyond Lu Ming's imagination. The entire primordial realm is a complete macro world. It is also very strange. The primordial land is the center of the primordial realm. The laws of heaven and earth are also the most perfect and flawless. Therefore, the heaven and earth on the primordial land are stable and the original chi is rich. It is a true holy land for cultivation. with the Yuan continent as the center and spreading out. The laws of heaven and earth will become weaker and weaker. They will become more and more incomplete. The space will become extremely unstable, and the origin energy will become thinner and thinner. You can easily tear space in the Divine Ruins continent group, but here can you try? Long Yuan Mountain explained to Lu Ming patiently. It's actually like this. Lu Ming was amazed. He took a deep breath and realized that the heaven and earth here was filled with rich origin energy. It was origin energy, not spirit energy. Here, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth was very thin, and most of it was origin chi. He casually took a breath, and the rolling original chi gathered in his body. Boom! Then, Lu Ming threw a punch. However, a shocking scene appeared. His fist only pierced through the air and made a terrible whistling sound. However, the space didn't move at all. There wasn't even a ripple. What a stable space. Unbelievable. In the Divine Ruins continent group, he could easily tear space and pierce through the void, but here, there was not even a ripple in the space. The closer we are to the Yuan continent, the more perfect the laws of heaven and earth are. Everything in the world is also the most perfect and stable. Naturally, the gravity will be stronger and the pressure that people will feel will be stronger. Long Yuan Mountain explained. Bang! Lu Ming stomped heavily on the ground, causing the rocks to crack and a pit to appear. It's so hard. Lu Ming's pupils constricted. He could clearly sense that the rocks here were just ordinary rocks and not some hard metal, although he did not use his full strength. If he had been in the continent group of the Divine Ruins, a mountain range would have collapsed. However, here it was only a pit. Even ordinary rocks were so hard. Long Yuan Mountain was right. Everything in the world here had become more stable because of the perfection of the heaven and earth laws, far more stable than the continents of the Divine Ruins. The destructive power of a martial royal realm expert here would be much lower than that of the continent group of the Divine Ruins. Of course, it also meant that it would be more dangerous for martial artists to go out and take risks. This was because the power of nature had become stronger. Following that, Lu Ming soared into the sky and tried flying. As expected, the speed of flying here was at least a few dozen times slower than the Divine Ruins continents. Chapter 1393. 1393 arriving at Dragon God Valley. Given Lu Ming's cultivation level, he would be tens of times slower even if he were to fly, let alone tear open space. Yuan continent. It is indeed extraordinary. Lu Ming sighed. Lu Ming, you're wrong. This is not Yuan continent. Long Yuan Mountain laughed. On the side, the Dragon Guard also smiled. Lu Ming's reaction was within their expectations. What? This isn't the Yuan continent? Lu Ming's pupils shrank, and he was shocked. Yes, I am. Long Yuan Shan waved his hand, and the painting in the air disappeared. This is just a small island near the Yuan continent. In your eyes, this is a continent. If we are really in the Yuan continent, the pressure from the outside world will be stronger than this. Everything in the world will be more stable than this. What? Lu Ming was shocked. This place was not the Yuan continent, but an island near the Yuan continent. He was just close to the Yuan continent, but everything in the world was so stable. The pressure from the outside world was so strong. How terrifying would the true Yuan continent be? However, Lu Ming immediately thought of something. The cultivation environment here was already dozens of times better than the continent of the Divine Ruins. How good would the cultivation environment of the Yuan continent be? The pressure from the outside world was nothing. He would get used to it after some time. The cultivation environment was the most important thing. It could allow him to break through continuously. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with even more anticipation. Lu Ming, this is a transit point for outsiders to get used to it. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it if you enter the Yuan continent at once. Long Yuan Shan explained with a smile. Lu Ming nodded to express his understanding. Let's go. There should be other people here. We'll be staying here for half a month. Long Yuan Mountain said before walking forward. After crossing a huge mountain, he saw some attics in front of him. Lu Ming noticed that there were also some young people living there. The cultivation of these youths was very strong. There were those at the 8th, 9th, and even the great circle of the spiritual god realm. Lu Ming saw the most powerful ones at the supreme level. He learned from Longyuan Mountain that these young men were disciples recruited from various continents by Dragon God Valley. Like Lu Ming, they had stayed in their original continents because of some matters and had only gone to Dragon God Valley now. Therefore, there were not many of them, only about 100. Lu Ming was assigned to a room. The next half a month was mainly to adapt to the environment here. That was because the environment of the continent cluster of the Divine Ruins and the Yuan continent were too different. And NBSB, in the pavilion's courtyard, Lu Ming performed a set of fist techniques and his body was flying around. He allowed his body to slowly adapt to the environment here. At the same time, he also allowed the speed and frequency of the true essence in his meridians to adapt to this place. A few hours later, Lu Ming stopped. He felt very comfortable. His body had also adapted to it slightly. In the beginning, when Lu Ming took action, he would either use more or less force. Now, he was much better. The origin chi here is really dense. Also, the intent realm of the heaven and earth is really clear. Lu Ming sensed carefully. Here, the intent realm of heaven and earth was dozens of times clearer than the Divine Ruins continent group. In other words, it was many times easier for warriors to comprehend the intent realm of heaven and earth here than in the Divine Ruins continent group. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. Lu Ming and more than 100 other young men stepped into the teleportation array and headed to the Yuan continent. It was the same feeling as riding in the space passage. After an unknown amount of time, that feeling disappeared, and they reappeared on a huge altar. This place, it's a snow mountain. Lu Ming swept his gaze around and realized that he was in a snow mountain. Little guys, welcome to the Dragon God Valley of the Yuanlu. Long Yuan Shan's deep voice resounded, and he stepped out of the altar. Come out, you'd better be prepared. Lu Ming's heart stirred. He understood what Long Yuan Mao meant. The laws of heaven and earth in the Yuan continent were perfect, so the pressure between heaven and earth might be greater. On the altar, because of the protection of the formation, he could not feel it. Let's go. Yuanlu, I've finally arrived. These young men were extremely excited as they flew out of the altar. However, after these young men flew out of the altar, their bodies trembled. A few of the weakest ones almost lost their balance. What a strong pressure. Lu Ming flew out of the altar as well. He instantly felt a terrifying pressure acting on his body. His body weight was also extremely shocking. The pressure here was probably several hundred times, even 1,000 times that of the Divine Ruins continent cluster. Lu Ming was extremely shocked. Also, it's so cold. Lu Ming felt his body turn cold. This was a snow mountain, and the temperature was shockingly low. With Lu Ming's cultivation, he could not feel the usual cold. However, the temperature here made him feel chilly. This heaven-earth yuan qi. Lu Ming took a deep breath. In an instant, rolling original qi between heaven and earth flowed into him. It was unimaginably dense. Lu Ming felt that if he breathed casually, the amount of original qi would be equivalent to the amount of a low-grade raw stone. In the world, the original qi was rich, while the spiritual qi was extremely thin. Buzz! In the distance, a burly elder wearing a short-sleeved shirt with his arms bare flew over and landed in front of Lu Ming and the rest. Longyuan Mountain and the others greeted the old man. Lu Ming, I'll take my leave first. This Deacon Long Yuan Chuan will arrange your accommodation. Longyuan Mountain said to Lu Ming. Lu Ming nodded. Then Longyuan Mountain and the others who had gone to the other continents to pick up people like him left one after another. All right, come with me. I'll take you to your living quarters. After Long Yuan Chuan said that, he flew forward. Everyone quickly followed. However, they had just arrived, and the pressure from the outside world was too strong. They were not used to it yet. This was after adapting to the transition station for half a month. Otherwise, it would have been even more difficult. After flying down the snow mountain, their field of view widened. In front of them, a huge glacier valley appeared. This ice mountain valley was formed by the separation of two mountain ranges. In the sky, snow was falling, and the world was covered in white. Lu Ming looked into the distance and realized that there were also snow mountains in front of the huge glacier canyon. However, they were far away, and in the vast snow, they could not see clearly. Dragon Chi, so much dragon Chi. What a strong dragon Chi. Lu Ming felt his 9-dragon bloodline heating up. He was shocked when he sensed it through his 9-dragon bloodline. Through the 9-dragon bloodline, he seemed to be able to see countless dragon Chi rising into the sky from the glacier valley and the snow mountain in the distance. In the huge canyon, there was a lot of weak dragon Chi. However, behind the canyon, in the vast snow mountain, there was some shocking dragon Chi. Lu Ming was like an ant in front of it. Boom! A terrifying pressure pressed down on Lu Ming. His expression changed drastically, and he could not help but take a few steps back. He quickly retracted his senses. So powerful. That aura far surpasses that of an emperor. Is that the aura of a saint? Lu Ming's heart was in turmoil. There were definitely saints in Dragon God Valley, and there was more than one. Chapter 1394. 1394, Chapter 1394, Chiu Siblings. The burly elder, Long Yuan Chuan, glanced at Lu Ming and said, "There are many experts in the valley. You'd better not use your bloodline to sense it, or you'll only be asking for trouble." Lu Ming smiled wryly. The rest of the people had looks of respect on their faces. It was obvious that Lu Ming was not the only one who sensed the aura in the snow mountain ahead through his blood meridian. The disciples recruited by Dragon God Valley were all geniuses who had awakened the true dragon bloodline. They could easily sense each other. The group continued to fly forward. It's so cold. After flying into the huge glacier valley, the temperature dropped even more. Moreover, the temperature was getting lower and lower as they went further in. Lu Ming sized up his surroundings as he flew. The glacier valley was huge. The walls on both sides were tens of thousands of feet high. On the walls, one could see houses and palaces carved out of ice. However, most of them were cave abodes, which were excavated from the walls of the glacier. Moreover, on both sides of the canyon, there were some side valleys. It was like a main vein that extended into some side valleys. Some people also lived in these side valleys. After flying for more than 10 minutes, the burly old man led them into a side valley. On both sides of the side valley, there were many cave abodes. At a glance, there were at least thousands of them. Many of the cave abodes were already occupied. As if sensing someone's arrival, people walked out of some cave abodes. They were all very young and were of the same generation as Lu Ming and the others. What a strong cultivation! Lu Ming sensed the cultivation of these people, and his pupils constricted. Supreme martial artist. These young men were all supreme martial artists. However, Lu Ming was immediately relieved. The cultivation environment here was too good. It was many times better than the Divine Ruins continent group. Even a pig could cultivate to the Martial King realm, or even the third spiritual god realm here, not to mention those peerless geniuses. All right, you can stay here for the time being. The people here are the same as you. They're all newly selected disciples from the outer continent, but they came here 2 years earlier than you. Also, this entire glacier valley is only the outer valley. You are not official disciples of Dragon God Valley yet. You can only be regarded as reserved disciples. Only by passing the assessment can you be considered as official disciples of Dragon God Valley. There are still 4 months left before the assessment. During this period of time, all of you should focus on your cultivation. With your talent, it shouldn't be too difficult for you to reach the Jizuan realm in 4 months. Most of those who came here 2 years ago have already reached the Jizuan realm. Let me tell you, there will be a huge opportunity in the assessment this time. Other people will be envious of it. The higher your cultivation, the greater the chance of obtaining the opportunity. So you must grasp it and work hard. The burly old man explained in detail. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. They were not official disciples yet. They were only reserved disciples. They had to pass an assessment before they could be considered official disciples. The standards of the big sects in the Yuanlu continent were really strict. At this time, the burly old man waved his hand, and a jade token appeared in his hand. On the token, an ice dragon was carved, and it was very lifelike. The burly elder waved his hand, and the jade tokens flew toward Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming casually grabbed a token. There's a number on this token, which represents the ice cave number you will be staying in. You can check in according to the number. Also, this token is also the identity token of your reserved disciples. All right, you should get used to it and cultivate. I will come back after a while to explain the assessment in detail. With that, the burly old man left. Everyone followed the number on the jade token to find the corresponding ice cave. Hello, brother. Just as Lu Ming was about to look for his cave abode, a crisp voice was heard. Lu Ming turned to the side and saw a woman smiling at him. The lady was dressed in a white dress. She had a sweet smile and fair skin. She was a rare beauty. Behind the woman was a young man in a white shirt and holding a folding fan. What? Lu Ming was a little surprised. He didn't recognize these two people. They should be disciples who came here 2 years ago and had just walked out of the ice cave. Since they didn't know each other, why did the other party greet him? Hello, Lu Ming responded politely. The young woman blinked and sized Lu Ming up carefully, seemingly very curious. Lu Ming touched his nose and was somewhat speechless. Lu Ming would not be so narcissistic as to think that a beautiful woman would fall for him the moment he arrived. Little sister, what are you doing? Behind the woman, the man with the folding fan was also very curious. Your bloodline is very special, the woman suddenly said. What? Lu Ming was stunned again. Brother, please don't misunderstand. I am Xianxia, and this is my elder brother, Qiu Hao. How should I address you? The woman said with a smile. Lu Ming. Lu Ming answered. Brother Lu, my bloodline is rather unique. I've been sensing your bloodline for a while now, and I can feel that your bloodline has been suppressing mine. That's why I'm curious and want to befriend you. Xianxia said. So that was how it was. Lu Ming speculated that the other party might have sensed his 9-dragon bloodline. Buzz. At that moment, the shadow of a true dragon appeared behind Xianxia. It flashed past, but Lu Ming could still see it clearly. Xianxia's true dragon bloodline was not a 5-clawed true dragon, but a 6-clawed one. It was actually 6-clawed. It was said that all true dragons had 5 claws, and 9 dragons were a variant of the true dragon race, so they had 9 claws. However, Lu Ming did not expect that there was a 6-clawed true dragon in the world. Perhaps it was also a variant of the true dragon. Lu Ming made a guess. Brother Lu, my bloodline is a bit special. It's a variant of the true dragon species. I have 6 claws and am stronger than the average true dragon. You can suppress me? Xianxia blinked her eyes and sized Lu Ming up carefully. She was extremely curious. My bloodline, Lu Ming muttered. As he spoke, the 9-dragon bloodline appeared behind him, and he immediately kept it. Xianxia and Qiu Hao's eyes widened. 9 dragons. Your bloodline is actually the legendary 9 dragons? No wonder you can suppress me. Xianxia exclaimed in shock. Lu Ming smiled. There was nothing to hide about his 9-dragon bloodline. Once they started fighting, others would know immediately. Brother Lu, it's your first time here. Have good rest. My brother and I came here 2 years earlier. We'll take you around in a few days. Xianxia said with a smile. All right, then I'll thank you in advance. Lu Ming cupped his fists and then found his ice cave and walked in. At the entrance of the ice cave, there was an ice door. It was activated by a jade talisman and automatically closed. The ice cave was very large and wide. It was at least 100 meters in length and width and 10 meters in height. There were ice tables, ice chairs, and even an ice bed. The temperature here was extremely low, so there was no need to worry about these things melting. Chapter 1395, 1395 The Growth of the Path Understanding Ancient Tree. Lu Ming walked to the wall and clawed at the ice wall. Gotcha! Only a few claw marks appeared on the ice wall. They did not look very deep. It's so hard. Everything in the world of the Yuan continent is many times harder than that transit station. It's incomparable to the continent of the divine ruins. Lu Ming secretly sighed. After that, Lu Ming started to practice martial arts to get used to the external pressure. After playing for a few hours, Lu Ming finally stopped. He felt very comfortable. Then, Lu Ming sat cross-legged and began to cultivate. As soon as he activated the true war dragon technique, the rich origin energy in the air began to gather towards Lu Ming at an alarming speed. What a dense heaven-earth yuan qi! Lu Ming realized that directly absorbing the original energy of heaven and earth here was better than devouring low-grade raw stones. This was too shocking. When one cultivated here, one did not even need low-grade raw stones. The rolling original qi was constantly being devoured and refined, turning into true essence. At the same time, Lu Ming's heart sank into a state of emptiness. He began to comprehend the heaven and earth and nurture the embryonic form of the chaos domain. Here, Lu Ming realized that not only did the essence realm of the heaven and earth become extremely clear, but the Tao of the heaven and earth that was even more profound and unfathomable than the essence realm of the heaven and earth also became clearer. This was almost impossible to sense on the divine ruins continent. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Comprehending the great Tao of heaven and earth could allow the Emperor's domain to improve faster. It was no wonder that in the divine ruins continent, the cultivation of emperors was very slow, especially in the divine wilderness continent. Most of the sovereigns were stuck at the first level of the martial royal realm. Those who could reach the second level of the martial royal realm were all top experts, and there were very few of them. It was no wonder that the emperors of the continent group of the divine ruins would rack their brains to think of the Yuan continent, and all wanted to join the major sects in the Yuan continent to cultivate. It was because the cultivation environment was really incomparable. The difference was too great. After those sovereigns came to the Yuan continent, their cultivation would probably advance by leaps and bounds. In the blink of an eye, half a day had passed before Lu Ming ended his cultivation. It's so cool. It's so cool to cultivate here. Lu Ming's face was full of amazement. He realized that half a day of cultivation was equivalent to a month of cultivation in the divine wilderness continent. His primal chaos domain had become a little more mature, and it was getting closer and closer to full maturity. Wow, Lu Ming, you've arrived in Yuan continent. Haha, you finally left that poor and remote place. Lu Ming heard a voice. It was Dandan. He did not know when she had climbed onto Lu Ming's shoulder. She sucked in the air with her mouth, and large amounts of original energy were sucked into Dandan's mouth. Dandan, you're awake. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Since the last battle, Dandan had been in a coma for almost a month. Nonsense. You've been unconscious for so long, and you're still not awake. Do you think I'm dead? Dandan cast a glance at Lu Ming and then said with a long face, Lu Ming, we've suffered heavy losses this time. Although you've woken up, you're far from fully recovered. Hurry up and take out all your spiritual herbs. Having said that, his eyes were fixed on Lu Ming. All right, let's enter the mountain and river diagram. Lu Ming said, and entered the mountain and river diagram with Dandan. In a valley, Bubbles was still curled up and sleeping soundly. There was a transparent bubble at the tip of his nose that was sometimes big and sometimes small. Lu Ming's heart ached. In the previous battle, this little guy seemed to have suffered a lot of damage. Then, Lu Ming waved his hand, and the valley was covered with spiritual herbs. All kinds of spirit herbs of different grades filled the valley. In that battle, hundreds of sovereigns were killed. The spirit herbs in the storage rings were terrifying. Lu Ming took them all out and let Dandan and Bubbles eat to their heart's content. Ha ha, Lu Ming, you're very generous this time. Danden's eyes lit up, and she immediately rushed into the pile of spirit herbs, grabbed a handful of spirit herbs, and stuffed them into her mouth. Chirping, as if sensing the aura of the spiritual herbs, Pow Pow woke up and looked at Lu Ming in a daze. Then, she looked at the pile of spiritual herbs in a daze. Her two gem-like eyes glowed brightly, and she also pounced into the pile of spiritual herbs, taking big bites. However, there were plenty of spirit herbs here, so the two of them ate as much as they could. Soon, their bellies bulged, and they burped as they lay there, their mouths filled with the fragrance of herbs. The mountain and river diagram is a space of its own, but the environment seems to be the same as that of the divine wilderness continent. I should absorb some of the original qi to improve the environment here. Lu Ming pondered. Within the mountain and river diagram, there were mountains, rivers, flowers, and trees. After that, Lu Ming caught more demonic beasts and planted many spiritual herbs in the mountains. However, the environment here was similar to the divine wilderness continent. Be it the spiritual herbs or the demonic beasts, their growth was slow. If the environment was the same as the Yuan continent, the spiritual herbs would definitely grow faster in the mountain and river diagram. With a single thought, Lu Ming exited the mountain and river diagram and reappeared in the ice cave. Then, the mountain and river diagram appeared in Lu Ming's hands. He opened it and muttered, "Absorb," and NBSB hoo-hoo. Suddenly, the mountain and river diagram emitted a powerful suction force, absorbing the original qi between heaven and earth. The original qi between heaven and earth formed a funnel-like shape and madly gathered toward the mountain and river diagram. At this moment, everyone in this Yaoji Valley was alarmed. One by one, the geniuses who had been cultivating were awakened. What's going on? Why is the origin qi of heaven and earth gathering in one direction? Who's cultivating? Impossible. Even an emperor couldn't cause such a huge commotion while cultivating. Who is it? Sounds rang out one after another. Some people walked out of the ice cave and sensed carefully. Although they knew which ice cave it was happening, they didn't know who it was. However, this effect was only limited to this side valley. After all, the original qi here was too rich, and this side valley was very vast. This, the path understanding ancient tree. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. Originally, the mountain and river diagram didn't cause such a big commotion when it absorbed the original qi of heaven and earth, mainly because of the path understanding ancient tree. The path understanding ancient tree had 3 crisp leaves. Its branches were very thin, not even as thin as a pinky finger. In the divine wilderness, the growth of the path understanding ancient tree was too slow. But now, the path understanding ancient tree glowed and shimmered. A mysterious aura lingered on it, continuously absorbing the origin qi from the outside world. At the same time, Lu Ming sensed that the path understanding ancient tree seemed to be resonating with the great Tao between heaven and earth. Wisps of great Tao aura emanated from the path understanding ancient tree. In just a moment, Lu Ming could feel that the branches of the path understanding ancient tree had grown thicker and the leaves had become greener. The 4th leaf. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes widened. He discovered that the 4th leaf had also grown. It seems like the path understanding ancient tree has a chance of fully growing in the Yuan continent. In the divine wilderness continent, it's already not bad if it can survive. Lu Ming was overjoyed. If the path understanding ancient tree could fully grow, it would be of great help to him. Lu Ming took out a lot of spiritual liquid and watered the root of the ancient path understanding tree. It seems that I need to get more spiritual herbs in the future and let the path understanding ancient tree grow as soon as possible. Lu Ming pondered in his heart. Chapter 1396. 1396, Chapter 1396. So many experts just like that. The mountain and river diagram and the path understanding ancient tree continued to absorb the original qi for 3 days and 3 nights before they calmed down. The mountain and river diagram was already filled with rich original qi. Lu Ming then kept the mountain and river diagram. The days that followed were very peaceful. Lu Ming cultivated and practiced martial arts every day to adapt to the environment. Half a month later, Lu Ming had completely adapted to the Yuan continent's environment. At this time, Lu Ming opened the door of the ice cave and went out for some fresh air. "Brother Lu," a delicate cry rang out. Lu Ming looked in the direction of the voice and saw Qiu Ying and Xiao Hao. "Young lady Qiu, brother Qiu, what a coincidence." Lu Ming smiled. "Brother Lu, how are you adapting to this?" Xiao Hao waved his fan and smiled. To be honest, Xiao Hao was very handsome. He was wearing a long robe and waving a folding fan, like an elegant young master. "I've already completely adapted to it," Lu Ming said with a smile. "That's great. We're going to the market. Brother Lu, do you want to come with us?" Xiao Ying said. "A market? Good." Lu Ming agreed immediately. He was also very curious. The environment of the Yuan continent was excellent. It would definitely produce countless natural treasures that the divine wilderness continent could not compare to. Lu Ming wanted to see it. If there were any suitable ones, he wanted to buy some. The three of them walked out of the side valley together, and then followed the huge glacier valley into the depths of the valley. This canyon was only the outer valley. Those who lived here were basically reserved disciples and some odd job workers. The real Dragon God Valley was located in the depths of the valley in the vast snow mountains. The market was located deep in the canyon. Many official disciples of the Dragon God Valley frequented the market, so there were good things there. Soon, Lu Ming and the rest arrived at the market. The city square took up a huge area. There were stalls on both sides of the street. The layout was similar to that of the divine wilderness continent. In the market, people came and went. So many experts. Lu Ming released his spiritual senses and scanned the area. His heart trembled. 5 out of 10 people walking on the streets were all emperors. Some of them were still very young, looking like they were in their 20s. The most shocking thing was that Lu Ming saw a few 12 or 13-year-old teenagers. They still had a childish look on their faces and were also emperor warriors. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. Seeing Lu Ming's expression, Xiao Ying smiled and said, "Brother Lu, when we first arrived, we were also shocked. However, it's also because the cultivation environment in Yuan continent is too good. It's much easier to break through to the emperor realm than in the other continents." Indeed, Lu Ming heaved a long sigh of relief. In the divine wilderness continent, martial emperors were the absolute overlords. They dominated and ruled over an area. However, in the Yuan continent, in Dragon God Valley, they were actually everywhere. One could only imagine how many emperors there were in the entire Yuan continent. They were not worth much. It was no wonder that the sovereigns of the divine wilderness continent wanted to come to the Yuan continent, but did not dare to. They wanted to join the big sects of the Yuan continent so that they could be protected. That was because in the Yuan continent, emperors were nothing. There were a lot of them. Without a backer, it was extremely dangerous to cultivate outside. One could die if they were not careful. In Dragon God Valley, LV1 to LV3 martial emperors are worthless and have no status. They're just like servants. Only those above LV4 martial emperor have some status. Those above LV7 martial emperor are the backbone of Dragon God Valley and can be assigned some duties. Qiu Ying explained in a low voice, and then added, "Of course, young geniuses don't count." Lu Ming nodded. Of course, he understood that young geniuses had different statuses no matter where they were, because being young meant infinite possibilities. This is the elixir of life, and it's a top-grade elixir of life. Suddenly, Lu Ming saw the elixir of life at a stall. Top-grade water of life. In the divine wilderness continent, Lu Ming had seen the elixir of life before. However, he had never heard of supreme-grade elixir of life. This was because there was no such thing in the divine wilderness continent or even the divine ruins continent. It was almost extinct. Supreme-grade elixir of life was extremely useful to even emperors, as it could heal their injuries. As expected of Yuan Lu, the moment he arrived, he saw such a precious spiritual medicine. Lu Ming's clone was severely injured. This premium elixir of life was extremely important to his clone. Lu Ming had to get it. Senior, how much is this bottle of elixir of life? Lu Ming cupped his fists and said to the stall owner. The stall owner was an old man with white hair. 100,000 raw stones. The old man raised a finger. 100,000 raw gemstones. Lu Ming was stunned. It was not because it was too expensive, but because it was too cheap. A bottle of top-grade elixir of life was a legendary treasure in the Divine Ruins Continent Group, but it only cost 100,000 raw gemstones? Lu Ming was in disbelief. He asked again, Senior, only 100,000 raw stones? Of course, not a single one more, not a single one more. The old man said, All right, I'll buy it. Lu Ming took out a storage ring. There were 100,000 raw stones inside. The old man took it and scanned it with his spiritual senses. His expression changed, and he threw the storage ring back to Lu Ming. Junior, are you playing with this old man? Lu Ming's face was full of question marks. Senior, please don't take offense. Brother Lu just came from the outer continent, so there are some rules that he doesn't understand. Xianxia quickly tried to smooth things over. Oh, so you're the new reserve disciple from the outer continent. The old man's expression softened. Brother Lu, the raw stone the senior is talking about is a medium-grade raw stone. Xianxia quickly sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming. It's actually a mid-grade raw stone. Yes, the raw stones commonly used in the Yuan continent are mid-grade raw stones. Generally speaking, the number of raw stones referred to mid-grade raw stones. Low-grade raw stones are almost useless in the Yuan continent. They are considered useless stones. Only in special circumstances will they be used. Xianxia explained. I see. Lu Ming smiled. The cultivation environment in the Yuan continent was too good. Cultivating at will was equivalent to using low-grade raw gemstones. Therefore, low-grade raw gemstones were useless. Only mid-grade raw stones were mainstream. One mid-grade raw stone was equivalent to 10,000 low-grade raw stones. 100,000 medium-grade raw stones were equivalent to 1 billion low-grade raw stones. This price was reasonable. However, the problem was that Lu Ming did not have any mid-grade raw stones. He had killed so many emperors, and there were at least tens of billions of low-grade raw stones in his storage ring. However, in the Yuan continent, low-grade raw stones were useless. What a waste. Lu Ming wailed in his heart. His heart ached. There were so many raw gemstones here, but they were actually useless and had become useless. Now, Lu Ming was equivalent to a pauper with nothing to his name. Lu Ming's face turned green. Seeing Lu Ming's reaction, Xianxia and Xiao Hao smiled bitterly. They were the same when they first arrived. Little fellow, haha, the low-grade raw stones you brought with you are useless now, right? If you have any treasures on you, you can use them to exchange for it. The old man laughed, but he didn't mean to laugh. He was used to this kind of thing. Chapter 1397. 1397 The Combat Strength of the Emperor of Yuanlu a Treasure. Lu Ming pondered. He had given all the spiritual herbs he had to Dandan and Bubbles. However, even if he took them out, they would not be worth much. Naturally, Lu Ming would not take out items that were too precious, such as the Thunder Cauldron and the Air-Frozen Bead. Only an Emperor spiritual weapon could be used. Senior, may I know how many mid-grade raw stones an Emperor weapon is worth? Lu Ming took out a large saber and asked. On the Divine Ruins continent, Lu Ming had killed so many emperors and obtained nearly 20 Emperor spiritual weapons. An Emperor spiritual weapon is not bad. It's worth 1,000,000 raw gemstones. The old man's eyes lit up. 1,000,000 raw gemstones? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The value of an Emperor's spiritual weapon had greatly exceeded his expectations. It was higher than he had imagined. Brother Lu, usually only those at the 7th level of the martial Emperor realm and above can unleash the full power of an Emperor weapon. Only a saint can make one. Although there are many of them in the Yuan continent, there are too many high-level martial emperors. The demand is too high, so the value of an Emperor weapon has always been very high. Xianxia explained to Lu Ming. Lu Ming had a sudden realization. Indeed, there were a lot of Emperor spiritual weapons in the Yuan continent. However, there were even more high-level emperors. The demand for them exceeded the supply, so their value was naturally high. For example, in the small continents outside of the Yuan continent, like the Divine Wilderness continent, the Emperor's spiritual weapon was usually left behind by saints or high-level emperors who went to those places. It was basically impossible for anyone to make it. Many of them were passed down from the Yuan continent. For example, Lu Ming had obtained the Emperor's Spirit Tower in the secret realm of the Saint Mansion. It was also brought from the Yuan continent by the Tianxin Saint. That was how the Divine Ruins continent group's Emperor's spiritual weapons usually came about. They had only accumulated a few after countless years. Little brother, do you want to sell this Emperor's spiritual weapon? If you want to sell it, this old man will buy it. The old man said, I'm selling it. Senior, I still have another one. Then, Lu Ming took out an iron rod-like Emperor's spiritual weapon. The elder and the Chiu siblings were surprised. They did not expect Lu Ming to have so many king's spiritual weapons. All right, I'll buy it. Here are 9 million raw gemstones and this bottle of supreme-grade life potion. The elder passed Lu Ming a storage ring and the bottle of life potion. Lu Ming took it and scanned it with his spiritual senses. He found a pile of raw gemstones in the storage ring. Each piece was filled with rich origin qi, which was many times purer and richer than a low-grade raw stone. This was a mid-grade raw stone. Using a mid-grade raw stone to cultivate would naturally be many times faster than using a low-grade raw stone. Lu Ming kept it and continued to wander around with Xianxia and Xiu Hao. On the way, Lu Ming realized that there were too many treasures here. All the spirit herbs were level 9. Level 8 spirit herbs were rare. There were also all sorts of blacksmithing materials, spiritual liquid, and so on, all of which were of very high grade. Along the way, Lu Ming bought quite a number of spiritual herbs. Very soon the 9 million medium-grade raw stones were almost depleted. Lu Ming's heart ached. These were 2 Emperor spiritual weapons. However, the spiritual liquid and spiritual medicine that he had bought were all very useful. The spiritual liquid sped up the growth of the path understanding ancient tree, while the spiritual medicine sped up Dandan and Bubble's recovery. After coming to Yuan continent, he realized that he had become a pauper. Although he still had many Emperor spiritual weapons, if he continued to use them, he would soon run out. In the meantime, the Chiu siblings also bought some things. Get lost. I have my eyes on this green-blue fruit. Suddenly, a loud roar could be heard. Nonsense. What do you mean you like it? I said I like it. If you don't have money, then get lost. Another voice rang out. Who do you think you are? You told me to get lost. If you have the ability, let's fight on the fighting stage. The voice from before rang out. A battle it is. The voice behind them was heard. Then they saw some people flying in one direction. There's a battle between sovereigns. Brother Lu, let's go to the battle platform and take a look. Xianxia said. All right, I'd like to experience it too. Lu Ming revealed a curious look. Then, the 3 of them followed the crowd and walked towards the fighting ring. In the dueling platform, disciples of the Dragon God Valley would usually settle their disputes there. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming and the rest had just arrived when they heard a violent roar. On a huge fighting ring, 2 figures were constantly clashing. The 2 burly men in their 30s kept punching each other, causing violent rumbles between heaven and earth. He's in the 3rd level of the martial royal realm, but his combat strength is so strong. Lu Ming's pupils constricted. He realized that the cultivation of the 2 opponents was at the early stage of the 3rd level martial royal realm. However, the combat strength they displayed was beyond Lu Ming's imagination. He felt that the 4th level martial emperors in the Divine Ruins continent group were not their match. The combat power that the 2 of them had displayed had completely exceeded the combat power of the 4th level martial emperors in the Divine Ruins continent group. Lu Ming was extremely shocked. Brother Lu, do you feel that these 2 people's combat strength is very strong? Xianxia said. Indeed, he is much stronger than the emperor of my continent. Lu Ming nodded. Yes, We were also very surprised when we first arrived. However, this is the combat power of an ordinary sovereign in the Yuan continent. Xianxia explained, in the Yuan continent, no matter if it's martial arts or the Tao of inscription, they have all been developed to the extreme. Compared to the other continents, they are much stronger. All kinds of martial techniques, bloodlines, concepts, domains, and spiritual bodies have been developed to the extreme. Therefore, the cultivators here are all very strong, far stronger than those in other continents. Emperors, unless they're servants with low status, have all cultivated domain martial techniques. Their combat strength is amazing. Yuan continent. It's indeed Yuan continent. Lu Ming could not help but clench his fists. The cultivation civilization of the origin continent had already developed to the extreme, and it was far from what the continent of the divine ruins could compare to. It could be said that in the origin continent, a decent cultivator was a genius who could challenge those of a higher level in the continent of the divine ruins. Lu Ming was reminded of the people Di Xian had brought with him. Those people were not very strong. Perhaps, in the Di family, the status of those people was just like that of servants, which explained why their combat strength was not particularly high. Lu Ming's thoughts were in a whirl, and he felt immense pressure. There were too many experts here, and the streets were filled with emperors. Saints were the supreme experts. Moreover, the emperors here all had extraordinary combat strength. In the Divine Ruins Continent group, Lu Ming could fight with a peak LV3 martial royal realm expert, and even overpower the other party, without using the Chaos Sky-Turning Seal, and without the help of his second body. However, in this place, without using the Chaos Sky-Turning Seal, and without the help of his clone, Lu Ming could only fight with an early-stage, second-level martial emperor. Lu Ming estimated that after he used the Chaos Sky-Turning Seal, he could probably fight with a peak LV2 martial royal realm expert. Chapter 1398. 1398, The Secret Realm of the Emperor. The difference was too great. One should know that in the Divine Ruins Continent group, Lu Ming's Chaos Sky-Turning Seal could injure a fourth-level martial emperor. In this place, Lu Ming was not even a match for the two brawny men at the early stage of the third-level martial emperor realm, let alone the ones at the fourth-level martial emperor realm. Moreover, this was only an ordinary martial emperor. What if he encountered a heaven's favorite? How strong would he be? Looks like I was really looking at the sky from the bottom of a well when I was trapped in a corner of the Divine Ruins continent cluster in the past. Lu Ming clenched his fists tightly. While he felt the immense pressure, he was also filled with anticipation. His blood was boiling with excitement. The Yuan continent was the real stage. It was colorful and far from what the continents of the Divine Ruins could compare to. On the fighting ring, the two of them fought fiercely for hundreds of moves. In the end, both of them were injured and left the place. However, after the two of them left, another two went up to fight. After that, Lu Ming watched 5 battles in total, all of which were battles between kings. As expected, most of the emperors here had a much stronger combat strength than the emperors of the Divine Ruins Continent group. Lu Ming more or less had some idea. After that, Lu Ming, Xianxia, and the rest returned to their residence. After returning to his residence, the first thing Lu Ming did was pour the life potion on his clone. As expected, the clone glowed, and its recovery speed greatly increased. Then, Lu Ming continued to cultivate. In the Yuan continent, the cultivation of those below the martial emperor realm was too low. Only by breaking through to the emperor realm as soon as possible would he be able to gain a firm foothold. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed since Lu Ming came to Dragon God Valley. During this period, Lu Ming would occasionally go out and buy some books to read. They were all about the Yuan continent. Since he was new, he naturally had to understand the world he was in. On this day, the sound of drums suddenly rang out from outside. It was the sound of a summoning drum. Someone was summoning them. Lu Ming ended his cultivation and went out of the cave abode. He saw Long Yuanchuan standing in the valley. Buzz, buzz, and NBSB whoosh. Young men flew out of the ice caves and stood in the valley. There were more than 1,000 of them. Lu Ming discovered that some of the youths who came with him were progressing very quickly. Some of them were originally at the 8th level of the spiritual god realm, but now they had broken through and reached the 9th level of the spiritual god realm, or even the perfected spiritual god realm. These people were the top geniuses of their respective continents, and their talents were definitely not weak. After coming here, they were naturally like fish in water, and their cultivation progress soared. All right, you newcomers have been here for a month and have gotten used to it. Now, there are 3 months left before your assessment. Now, they'll tell you the details of your assessment mission in 3 months. In 3 months, your assessment mission is to explore a secret realm. Long Yuanchuan said, "Explore a secret realm?" Lu Ming and the rest were stunned. Yes, only those who come out of the secret realm alive can be considered to have passed the test and become an official disciple of Dragon God Valley. Long Yuanchuan said. Many people's expressions changed. It seemed that this secret realm was quite dangerous. As if he could see through everyone's thoughts, Long Yuanchuan smiled and said, "Although this secret realm is dangerous, let me tell you, it's also a supreme opportunity. Many martial royal realm experts and even saints have tried to enter but failed. Because this mystical realm, it's the great emperor's secret realm." When he said the last sentence, Long Yuanchuan deliberately emphasized it. What? The great emperor's secret realm? The great emperor? Everyone, including Lu Ming, was stunned. They could not help but widen their eyes. The great emperor's secret realm? Could it be a secret realm left behind by the great emperor? The great emperor was a peak expert of the primordial realm. He dominated the world and ruled the firmament. What kind of treasures would there be in a secret realm left behind by such a person? Everyone's eyes were burning. Even saints were unreachable existences to them, let alone a great emperor who was above saints. This is the first time that this great emperor's secret realm has been discovered. After investigation, only those below the emperor realm can enter. Those above the emperor realm can't enter. Even saints can't enter. Therefore, you must make good use of this time to raise your cultivation to the supreme realm. According to the saint speculation, martial emperors and above are not allowed to enter the great emperor's secret realm, but it will be no problem for you to break through after entering. Therefore, if some supreme martial artists enter the great emperor's secret realm to break through to the martial royal realm, they will be able to gain the upper hand and obtain treasures. Also, this time, all of the top powers of the Azure continent will be sending people in. This is a dangerous place, so in the next 3 months, you guys should try your best to increase your strength. Opportunities are things that you have to grasp on your own. Long Yuanchuan continued to explain. I see. After hearing this information, some of the doubts in Lu Ming's heart were finally answered. Lu Ming finally knew why the Dragon God Valley, the deity sect, and other sects would cross endless distances to the continent of the divine ruins to select disciples. It was all because of the great emperor's secret realm. In every continent, they recruited heaven's favorites to enter the emperor's secret realm. The Yuan continent was divided into many continents. The Azure region was a large region in the southern part of the continent. The Dragon God Valley was one of the most powerful forces in the Azure region. The Azure continent was home to countless factions of varying sizes. However, there were a total of 13 factions that stood at the very top of the continent. These 13 powers were the overlords of the Azure continent. Dragon God Valley was one of the 13 forces. Other than that, the Xianxia sect, the Tianyu demonic sect, the Jiuxiao sword sect, and even the Heavenly King Hall, which had caused chaos in the Divine Wilderness mainland because of a Heavenly King token, were all part of the 13 great powers. This time, all the major forces would send people into the great emperor's secret realm. Therefore, these major forces all sent people to the small continents overseas to recruit disciples. The Di clan, if they're not in the Azure continent, where are they? Lu Ming thought to himself. The Yuan continent was too vast, and the Azure continent was only a small part of it. The books that Lu Ming bought mostly introduced the Azure continent. He was not too sure about anything else outside of the Azure continent. After the announcement, Long Yuanchuan left the place. However, these young men couldn't calm down. After that, they all returned to their cave abodes and began cultivating in seclusion. It was obvious that one could break through to the Emperor realm after entering the Great Emperor's secret realm. Therefore, if they raised their cultivation to the limit of the Supreme Being realm and broke through to the Emperor realm after entering the Great Emperor's secret realm, they would have an absolute advantage. Lu Ming began to focus more on the embryonic form of the Chaos realm. Now, the primal Chaos domain was getting closer and closer to its limit. As long as the primal Chaos domain was cultivated to its limit, he could begin to break through to the Emperor realm. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days passed. Thump, thump, thump. On this day, there was a sudden violent boom outside. It was the sound of drums. The summoning drum sounded again. However, didn't they just gather 3 days ago and announce the matter of the Great Emperor's secret realm? Why are they gathering again? Lu Ming walked out of the cave abode with doubts in his mind. 3 young men stood outside the cave. The 3 young men had a faint sense of pride on their faces. Chapter 1399. 1399 Chapter 1399 Local Genius. Everyone gathered in the valley and looked at the 3 young men in surprise. Just now, it was these 3 young men who had sounded the drum. Why did they sound the drum and gather everyone? Everyone's here. One of the young men looked at the crowd and said indifferently. No one made a sound. All right, I believe you've heard about the news of entering the Great Emperor's secret realm in 3 months. The young man continued, the corners of his mouth rising with cold arrogance. Let me tell you, this is the good fortune that you have accumulated over several lifetimes. If it weren't for this reason, you would never have been able to join Dragon God Valley in your lifetime, let alone enter the Great Emperor's secret realm. So, you must seize the opportunity, understand? The young man's voice reverberated throughout the valley, but everyone could hear the disdain in his voice. It was like a prince looking down at a group of beggars. Many people frowned, but did not say anything. From their tone, these people should be locals and not from a continent outside of Yuan continent. Since he was from the Yuan continent, no one knew if he was related to the higher-ups of Dragon God Valley. Naturally, no one refuted the young man. All right, let's get to the point. The man in front of you is the peerless genius of Dragon God Valley, young Master Infeng. Why don't you pay your respects to him? The young man pointed to a young man in the middle. Among the 3 young men, the leader was the one in the middle. He looked to be in his early 20s and was dressed in silver. He had a cold and arrogant expression as he looked at Lu Ming and the others with a faint disdain. Greetings, young Master Infeng. There were a few people who cupped their fists. What kind of attitude is this? Young Master Infeng is also going to enter the Great Emperor's secret realm this time. He'll give you a chance to join him and become his subordinates. You'll enter the Great Emperor's secret realm and listen to his orders. In the future, when you're in the Dragon God Valley, young Master Infeng will naturally take care of you. The young man spoke, finally revealing their true purpose. They actually wanted Lu Ming and the rest to join young Master Infeng and become his subordinates. Lu Ming sneered. The Great Emperor's secret realm was a place of great fortune. Naturally, it would not only be for outsiders like them. The local talents of the major sects would definitely enter as well. Infeng and the other 2 seemed to be at the supreme level, so they would definitely enter. They had a good idea. Now, they would gather Lu Ming and the others in their hands. When they entered the Great Emperor's secret realm, they would use them to gain benefits for themselves. This was something that everyone present could figure out with just a little thought. I'm sorry, I'm used to being a loner. I don't have any thoughts of becoming someone else's subordinate. Goodbye. A bald young man said coldly and was about to return to his cave. Buzz. With a flash, the young man who had spoken appeared in front of the bald young man. You want to refuse? The local youth said coldly. I don't have the habit of being someone else's dog. The bald young man sneered. He was implying that the other party was just a dog of Infeng. You're looking for death. The local youth's face turned completely dark, and a cold, killing intent spread out. It's already a blessing that you've cultivated for 8 lifetimes for a lowly ant from a savage island to be able to join Dragon God Valley. You don't know how to bow your head in gratitude, and you dare to be arrogant in front of me. In Feizhong. It seems that you'll forget who you are if I don't teach you a lesson. The native young man was called Silver Flying Badge, and he emitted a powerful aura. I'm not afraid of you. The bald youth's aura also bloomed. He was also at the Supreme Being level. These young men were all at the peak of their respective continents. They were invincible among their peers and looked down on others. All of them were proud and arrogant. So how could they be willing to become someone else's subordinate? At the same time, Silver Flying Badge was also a supreme martial artist. Why would he be afraid of a fight at the same level? Then he'll let you know how weak you, the lowly trash of Savage Island, are. Come on, he'll let you have 3 moves. Silver Flying Badge said coldly. There's no need for you to let me win. He'll defeat you in 10 moves. The bald youth shouted. He was also an extremely proud person. Buzz. The bald youth's body emitted a yellow halo, which was his domain. The embryonic form of the domain enveloped the Silver Flying Badge. A small trick. Since you don't know your own strength, it'll fulfill your wish. The Silver Flying Badge stepped forward, and a domain also appeared on his body. The 2 domains met in the air. However, an unexpected scene occurred. The moment the 2 of them touched each other, the bald youth's domain collapsed. The bald youth's expression changed greatly, and he retreated a few steps. Buzz. At this moment, the Silver Flying Badge moved. In an instant, it appeared in front of the bald young man and slapped at him. The bald young man's face was solemn. He exhaled and also struck out with his palm. Bang! When the 2 palms met, the bald young man's expression changed drastically. His body was knocked back continuously, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. You? How could that be? The bald young man looked at Yin Feizhong in disbelief. They were both Zhizuan realm experts, yet he couldn't even withstand a single strike from the other party. How was this possible? His self-confidence had taken a heavy blow. The other young men were all shocked. It wasn't that the bald youth wasn't strong, but that the Silver Flying Badge was too strong. Domain, martial technique. Lu Ming spat out a few words. He possessed a portion of the 9 dragons' memories, so he was naturally very knowledgeable. With a single glance, he could tell that the Silver Flying Badge was using a domain-level martial technique. A domain martial technique could unleash the power of a domain to the extreme. Furthermore, domain martial arts techniques were very precious. Even in the major sects of a Yuan Lu, not everyone could practice them. Martial arts techniques of creation existed in some small continents. However, it was impossible for those small continents to have domain martial techniques. Just now, the Silver Flying Badge had used a combat domain martial technique to defeat the bald youth in 1 move. Now, what do you know how trashy you are? Did he really think that he was an expert? Let me tell you, the reason why Dragon God Valley gathered you here is not because of your strength, but because your cultivation is too weak. In Dragon God Valley, there are many heaven's favorites who are already at the Martial Emperor realm. They cannot enter the Great Emperor's secret realm. There are too few people below the Martial Emperor realm. That's why I've come to your remote village to gather you. Do you understand? Silver Flying Badge said coldly. Many people were shocked. The Dragon God Valley accepted them as disciples and called them here, not because of their strength or talent, but because there were not many weak talents in the Dragon God Valley. This was a great irony for the top heaven's favorites from the various continents, especially the bald youth, whose face was ashen. If any of you don't agree, I don't mind crippling him and throwing him out. After all, you're not the only disciples recruited from overseas this time. It doesn't matter if I cripple a few. Silver Flying Badge's voice was getting colder and colder, which made many people's faces turn ugly. Chapter 1400 Blood Oath Contract. The crowd's expressions made Yin Feizhang's cold and arrogant expression even more arrogant. He scanned the crowd and spoke again. Who else would like to experience it? Come out. I will let you know how useless you are. Everyone looked at each other. For a moment, no one stepped out. The silver flying badge's combat strength was too strong. No one was confident. They'll try. After a while, a young man in a yellow robe stepped out. Good, you have guts. Then I'll teach you a good lesson. Yin Feizhong looked at the yellow-robed young man with a sharp and cold light. The crowd retreated, leaving a large open space. The silver flying badge and the yellow-robed youth stood opposite each other. Roar! The yellow-robed young man didn't hold back at all. A dragon's roar resounded throughout the valley, and a yellow true dragon appeared above his head. The 9 golden chakra glittered. This was the bloodline of the yellow-robed young man. The yellow-robed youth immediately used bloodline fusion. Buzz! Then a mountain peak appeared above the yellow true dragon's head, exuding a powerful pressure. An emperor's spiritual weapon. Hee. So it's an emperor's spiritual weapon. You think it's useful just because you have one? You're really naive. Silver Flying Badge sneered. Buzz. Then, with a flash of his entire body was filled with a green radiance as he pounced toward the khaki-colored true dragon. Roar! The yellow dragon roared and pounced at the silver flying badge with its claws. At the same time, the mountain expanded rapidly and pressed down on the silver flying badge. Buzz! Buzz! An NBSB whoosh. Silver flying badge's figure flickered and suddenly multiplied into 18 figures. Each figure waved its hand, and a green chain flew toward the yellow dragon. The 18 chains were extremely fast. They instantly wrapped around the body of the yellow true dragon and wrapped around it. Roar! The yellow dragon struggled with all its might, but the green chains were too strong to break free. Suppress! The khaki-colored true dragon roared, and the Emperor's spiritual weapon in the shape of a mountain peak pressed down on the other party. Heavenly Wind Divine Art. Silver Flying Badge sneered. A green domain spread out and then turned into a huge palm print, hitting the mountain. Thump! With a huge explosion, the green palm print was destroyed, but the mountain also flew back. The Emperor's spiritual weapon was sent flying by the Silver Flying Badge. What a powerful domain martial technique. Lu Ming could see clearly from the crowd that Silver Flying Badge had been performing the domain martial art technique from the beginning to the end. This was a domain martial skill that could change in thousands of ways. It pushed the power of the Silver Flying Badge's wind domain to the extreme. It was very mysterious, and its power was shocking. The yellow-robed youth's bloodline fusion and his Emperor's spiritual weapon would definitely be powerful. On the continent of the Divine Ruins, the yellow-robed young man was definitely able to fight against an emperor, and he was even slightly stronger than an ordinary first-level martial emperor. However, he was still no match for Yin Feizhong, which showed how strong Yin Feizhong's combat strength was. Then, with a flash, the Silver Flying Badge appeared on top of the yellow true dragon's head and slapped it with its palm. Roar! The yellow dragon let out a wail and then exploded, revealing the yellow-robed young man's body. Silver Flying Badge stomped on the face of the young man in yellow robe, directly pushing him to the ground, blasting a big hole. You want to fight me with this bit of combat power? You're simply courting death. You're courting death. Silver Flying Badge shouted coldly. He suddenly exerted more force on the young man's face. The young man screamed and spat out a mouthful of blood. Many people looked indignant. On the side, Yin Feng and another young man looked on coldly as if they were watching Yin Feizhong stomping on a little chicken. Is there anyone else who wants to challenge this young master? Just step forward. Silver Flying Badge said loudly. No one spoke. Since no one says anything, they'll take it that you've all tacitly agreed to join young Master Yin Feng. All right, then sign the blood oath contract now. A scroll appeared in Silver Flying Badge's hand. When he unfurled it, it was covered in inscriptions. What? You still want us to sign a blood oath contract? No, we can't sign a blood oath contract. If we do, we'll really become your slaves and be under your control. Instantly, the scene burst into an uproar, and many people shouted. The blood oath contract was unique to the Yuan continent. Once signed, it was the same as a blood oath that could not be violated. In this case, wouldn't they have to listen to Feng's control for the rest of their lives? How could these proud and ambitious heaven's favorites from the various continents accept this? What's with the noise? I'm telling you, you have to sign it today, even if you don't want to. Moreover, this blood oath isn't for a lifetime. It's only limited to the exploration stage of the secret realm, understand? Silver Flying Badge said, but everyone was still resentful. No one would sign. What a bunch of fucking idiots. Silver Flying Badge started to lose his patience and scolded. Do you think you are Heaven's Pride experts? Let me tell you, in the Yuan continent, you are nothing. You are just a bunch of trash. If you don't submit to young Master Feng, I guarantee that you will not have a good life in the future. Danger lurks in every corner of the Yuan continent. Ferocious beasts are everywhere. I guarantee that you won't even know how you died. If young Master Feng protects you, you will have a good cultivation environment. This was already a blatant threat. However, the power of his words was indeed strong. It made many young men hesitate. That's right. There were many experts in the Yuan continent. While there were opportunities, there was also a high level of danger. They couldn't stay in Dragon God Valley to cultivate their entire lives. They had to go out and temper themselves. If that happened, it would be really dangerous if Feng and the others did anything. Moreover, in a large sect like Dragon God Valley, having a backer was indeed much better than cultivating alone. Some of the young men were tempted. All right, I'll sign it. I'll sign it too. Finally, someone spoke up and agreed to sign the blood oath contract. Only then did a smile appear on Feng's face. This is more like it. Come up and sign. More than a dozen young men stepped forward and signed their names on the blood oath contract with their own blood. The yellow-robed young man under Feng's feet also signed the contract obediently. What about you guys? With the blood oath contract in hand, Feng walked to the young women and looked at them coldly. The young women's expressions kept changing. In the end, they gritted their teeth and signed the contract. You guys. Then Silver Flying Badge held the contract and looked at the others. They had no choice but to lower their heads. They gritted their teeth and signed the contract. Very quickly, about 50 people had signed the blood oath contract. We want to sign it. Suddenly, a deep voice rang out. Everyone looked over and found that the person who spoke was a simple and honest young man. Beside him, there were two people who looked exactly the same as this young man. The triplets. Chapter 1401. 1401. Another innate spirit body. You guys aren't signing? The smile on the Silver Flying Badge's face disappeared and was replaced by a stern look. That's right, we won't sign it. We three Ruan brothers will never be manipulated by others. One of the three brothers said, He, it seems that if I don't cripple a few people today, you'll really think that I want dare to be ruthless. Feng sneered. After saying that, Silver Flying Badge emitted a green light and a wisp of cold, killing intent. The three brothers gathered together and looked at the Silver Flying Badge cautiously. Buzz! Silver Flying Badge made his move. A blue palm print was sent toward one of their dantian. Boom! The triplets shouted at the same time. The auras on their bodies actually connected with each other. Their auras merged seamlessly and their auras rose sharply. One of them threw out a punch, and it collided with the palm of the Silver Flying Badge. With a loud explosion, Silver Flying Badge's body trembled, and he was sent flying backward. The triplets also took a few steps back at the same time. You have some skills. Feng's face turned cold. He didn't expect that the triplets' auras would be able to combine and resist his domain martial skill. Kill! Silver Flying Badge shouted and attacked the triplets again. However, the triplets stood together and exchanged a few moves with Silver Flying Badge, but the result was the same. They were evenly matched, and the Silver Flying Badge could not defeat the triplets at all. Many people's eyes lit up. The Heaven's Pride experts of the Yuan continent were powerful and had cultivated domain martial arts techniques. However, there were too many of them in the continents outside of the Yuan continent. There would always be some outrageous Heaven's favorites who could compete with the local Heaven's favorites. As long as they could resist the other party, They could skip the blood oath. After more than 10 moves, Silver Flying Badge still couldn't take down the triplets. His face turned completely cold. Buzz! A silver hook appeared in Silver Flying Badge's hand. The silver hook was covered with spikes and looked extremely dangerous. An Emperor's spiritual weapon. Silver Flying Badge finally used his Emperor's spiritual weapon. The triplets' expressions changed slightly. A shield appeared in their hands at the same time. 3 shields, 3 identical ones, and all of them were King's spiritual weapons. Buzz! Buzz! The silver hook in Xianxia's hand swept toward the triplets, but one of them blocked it with a shield. Clang! The silver hook swept against the shield, but the shield did not move at all. Clang! Clang! The silver hook in Xianxia's hand swept out like lightning, instantly sweeping out hundreds of ripples. Even the space had a slight ripple. One must know that this was the Yuan continent, where the space was extremely stable. It was extremely difficult to break open the space. To be able to cause a ripple in the space, one could see how terrifying the power was. However, the silver hooks kept hitting the shields, and the triplets were as steady as Mount Tai. In the end, even Xianxia's bloodline fusion couldn't break through the defense of the triplets. These 3 brothers are interesting. Lu Ming smiled faintly. All right, I'm done. At this moment, a cold voice sounded, which made Xianxia's heart tremble. He withdrew his bloodline and turned into a human with an ugly expression. The one who spoke was Yinfeng. What piece of trash! You can't even deal with the ants of a few savage islands. Shut up. Yinfeng stepped forward with his hands behind his back and scolded coldly. Xianxia's expression changed drastically. He glared at the triplets and stepped aside with his head lowered, not even daring to make a sound. Are you going to surrender and obediently sign the blood oath contract, or do you want me to do it myself? Yinfeng's gaze swept over the triplets. The 3 of us will never sign a contract. We won't be manipulated by others. At worst, we'll just die. One of the triplets said, while the other 2 nodded. If you want to die, it'll fulfill your wish. Yinfeng's face turned cold. A layer of silver light emanated from his body. His muscles bulged slightly, and a silver domain spread out. Boom! Yinfeng suddenly attacked. His fist glowed with a silver light as he threw a punch at the triplets. A muffled explosion sounded in the air. Block it! The triplets roared. Thump! Yinfeng's silver fist landed on the shield, causing it to shake violently. The triplets' faces changed, and they were forced to retreat. The 3 of them retreated more than a dozen steps before they could stabilize themselves. So strong. Everyone looked at Yinfeng with shock and disbelief. The strength displayed by the Silver Flying Badge was already strong enough. Ordinary Heaven's favorites of the same level couldn't even take one move from the Silver Flying Badge. However, the triplets were able to withstand Xianxia's attack. But now, the triplets were forced back a dozen steps by Yinfeng's punch. This is spirit body? An innate spirit body. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Yinfeng's physical body was actually a spirit body. Yinfeng had yet to break through to the emperor level and was only at the supreme martial artist level. As such, his spirit body was only an innate spirit body. Lu Ming thought of Di Xian of the Di family, who also had an innate spirit body and amazing combat strength. Moreover, once an innate spirit body entered the martial royal realm, it could transform and become stronger and more amazing. No wonder this Yinfeng was so arrogant. He had an innate spirit body. Not bad. To be able to take one of my punches without being defeated, it is something to be proud of for someone from a mere savage island to have such an achievement. But just now, I only used 50% of my strength. Let's see how many punches you can take from me. Yinfeng said coldly and threw another punch. Hold on. One of the triplets roared as a true dragon appeared above their heads. The 3 of them used bloodline fusion, and their shields expanded rapidly, covering the bodies of the true dragons. Thump! Yinfeng's punch once again landed on the shield, causing it to shake madly. Rings of terrifying sound waves spread out, causing some people's faces to change drastically. They were so shocked that they almost spat out blood. Bang! Bang! The triplets backed away as their dragon claws moved on the ground, blasting huge holes in the ice. If this was the Divine Ruins continent cluster, the ground within a radius of 10,000 miles would probably have exploded. The true dragon that the triplets had transformed into trembled and almost exploded. What? Infeng's face turned cold when he failed to take down the triplets with 2 consecutive punches. He felt that his dignity was being challenged. It should be my turn to break. He suddenly roared, and a pair of silver gloves appeared on his hands. Without a doubt, the silver glove was an Emperor's spiritual weapon. With his Emperor's spiritual weapon, Infeng punched out again. This time, the triplets were no longer able to withstand the impact. Their shields were sent flying, and their blood vessels collapsed. They returned to their original forms and were sent flying. They crashed into the wall of the valley and spat out large mouthfuls of blood. You can be proud of yourself for being able to take 3 of my punches. I'll give you a chance to sign the contract last. Infeng said indifferently with his hands behind his back. He then looked at Feizhong and chided, "Continue signing." "Yes, yes." Feizhong bowed and walked forward with the blood oath contract in his hand. He stared at one of the men and scolded, "Hurry up and sign." Chapter 1402. 1402. You're not even comparable to an ant. The man had no choice but to sign it. Then a few more people signed the blood oath contract. With the blood oath contract in hand, Feizhong came to Qiu Yingying and Xiu Haoshan and scolded, "Hurry up and sign." "I want to sign it." Qiu Yingying bit her red lips and said, "What?" Feizhong's face turned cold. Infeng's face was cold, and his eyes flashed with killing intent. He had personally made a move and displayed his powerful combat strength. Now, there were still people who didn't want to sign. They were completely ignoring him. "If you don't sign it, do you know the consequences?" Silver Flying Badge said coldly. "The great sovereign secret realm is full of danger. You made us sign the contract that we will be at your command in the great sovereign secret realm. We will become your chess pieces. When you encounter danger, you will let us go first and you will reap the benefits, right?" Qiu Yingying said loudly. His words caused many people's expressions to change drastically. That was indeed the case. If Infeng and the others were in danger in the great Emperor's secret realm, and they were asked to help, they would be in grave danger. At that time, they wouldn't even be able to keep their lives, let alone an opportunity. Some of the people who had signed the contract turned pale. "What did you just say? You're looking for death?" Silver Flying Badge shouted. This was their original plan. They had come here to find some scapegoats to work for them in the mystic realm. He did not expect that Qiu Yingying would directly expose him. "Although your combat strength is strong, we have so many people here. If we work together, why would we be afraid of you? Also, the seniors of Dragon God Valley have summoned us over a vast distance. We haven't entered the great Emperor's secret realm yet. I don't believe you can do anything to us," Qiu Yingying said loudly. Qiu Yingying's words made Infeng, Feizhong, and the other two's faces turn ugly. "Bitch, don't think that I don't dare to touch you. You're just an ant. Even if I kill you, what can I do? Die." Silver Flying Badge shouted angrily, and he threw a palm at Qiu Yingying. Qiu Yingying's expression changed as she hurriedly retreated. However, the Silver Flying Badge was extremely fast, like a green lightning bolt. It quickly blasted towards Qiu Yingying. "Little sister, no." Xiu Hao cried out. He wanted to help, but it was too late. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of Qiu Yingying and threw a punch. Bang! This figure's punch collided with Silver Flying Badge's palm, and Silver Flying Badge was forced to take a few steps back. "Lu Ming! Brother Lu!" Qiu Yingying and Xiu Hao exclaimed in shock. The figure that suddenly appeared in front of Qiu Yingying was naturally Lu Ming. Previously, Lu Ming had not made a move, because there was no need for him to do so. He didn't know anyone else at the scene, so why should he make a move? However, now that Qiu Yingying was involved, Lu Ming had no choice but to take action. "Brat, you dare to attack me?" The Silver Flying Badge glared at Lu Ming coldly. "You dare? Who do you think you are? Why would I not dare? What a joke." Lu Ming smiled faintly. Hearing this, Yin Fizhang's expression froze for a moment. Then he revealed a ferocious killing intent and shouted, "Die!" The silver hook reappeared in his hand, and he swept it toward Lu Ming. He decided to kill Lu Ming as a warning to others. Get lost! 9 streams of dragon power burst forth as he activated the prison-suppressing heavenly art and punched out. Boom! The terrifying fist force exploded with an ear-piercing sound, shaking the void. Silver Flying Badge's expression changed drastically. He felt a terrible force rushing toward him with an unstoppable force. His body trembled violently, and he was sent flying backward. Bang! Silver Flying Badge's body hit the ice wall, and he spat out a mouthful of blood with the sound of bones breaking. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A series of gasps rang out in the venue. Many people were dumbfounded as they looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming had actually injured the Silver Flying Badge with one punch. Just now, the Silver Flying Badge's combat strength was obvious to all. It was definitely powerful. It had cultivated a domain-type martial arts technique and far exceeded the prodigies of the same level. However, it could not even withstand one move from Lu Ming. The contrast was too great. It turned out that there was such a powerful person among them. Xiao Ying and Xiao Hao were also dumbfounded, as expected of a person who has awakened the bloodline of the 9 dragons. Xiao Ying's beautiful eyes flashed with a crystal light. "Ah, brat, I'm going to kill you." The Silver Flying Badge roared and struggled to get up. Buzz! However, a figure flashed, and Lu Ming appeared in front of Silver Flying Badge. He grabbed Silver Flying Badge's throat and slammed him against the ice wall. Boom! The ice wall made a violent sound. Silver Flying Badge was like a toad that was hit by a brick. It let out a strange scream, and blood flowed out of its mouth and nose. "What are you shouting for? Do you really think you're strong? You're the one who calls others trash and ants. In my eyes, you're the ant," Lu Ming said indifferently. The Silver Flying Badge struggled desperately in Lu Ming's hands, but it was as helpless as a weak little chick. "You think you're superior? You're just born in the Yuan continent and have cultivated the domain martial technique. Apart from the domain martial technique, who else here is worse than you?" Lu Ming continued. This made many people clench their fists, and their confidence, which had been hit hard, returned. That's right, the Silver Flying Badge only cultivated a domain technique. Its talent might not be better than theirs. In the future, if they also practiced and comprehended martial arts techniques, how could they be worse than the Silver Flying Badge? It was just a temporary advantage. These people were the top geniuses of their respective continents. They had tough minds and quickly regained their confidence. "Release him." At this moment, an extremely cold voice came from behind Lu Ming. It was Yin Feng. At this moment, Yin Feng's body was covered in a layer of silver light. Even his eyes were flashing with silver light. A bone-piercing killing intent was emitted from his body. Lu Ming clasped Yin Fizhang's neck and turned to look at Yin Feng with a faint smile. "You're quite bold, and your combat strength is not bad. However, since you've been so arrogant the moment you came to Dragon God Valley, you'll have a miserable ending," Yin Feng said coldly. He looked at Lu Ming as if he was looking at a dead man. "Arrogant? So you're saying that I'm going to be bullied by you, and I can't even resist. If I resist, it's called arrogance. Is it the logic of a pig?" Lu Ming sneered. Yin Feng's face turned even colder, and his killing intent was bone-chilling. "From the moment you said those words, you're dead. No one can save you." "Oh, was it? I don't know how many people have said this to me since I started cultivating, but in the end, they all became dead fish. I hope you won't be the next one." Lu Ming sneered. "Don't compare me to those ants you've met," Yin Feng said. In my eyes, you're not even as good as an ant. Also, there's no need to keep this blood oath contract." Lu Ming threw the Silver Flying Badge far away and held the blood oath contract in his hand. "You dare?" Yin Feng shouted. "I'm so scared." Lu Ming sneered. His essential core burst forth and the blood oath contract turned into ashes. Chapter 1403. 1403 Chapter 1403 Crushing Yinfeng. You're looking for death. Yinfeng roared, and his entire person seemed to have turned into a ball of silver light as he charged towards Lu Ming. Boom! He threw a punch, and a silver fist force was aimed at Lu Ming's head. Lu Ming, be careful! From behind, Xianxia called out worriedly. Lu Ming smiled and threw a punch. Bang! The two fists met, and like a thunderclap, the entire valley was filled with a violent roar. A figure was forced to retreat. Every step he took left a huge pit in the ground. It was Yinfeng. The person who retreated was Yinfeng. Kill! Yinfeng was pushed back by the attack. He howled into the sky, and his body was covered in silver light, as if he had turned into a silver person. The power of his territory and spirit body was activated to the extreme. He put on the pair of emperor gloves again and threw a punch at Lu Ming. So strong. The power of this punch made the others turn pale with fright as they felt a powerful shock. Yinfeng was too strong. They felt that if they were in his place, they would not even have bones left when they faced Yinfeng's punch. He is indeed very strong. This was Lu Ming's thought. Lu Ming felt that Yinfeng was stronger than Di Xian, whom he had encountered before. However, what did Lu Ming have to fear? The early stage of the Chaos Realm covered his fist. He punched out, and the shadow of the prison-suppressing steel flashed on his fist. Boom! The two fists met for the second time. A blinding light burst out from where the two of them were standing. Everyone's eyes were wide open as they stared at the two of them. Who would win? Bang! The light exploded, and a figure was sent flying far away, hitting the ice wall of the valley. It's Yinfeng. It's him. He's lost. The scene was in an uproar. How is that possible? How is this possible? On the side, the other young man who came with Yinfeng and Yin Feizhong widened their eyes in disbelief. They felt as if they were dreaming and could not believe what was happening. Yinfeng was a famous heaven's favorite in Dragon God Valley. He had an innate spirit body and unparalleled combat strength. There were not many who could match him in the same level. But now, he had been defeated by people from a mere savage island. Furthermore, it was a crushing defeat. How could a person from a deserted island be so strong? Kill. I'm going to tear you apart. Yinfeng had gone completely mad. A silver true dragon appeared above his head. Yinfeng performed the bloodline fusion and turned into a silver true dragon that pounced at Lu Ming madly. Is it useful to go crazy? Lu Ming sneered. He soared into the sky and punched out with both fists. Boom! Boom! The primal chaos domain, weighing hundreds of millions of caddies, struck the silver true dragon. The silver dragon roared and rolled in the sky. However, after a few moves, the body of the silver dragon trembled and cracks appeared before it exploded. Within the silver light, Yinfeng's main body appeared. 9 dragons trampling the heavens. Lu Ming looked down from above and took 9 steps. All 9 steps landed on Yinfeng's face, leaving 9 shoe prints. Yinfeng's body crashed heavily onto the ground, and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. How do you feel about being stepped on the face by the ant you speak of? Lu Ming said coldly. His words made Yinfeng's chest tighten, and he spat out another mouthful of blood. His aura was extremely weak. He was furious. Yinfeng's entire body seemed to be burning with anger and was filled with crazy killing intent. He had actually been stepped on by an ant. If this matter were spread, he would definitely become the laughingstock of Dragon God Valley and be ridiculed by his competitors. All of this was due to his defeat to Lu Ming. He could not wait to tear Lu Ming into pieces. Now get lost, Lu Ming said coldly. If this place wasn't Dragon God Valley, you wouldn't have let Yinfeng leave. He would have killed him and left no one alive. However, this was Dragon God Valley. Lu Ming had just arrived here. Moreover, Yinfeng's background was definitely not simple. If Lu Ming killed Yinfeng in front of everyone, he would definitely face revenge and be in danger. Therefore, Lu Ming let Yinfeng go. Bastard, just you wait, just you wait. After Yinfeng said that, he left with Yin Feizhong and the others. Lu Ming, you've offended Yinfeng. I'm afraid he'll take revenge on you. Xianxia walked over and said worriedly, "It's fine. I didn't kill Infeng. I only injured him. It's a fight between peers. The elders won't be so shameless as to take revenge. They'll only take revenge between peers. They'll be more careful among peers. It should be fine." Lu Ming smiled faintly. "Ha, I'm finally fine. The blood oath contract has been torn. Not far away." Laughter could be heard. Those who had signed the blood oath contract were even more ecstatic. As the blood oath contract had been torn apart by Lu Ming, it naturally had no effect. However, when they looked at Lu Ming, fear flashed in their eyes. No one came over to thank him. They thought of Infeng. Since Lu Ming had offended Infeng would definitely take revenge in the future. If they were too close to Lu Ming, they would be implicated. Their eyes flickered and they chose to stay away from Lu Ming, returning to their respective cave abodes. "These people are truly ungrateful," Xianxia said hatefully. Lu Ming smiled and did not mind. This was human nature. Lu Ming had helped them just now and prevented them from being enslaved by Infeng. Perhaps he could save their lives in the great emperor's secret realm. However, these people simply ignored all these. Compared to facing Yinfeng's revenge, they ignored Lu Ming's kindness and chose to stay away from him. Humans were just that realistic sometimes. "Brother, thank you for your help." At this moment, the triplets walked over and one of them thanked Lu Ming. The other two cupped their fists. "No need to be so polite. May I know how to address the three of you?" Lu Ming smiled. Lu Ming admired the triplets' unyielding character. "I'm the boss, and my name is Yuan Tian. He's the second brother, Yuan Di, and the second brother, Yuan Ren. The two of them can't speak." Yuan Tian introduced. "You can't speak?" Lu Ming, Xiaoying, Xiao Hao, and the rest were stunned. It was rare to see a martial arts powerhouse who could not speak. This was because martial arts powerhouses had powerful bodies and had incredible control over their bodies. The chronic diseases of mortals were no problem for martial arts powerhouses at all. Therefore, mute was somewhat inconceivable to martial Dao powerhouses. The few of them chatted for a while more before returning to their cave abodes. The Ruan brothers needed to go back and heal their injuries. As for Lu Ming, he returned to his cave abode and continued cultivating. Now, the embryonic form of the chaos realm was getting closer and closer to the limit. Lu Ming believed that he would be able to cultivate to the limit before entering the great emperor's secret realm. That way, he would be able to break through to the emperor realm and seize the initiative. Chapter 1404. 1404 Saint Stage expert in the vast snow mountain. Within a cave, Long Yuan Mountain was standing respectfully in front of an old man. "Yuan Shan, did you really meet a heaven's favorite who got a primordial chaos token in the Divine Ruins Continent group?" The old man said, "Yes, Master. I wanted to report to you as soon as I came back, but Master has been in seclusion, so I waited until now to report." Long Yuan Shan said respectfully, "Well, it's really good to get a mixed energy token in such a remote place. He has endless potential. Only one person in Dragon God Valley has a mixed energy token." The old man smiled warmly. "Master, not only that, the bloodline that little guy awakened is the bloodline of the 9 dragons." Long Yuan Mountain said. "Oh." The old man's brows rose in surprise. "Master, that little guy is called Lu Ming. I've heard about him in the Divine Ruins Continent group. He's a man who values relationships. He's such a good man with a good character. Master, do you want to take him in as your disciple?" Long Yuan Mountain said. Hee, there's no rush. It still depends on fate to acknowledge a master. It can't be forced. Everything is up to fate." The old man smiled. "Yes, Master." Long Yuan Shan bowed. "Yes, Yuan Shan. You didn't tell anyone about Lu Ming obtaining the mixed element token, did you?" The old man asked. "No, only my master knows about it in Dragon God Valley." Long Yuan Mountain said. "Well, then don't tell anyone about it yet. His cultivation level is still low. If this gets out, he'll be in trouble," the old man instructed. Long Yuan Shan naturally nodded his head. "Long Shan, you have to cultivate well too. Try to break through to the Saint Realm. If you don't enter the Saint Realm, you won't be able to achieve great things. The old man's tone changed. Thank you for your advice, Master. I will work harder and break through to the Saint Realm. Long Yuanshan nodded. Go. The old man waved his hand. The following days were very peaceful. Yinfeng did not come to find trouble. Lu Ming was happy to be idle and cultivated in peace. A few months passed by in a flash. The day to enter the great emperor's secret realm had arrived. After a few months of cultivation, Lu Ming's embryonic form of the chaos domain had been cultivated to its limit 2 months ago. During this period of time, he had been polishing his foundation, allowing his cultivation to reach a state of perfect harmony. As for the other heaven's favorites, they had all made great progress. Here, the cultivation environment was too good, and one's cultivation progress was very fast. Most of the people had already stepped into the supreme level. Only a small number of them remained at the great circle of the spiritual God stage. Thump, thump, boom. On this day, the summoning drum sounded again. When they walked out of the cave, Long Yuanchuan was waiting for them. All right, the great emperor's secret realm is about to open. Your test and your opportunity have arrived. Now follow me. After saying that, Long Yuanchuan stepped into the air and left. Everyone followed. They flew out of the huge valley and came to a huge square. There were already many people waiting in the square. There were more than 1,000 people gathered together. At a glance, they were all young people, and most of them had the cultivation of supreme martial artists. They are the same as you. They are the disciples recruited by the Dragon God Valley from various continents. They will also enter the great emperor's secret realm together. Long Yuanchuan said as they landed on the square. So many people. Everyone was shocked. At a glance, there were no less than 10,000 people. Furthermore, people were still coming in. These were the top talents of the continents. Dragon God Valley had recruited so many people. However, when Lu Ming thought of the map of the entire primordial realm, he felt at ease. Outside the Yuan continent, in the vast ocean, there were too many continents like the divine wilderness continent. Recruiting tens of thousands of top heaven's favorites is nothing. It's just a drop in the bucket. People kept flying over. In the end, there were about 20,000 people. Buzz, buzz, and NBSB whoosh. Suddenly, a large number of figures flew over from the vast snow mountain. There were a few thousand of them, and they were all young men. Furthermore, they were all supreme martial artists. However, these people did not land together with Lu Ming and the rest. Instead, they landed above the square. As soon as they landed, they looked at Lu Ming and the rest with all kinds of eyes. Some were curious, some were disdainful, some were cold, and some were disdainful. There were all kinds of gazes. Yinfeng. Lu Ming's gaze swept across the crowd, and he saw Yinfeng. Lu Ming finally understood. The thousands of people who came out later were the local talents of Dragon God Valley. Yinfeng, I heard that a few months ago, you were defeated by a country bumpkin from Savage Island. He even stepped on your face 9 times. Is that true? A red-robed young man walked towards Yinfeng and asked with a cold smile. Chiku, I don't need you to care about my matters. Yinfeng said with a cold face. Don't need me to care? Ha! Yinfeng, you're really a piece of trash. You can't even defeat a country bumpkin from Savage Island and got stomped on 9 times in a row. How embarrassing. Besides, it's fine if you're embarrassing yourself, but you're embarrassing the people of Dragon God Valley as well. Why don't I care? The red-robed youth Chi mocked. On the side, the others also revealed mocking smiles. Detestable. Yinfeng gritted his teeth, and his face revealed a ferocious killing intent. It was all that Lu Ming's fault, that country bumpkin. If it wasn't for him, how would he be ridiculed by Chi Ko? In the past few months, he had been ridiculed a lot. He could not wait to tear Lu Ming into 1,000 pieces. That bastard, I must kill him. Yinfeng roared in his heart. His gaze swept through the crowd and landed on Lu Ming. Lu Ming seemed to sense Yinfeng's gaze and looked back at him, revealing a disdainful smile. Buzz. At this moment, an old man suddenly appeared in the sky above the square. Lu Ming did not know how the elder appeared. It was as if he had been standing there before. The old man had a tall and sturdy figure, and his long beard fluttered in the wind. However, he looked very ordinary, just like an ordinary person. However, he casually stood in the air and attracted everyone's attention. It was as if the old man was the entire world. This aura, Lu Ming's pupils contracted sharply. This elder's temperament gave him a very familiar feeling. He thought of the profound sky saint. The temperament of the two was very similar. A saint. Lu Ming was certain that this was a martial saint. A martial saint. This was the first time Lu Ming had seen a living martial saint. He could not help but release his spiritual sense. However, the next moment, his body trembled, and he quickly retracted his spiritual sense. When he used his spiritual sense to scan, he seemed to see a world appearing in front of him. A terrifying pressure was acting on his heart. If he didn't withdraw his spiritual sense quickly and the other party didn't have any hostility, his soul spirit would have been injured just now. He was too strong. Is this the power of a sage? I'm afraid that if you want to kill me, you can kill me with just a breath, right? Lu Ming sighed in his heart. Chapter 1405. 1405, Chapter 1405, Emperor Song. Above the martial emperor was the martial saint. Martial saints were also known as saints and saints. A human saint was unbelievably powerful. With a single thought, he could overturn rivers and seas. He was much more powerful than a martial emperor. They were on a completely different level. Furthermore, the martial saint realm was completely different from the other realms. In the cultivation of martial arts, from the martial warrior realm to the martial emperor realm, there were 9 major realms. Each realm was divided into 9 heavens. However, a martial saint was completely different. The martial saint realm was further divided into 3 stages, which are the bright saint stage, the great saint stage, and the absolute saint stage. Each realm was divided into 4 levels: initial, upper, peak, and perfection. The span between each realm was extremely large. The 3 realms were collectively called the martial sage realm. Above it was the martial sovereign realm, also known as the great sovereign realm. It was said that the martial emperor realm was different from the martial saint realm. He just didn't know what realm the old man in front of him was at. Buzz, buzz, and NBSB whoosh. As soon as the old man appeared, Long Yuan Xuan and the others flew up into the sky. There were 20 of them, and they all greeted the old man. This subordinate pays his respects to Elder Hong. And the tall and sturdy old man nodded and waved his hand. Long Yuan Xuan and the others stood behind him respectfully. Then, Elder Hong's gaze swept across the entire place. Everyone felt an invisible pressure pressing down on their bodies. They immediately stood up straight and looked solemn. Even those local young men who were extremely arrogant, they still stood obediently and respectfully in the eyes of Elder Hong. I believe everyone already knows our goal this time, Elder Hong said, his voice loud and clear, ringing in everyone's ears. Here, I would like to emphasize a few points. First, we are entering the Great Emperor's secret realm, and the Great Emperor is Emperor Tsong. Elder Hong announced. Many people were shocked. What? It's actually Emperor Tsong? I thought it was a secret realm left behind by a great emperor from a long time ago. I didn't expect it to be Emperor Tsong. There were many discussions at the scene, and the loudest were the local young men, because Emperor Tsong's reputation was too great. Whether it was Dragon God Valley or the Tianxian sect, they were all located in the Tsong region. As the name suggested, the name of the Tsong region came from Emperor Tsong. 60,000 years ago, Emperor Tsong was the ruler of the Azure continent. He was the only great emperor of the Azure continent. However, 60,000 years ago, Emperor Tsong suddenly disappeared without a trace. It was said that Emperor Tsong had already fallen. As for how he had died, no one knew. Emperor Tsong disappeared, and the Azure continent no longer had any emperors. Now, it had created a situation where heroes fought for supremacy. And this time, the great emperor's secret realm was actually Emperor Tsong's. This was beyond everyone's expectations. This time, you'll be entering the Emperor Tsong's mystic realm. It is not only a test, but also a training experience. It is also your chance. When you come out of the mystic realm, you will become official disciples of Dragon God Valley. Also, you can use the treasures you have obtained in the mystic realm. If you need them, you can keep them for yourself. The sect will not force you to hand them over. If you feel that you can't use it, you can hand over some high-grade treasures or secret techniques to the sect. The sect will definitely compensate you with ori rocks or treasures of equivalent value. Elder Hong's words made everyone's hearts burn. Dragon God Valley would not force anyone to hand over the treasures in the Great Emperor's secret realm. It was a voluntary matter. If they were willing to hand over the treasures, they would do so. The sect would compensate them accordingly. This condition was too generous and shocking. What he got was his own. Lu Ming was secretly impressed. This was also one of the strategies of the Dragon God Valley. In this way, everyone would try their best to find the treasure, because what they obtained would be their own. If the Dragon God Valley sect had given the order to hand over all the treasures they had obtained, no one would risk their lives to search for treasures. At most, they would find a place to hide and pass the assessment when they came out. In any case, these young men would be disciples of Dragon God Valley in the future. The more fortuitous encounters they had, the more Dragon God Valley would benefit in the future. The second point. Elder Hong's voice rang out again, and the entire place fell silent. Secondly, this time, the 13 top sects of the Azure continent will send a large number of disciples in. The competition will be intense. Therefore, the disciples of Dragon God Valley must unite against the outsiders. Do you understand? Yes, Elder. Everyone responded loudly. All right, then follow me. Elder Hong waved his hand, and a battleship appeared in the sky. The moment it appeared, it grew rapidly, becoming 100 miles long. Everyone flew onto the warship. Although there were more than 20,000 people, it was still very spacious on the 100-mile-long warship. Let's go! Let's go! Elder Hong shouted, and the warship broke through the sky and disappeared into the horizon. In the Yuan continent, due to the stability of the space, it was much more difficult to use a transfer array. It was not that there was no transfer array, but the price to use it was extremely high. Therefore, they usually used external objects, such as warships of various sizes and puppets, to travel. Elder Hong's warship was a large one. The battleship tore through the air at an astonishing speed. Furthermore, it only needed to be activated by rough stones to keep flying without any need to rest. A few days later, the warship stopped above a barbaric mountain range. Everyone got out of the warship and stood in the air. Elder Hong waved his hand and kept the battleship. In, the crowd looked around and found that there was someone else besides Dragon God Valley. People from the other sects had already arrived. It's the Heaven God sect and the Jiuxiao Sword sect. There's also the Heaven Seat King. The local youths could tell with a single glance which force these people belonged to. Of the 13 top powers of the Azure continent, 5 or 6 had already arrived. The Heavenly God sect. Lu Ming's gaze shifted to the east. The Xianxia sect was located in the east. It was densely packed with tens of thousands of people. The number was double that of the Dragon God Valley. The Dragon God Valley had a higher requirement for bloodline. One needed to awaken the bloodline of the true dragon or the flood dragon. However, the cultivation of the Xianxia sect was more complex. So many bloodlines could join. Fortunately, Lu Ming's eyesight was very good. He saw a few familiar faces among the tens of thousands of people in the deity sect. Eden, Ziwuji, Bing Kong, and Ji Hongqian. However, she didn't see Xianxia. Lu Ming looked at the people of the Heavenly God sect. Many people from the Heavenly God sect were also looking in their direction. This time, the Holy Maiden Yinjuan told us that she has enemies in Dragon God Valley and the Tianyu demonic sect. She asked us to help her deal with them. In the Tianxia sect, a young man with a flame mark between his eyebrows said, "Of course, since the Holy Maiden has spoken, those few ants will naturally be dealt with." Another young man sneered. At the mention of the Holy Maiden, their eyes could not help but reveal adoration and deep respect. Xianxia, the Holy Virgin of the Tianxia sect, was definitely a legendary figure. He was just from a wild island. After entering the deity's sect, he was chosen by the great elder of the deity's sect and was accepted as a personal disciple. Furthermore, he revealed his outstanding talent, which shocked the entire deity sect. Chapter 1406. 1406. Inside the tomb. Later on, Xianxia was conferred the title of saintess by the Xianxian sect, and his status was revered. Since her cultivation had already broken through to the martial royal realm, she could not enter the great emperor's secret realm. Hence, she had asked a few heaven's favorite from the Xianxian sect to enter the great emperor's secret realm and help her deal with a few strong enemies. How could they refuse to serve the holy maiden? Bing Kong, Eden, Ziwuji, you all came from the same continent as the saintess. Who was the person the saintess asked to kill? The young man with the flame mark on his forehead looked at Bing Kong, Eden, Ziwuji, and Xianxia. The expressions of the four people changed slightly. Eden and Xianxia both remained silent. Senior brother Lu, it's that one. Bing Kong pointed at Lu Ming's position. Oh, it's that kid. The young man with the flame mark between his brows and some other young men all looked at Lu Ming. Xianxia's face revealed a trace of worry. This kid is mine. The young man with the flame mark on his forehead said casually. Lu Yin, that might not be the case. It's not that easy to win the saint's favor. That kid can be killed at any time. ITLL, all depend on our luck. Whoever meets him in the great emperor's secret realm is lucky. The other young man sneered. Let's see who's lucky. The young man with the flame mark on his forehead snorted. In the crowd of Dragon God Valley, Lu Ming naturally saw the scene where Bing Kong pointed at him. However, Lu Ming did not care. It was fine if these people did not provoke him. If they were courting death, he did not mind sending them on their way. Buzz. In the distance, another large sect had arrived. As time passed, more and more powerful forces and sects arrived. The number of people at the scene grew. A few hours later, a total of 13 sects and powers arrived. These 13 sects were the 13 most powerful forces in the Azure continent. Each force had more than 20,000 people. In total, they had more than 300,000 people. In other words, there would be more than 300,000 people entering the great emperor's secret realm this time. It was a huge number. These people were all top heaven's favorites from the various continents. Every force had a saint realm expert leading them. The 13 saints stood in the air and waited silently. Soon, night fell, and a moon appeared in the sky. Blood moon. This moon was actually blood red. A ray of blood-red moonlight scattered from the blood moon. Buzz. At this moment, a wave-like ripple appeared in the sky. At this moment, the eyes of the 13 saints lit up, and they released a shocking aura. Buzz. Buzz. And MBSB whoosh. The 13 saints stepped forward and appeared where the ripples were. Attention! We are now opening the entrance to the great emperor's secret realm. One of the sages said. The 13 saints' auras were so powerful that it was as if 13 worlds had appeared there. At the same time, the 13 of them made their moves. 13 rainbow lights of different colors flew forward and gathered together. Open! The 13 saints shouted. Boom! Boom! A muffled boom resounded between heaven and earth. The void cracked open, and a huge object appeared. At first, it was blurry, but slowly, it became clearer and clearer. That's Lu Ming's pupils constricted. What appeared in the void was actually a tomb, a huge tomb. It was incomparably huge, even bigger than a mountain range, and its energy was 1,000,000 feet high. Countless people were shocked. Was this the great emperor's secret realm, or was this the great emperor's tomb? The great emperor's secret realm was the great emperor's tomb? Boom! With a final boom, the huge tomb completely appeared in the sky. It was as high as the sky. Lu Ming had never seen such a majestic and huge grave. Boom! 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 When the tomb appeared, the huge gravestone in front of it moved. As he slowly moved towards the first rank, some of the more timid people took a deep breath and couldn't help but take a few steps back. The gravestone moved and finally opened completely, revealing the pitch-black darkness inside. This, could this be the entrance to the great emperor's secret realm? Someone said, his voice trembling. If it was a normal tomb, no one would be afraid, but this involved a great emperor, so it was a little creepy. That's right. This is the entrance. Hurry up and enter. If you're too late, the gravestone will close. One of the sages said. It really was. Some people's hearts tightened. Ha ha, isn't it just a tomb? What cowards. Someone laughed and flew over first. Buzz. And NBSB whoosh. Then more people flew in. Let's go. More than 20,000 people from Dragon God Valley flew toward the entrance of the tomb in unison. Lu Ming followed the crowd and flew in. The entrance to the tomb was huge, and it could accommodate many people at the same time. Soon, everyone flew into the tomb. Boom, boom, boom. After everyone flew into the tomb, the gravestone rumbled and automatically closed. It was pitch black inside the tomb. One couldn't even see one's fingers. Even if everyone's cultivation was high, they could still see in the night. But here, they couldn't see anything at all, and they were plunged into darkness. Who? The next moment, someone condensed a flame, and only then did the tomb have a trace of dim light. A ball of flame appeared in Lu Ming's hand as well. He could barely see the area within a radius of tens of meters. Brother Lu. Xiao Ying's voice was heard as she walked towards Lu Ming. Besides Xiao Ying, Qiu Hao was also there. Young Lady Qiu, Brother Qiu. Lu Ming greeted the two people. Heaven Seek King's people, gather here. People of the Heavenly God sect, gather here. People of Dragon God Valley, come here. In the darkness, a series of voices sounded as the disciples of the 13 forces began to gather. In such an environment, they would only feel safe when they gathered together. Lu Ming and the other two also headed in the direction of Dragon God Valley. There seemed to be many forks in the road. Xiao Ying's eyes swept around. At this time, many people condensed flames, holy light, and the like. Countless bright lights, like stars in the night sky, illuminated this space. They found that they were now in a huge stone room. This stone room was extremely huge and was more than enough to accommodate hundreds of thousands of people. Around the stone room, there were many huge passages. There were no markings at the entrance of the passage, so no one knew where these passages led to. Heaven Seek King's disciples were going this way. Disciples of the Heavenly God sect, over here. In the end, the 13 forces each chose a passage. The people of Dragon God Valley chose the passage on the left and moved forward carefully. The passageway was wide and spacious. It was not crowded at all, even when tens of thousands of people walked together. However, everyone was very careful. In this strange environment, no one dared to be careless. Chapter 1407. 1407 Chapter 1407 Narrow escape soon. Everyone had traveled more than 100 miles. However, this passageway seemed to have no end. It was shockingly long, and they had yet to reach the end. The walls here seemed to be covered with inscriptions. Xiao Ying said softly. Lu Ming scanned the room. Indeed, the walls here were covered with inscriptions. These inscriptions had a strange structure and were combined in a very strange way. It looked very strange. Furthermore, the inscriptions didn't seem to have any abnormalities at all. It was as if too much time had passed, and they had lost their spirituality. Brother Lu, be careful. Suddenly, Xiao Ying exclaimed. At this moment, Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Without thinking, he moved a few meters to the side. Buzz! A wisp of strange blackthorn pierced the place where Lu Ming had been standing just now. Whoosh! Whoosh! Following that, more black stingers were aimed at Lu Ming, Xiao Ying, and Xiao Hao. Be careful! Lu Ming's body flashed and dodged the black spikes. Xiao Ying and Xiao Hao also dodged the attacks, but they seemed to be in a sorry state. Despicable! It's Yin Feng. Xiao Ying glared at the front. Lu Ming naturally saw it too. In front of him, Yin Feng stood under the wall with his palm pressed against the wall. There was a fluorescent flash. The blackthorn just now was shot out from the wall that Yin Feng's palm was pressed against. Feng had used a special method to activate the inscriptions on the wall to attack them. You guys are lucky. Feng sneered. His figure flashed and disappeared into the darkness. Despicable. Before the Sage Realm Elder came in, he warned us to unite, but Feng tried to kill us in secret. Xiao Ying gritted her teeth. Despicable. Xiao Hao also said hatefully. It had been very dangerous just now. They felt that those strange black thorns were extremely terrifying. If they had been stabbed, they would have been in grave danger. A cold glint flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. He did not say much. After that, the group became more careful and continued forward. After traveling for about 100 miles, there was gradually light in front, and it was no longer pitch black. The pressure in everyone's heart finally eased a little. After walking for a while, everyone stopped. That was because a deep abyss had appeared in front of them. The abyss blocked the way. On the abyss, there were 10 bridges that led to the other side. However, in front of the abyss, there was a stone tablet with 4 words written on it: 9 deaths and 1 life. 10 bridges corresponded to 9 deaths and 1 life. What did that mean? Did this mean that out of the 10 bridges, 9 were dead ends and 1 was a way out? But how was he going to get through this? Which way was the way out? What do we do? Someone said, isn't this simple? Find 10 people and we'll know once we try. A cold voice rang out from the crowd. It was Feng. Everyone was shocked. Finding 10 people to try this method was very simple, but 9 of them would die. Those who tried it would only have a slim chance of survival. Who would be willing to try? Going there would mean death. Isn't that simple? You, and you get up there. Feng pointed at 10 people. Among them were Lu Ming, Xiao Ying, Xiao Hao, and the Ruan triplets. Why should I go up and try? Impossible. You could go if you want to. One of the people who was called out shouted. What are you shouting for? Lowly ants from Savage Island. Our Dragon God Valley crossed an endless distance to summon you here and let you enter the great Emperor's secret realm, giving you the chance to obtain supreme opportunities. Are you not going to do anything? Now, it's time for you to contribute. Feng coldly laughed. That's right. Hurry up and go up. With your strength, this is all you can do. Otherwise, what are you doing here? Are you just freeloading? Another young man beside Feng sneered. No, I'm not going. The young man shouted and shook his head in refusal. You're looking for death. Feng's eyes turned cold. His figure suddenly appeared beside the young man, and he threw a punch. Bang! The young man's body was sent flying far away. He spat out a large mouthful of blood, and his aura was extremely weak. No, we'll kill you now. Feng's eyes were as cold as lightning as he swept his gaze over Lu Ming and the rest. Idiot! Lu Ming pursed his lips. Lu Ming did not lower his voice, and his voice could be heard from afar. What did you just say? Feng glared at Lu Ming. Not only are they stupid, but they also have bad ears. Lu Ming cast a disdainful glance at Feng. Kid, it's time for you to contribute to Dragon God Valley. Do you want to make so many people wait for you? If you let the other sex get the first move, can you bear the responsibility? Feng shouted. The other local young men sneered as they watched. The other young men from the overseas continent looked on coldly. To them, it was the best for Lu Ming to go up. At least they did not have to take the risk. If Lu Ming did not go, what if Feng found them? Since you want to contribute so much to Dragon God Valley, why don't you do it yourself? Wouldn't it be more efficient? Lu Ming said calmly. Who do you think you are? Can your life be compared to mine? Feng shouted coldly. Feng, why are you wasting time with him? If you're not going up, just throw him up. The young man who had spoken to Feng earlier said coldly. At the same time, he strode toward Lu Ming. Brat, I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. Do you want to go on your own? Or do you want me to throw you over? The young man was dressed in a purple robe. He had a cold expression on his face as he tried to grab Lu Ming. Throw it over. I think that's a good idea. Lu Ming sneered. The early stage of the Chaos Realm enveloped his body, and he threw a punch at the purple-robed young man. Boom! The purple-robed young man's body trembled violently, and blood spurted out of his mouth. Just as he was about to be sent flying by Lu Ming, Lu Ming took a step forward and slapped the purple-robed young man across the face. "Ha!" The crisp sound of slap was heard, and the purple-robed young man's body fell heavily to the ground. The sound of bones breaking could be heard. It was unknown what the ground was made of, but it was unbelievably hard and indestructible. The purple-robed young man lay on the ground, wailing like a dead dog. "Brat, you're bold, impudent. How dare you hurt people? Ants from the wilderness. You're courting death." Lu Ming had beaten the purple-robed young man half to death with one move, shocking everyone. Then, the dozen local young men shouted one by one, their bodies emitting cold, killing intent. Their figures flashed, and they surrounded Lu Ming. In their eyes, a mere ant from a desolate island dared to attack them. He was really courting death. "It seems that we have enough people to try 10 bridges." Lu Ming sneered. "What did you just say? Big words, Dai." One of the young men shouted and charged at Lu Ming. The next moment, bang! Lu Ming's punch landed on his dantian. He let out a shrill scream and lay on the ground, unable to move. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Ah, ah, ah. Following that, Lu Ming cast the wind element technique and his body flashed. The scene was filled with screams. Then, the dozen or so young men who wanted to besiege Lu Ming all lay on the ground, wailing in pain. Chapter 1408. 1408, Chapter 1408. Throw them all over at the scene. Everyone was stunned. Lu Ming had very strong combat abilities. Those young men were the local elites of Dragon God Valley. Each of them had cultivated a domain-level martial arts technique. Their combat strength was much stronger than those of the overseas continent. However, these people were unable to fight back at all in the hands of Lu Ming. He crushed them like dried weeds. Most of the local young people were also dumbfounded. A small number of people had serious expressions. Infeng. After taking care of more than 10 people, Lu Ming looked at Infeng. Buzz. Lu Ming moved and strode toward Infeng. Enough! A cold shout rang out. A young man with a cold expression appeared beside Infeng and looked at Lu Ming coldly. Enough? Who do you think you are? Get lost! Lu Ming shouted coldly. The other party's eyes darkened. You've dealt such a heavy blow to your fellow sect members. I don't think there's a need for you to stay in Dragon God Valley. Now you have no share of this secret realm. Go back. Get lost. Lu Ming's answer was even simpler this time. It was only one word. You're courting death. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you have some strength. He'll let you know what true strength is. The other party spoke coldly, and a dragon's roar sounded from his body. Roar. Then the young man exhaled. His voice was like a dragon's roar. He bent his fingers like claws and clawed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming felt as if he had seen a real dragon that was trying to grab him. Innate spirit body. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. As soon as this young man attacked, Lu Ming could sense that this person was the same as Infeng. He also had an innate spirit body. Moreover, it was a special kind of dragon body. Boom! When the young man made his move, a terrifying force was emitted from Lu Ming's back. It was Infeng. He actually took the opportunity to launch a sneak attack on Lu Ming. You're looking for death. He did not panic at all in the face of the attacks. With a sway of his body, he dodged the claw in front of him and twisted his body to strike at Infeng. Infeng's expression changed. He did not expect Lu Ming to react so quickly. He wanted to retreat, but it was too late. Bang! Lu Ming's palm landed on his fist, causing him to tremble and stagger backward. Lu Ming activated the embryonic form of the Chaos Domain and cast the prison-suppressing heavenly art, attacking Infeng like a storm. Let's attack together and kill this man. This man is lawless. Infeng roared. However, other than the young man from before, the others did not make a move. In Dragon God Valley, the competition was very fierce. Many local disciples were competitors with Infeng, and they were happy to see Infeng suffer. Boom! 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 Lu Ming's fist force was like a mountain as he threw a few consecutive punches. Infeng barely managed to block a few moves. When Lu Ming's fist landed on his stomach, Yin Feng's eyes almost popped out as he spat out a large mouthful of blood. "Huh!" Lu Ming slapped Yin Feng's face. The terrifying force almost blew Yin Feng's head apart. His head rumbled, and he fell to the ground. Why would I? The pupils of the young man who had attacked Lu Ming earlier contracted rapidly. Yin Feng's combat strength was similar to his, but he was defeated by Lu Ming in a few moves. This shocked him, and he retreated rapidly. "Now, if you want to retreat, King Yu," Lu Ming said coldly. He activated the wind element technique and rushed towards the other party. The result was without a doubt. After a few moves, the other party ended up like Yin Feng. He was beaten into a dead dog and fell to the ground. "Now, someone can scout the way," Lu Ming said softly. He picked up Yin Feng and the young man and walked toward the edge of the abyss. "Little brat, what do you want to do?" The elder warned us to stay united. "You injured a fellow disciple, and now you're killing one of us. You're disobeying the elder's orders. You'll report this to the sect when we get out," Yin Feng shouted. He was clearly the one who wanted to deal with Lu Ming. Previously, he had activated the inscription in the passage to kill Lu Ming. Later on, he wanted Lu Ming to be the pathfinder, but he was the one who started everything. Now, he was slandering Lu Ming for killing his fellow disciples. Lu Ming could not be bothered to talk nonsense with him. He grabbed the two of them and walked to the side of the abyss. Don't. I'm warning you." Yin Feng and the other young man were so frightened that they almost peed their pants. They roared madly and struggled with all their might. However, Lu Ming had already used his essential core to seal their cultivation. No matter how they struggled, it was of no use. Then, Lu Ming swung his arm and threw the two people out. They each flew toward the bridge. Didn't the two of them want someone to test the waters? Then let the two of them probe. The two of them shrieked madly in the air. One of them was exhausted, and the other was miserable. It was worse than killing pigs. Buzz, buzz. The two of them flew along the bridge and landed on the other side. After falling, the two of them were still screaming. "You're fine." Everyone was stunned. The two of them were actually fine. Wasn't a narrow escape? Logically speaking, there should only be one way out. How could there be two? Let's try again. Lu Ming moved and grabbed a few of the young men he had just knocked down. While they were shouting, he threw them over the other bridges. The few of them flew over one by one, and nothing happened. Following that, Lu Ming tried crossing the 10 bridges one by one, and nothing happened. So he was just cursing to scare people. He's completely fine. Let's go. The young man from Dragon God Valley cursed as he rushed along the bridge. Sure enough, nothing happened. These 10 bridges were purely scary. Lu Ming touched his nose. Why did this look like a prank? Damn it. Yin Feng and the young man with the innate spirit body roared in their hearts. They were furious. This time, it was really embarrassing. Just now, when the two of them were faced with the threat of death, they had cried out in pain. They were in such a sorry state that they would not be able to raise their heads in the future. They blamed Lu Ming for everything. Seeing that Lu Ming had stepped onto the bridge, the two of them were shocked. They hurriedly rushed toward the passage in front and disappeared without a trace. "These guys are lucky," Lu Ming muttered. He was indeed lucky to not die even after this. Lu Ming, Xiao Ying, and the rest crossed the bridge and continued to move forward. This time, not long after they walked, they saw a large door. They walked out of the door and came to a huge platform. People from other forces. Lu Ming's gaze swept across the area and realized that the platform was huge and long. There were also many doors on both sides of Lu Ming and the others. Disciples from other forces had appeared. It turned out that there were many passages in the tomb that led to this place. In front of the platform, there was a huge bubble-like object that was floating. In the bubbles, the shadows of mountains and rivers could be seen. There was actually a world inside. Is that the true secret realm of the great emperor? It must be. This is a plane. It's normal for a great emperor's secret realm to be in a plane. Let's go charge in. Some people flew up and rushed toward the bubble. The earlier he entered, the earlier he could break through to the martial royal realm and take the initiative. Chapter 1409. 1409, if she comes, they'll step on her too. As soon as those people got close to the bubble, their bodies rapidly shrank. When they got close to the bubble, they became as small as dust and then disappeared into the bubble. Fine. Many people saw that it was fine to enter, so even more people rushed toward the bubble. Buzz, buzz, an NBSB whoosh. A dense crowd of figures charged into the bubble and then disappeared inside. Let's go too, Lu Ming said. Together with Xiao Ying and the rest, they flew toward the bubble. As soon as they flew towards the bubble, a strong force of attraction was produced on the bubble, pulling them in. The closer they got to the bubble, they felt that the bubble was getting bigger. Then, their figures also entered the bubble and disappeared. On the platform, Yin Feng and a few other people looked at Lu Ming's disappearing figure. Cold, killing intent burst out from their bodies. Just you wait, they'll definitely kill this person. The young man with the innate spirit body roared in anger. Although Lu Ming's combat strength is strong now, when we reach the Great Emperor's secret realm, we'll break through to the martial royal realm and our combat strength will increase greatly. Moreover, our innate spiritual bodies will also undergo a transformation. By then, we'll let him die without a burial place. Yin Feng gritted his teeth and said, "That's right. What's the use of having a supreme-level battle prowess? When he breaks through to the Emperor realm, they'll make sure he dies an ugly death." The first person gritted his teeth and said, their cultivation had reached the limit of the Supreme Being realm, and they could start to break through to the martial royal realm at any time. Furthermore, their identities were not ordinary. They had powerful experts backing them. They had long been prepared to break through to the martial emperor realm. They were 100% confident that they could break through to the Tao Emperor realm. Moreover, when an innate spirit body broke through to the emperor level, it would also transform and reach the level of an inferior earth spirit body. Its combat strength would increase greatly and be much stronger than ordinary spirit bodies. At that time, they had full confidence that they would make Lu Ming die an ugly death. Then, the few of them also flew towards the bubble and disappeared. As soon as Lu Ming flew into the bubble, he felt the world spinning. The next moment, he was high up in the sky. He quickly circulated his true essence to stabilize his body. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Waves of ripples appeared in the sky. Lu Ming's eyes swept across the area and realized that there were many people in the void. There were more than 100 people in his line of sight, but he did not see Xiao Ying and the others. It seemed that after entering this secret realm, they would appear at random. In the void, more than 100 people sized each other up. There were people from all 13 sects and powers among the 100 people. It's that kid for Dragon God Valley. One of them looked at Lu Ming, and his eyes lit up. This person was the young man with the flame mark between his eyebrows from the Tianxia sect. His name was Lu Yan. Senior apprentice brother Lu Yan. We're so lucky. A figure appeared beside Lu Yan. It was Bing Kong. Haha, my luck is indeed good. Those guys still want to compete with me. After I kill this person, the saint will definitely have a whole new level of respect for me. Lu Yan was overjoyed. He took a step forward and walked toward Lu Ming. Bing Kong followed. Naturally, Lu Ming had also noticed Bing Kong and Lu Yan. He stood quietly in the void, his expression calm. Boy, you must be Lu Ming. You're unlucky to have met me. Lu Yan sneered, his body exuding an ice-cold, killing intent. You want to kill me? Is it because of him? Lu Ming said, his eyes fixed on the ice. Lu Ming guessed that Bing Kong was trying to kill him. After all, back in the continent of the Divine Ruins, when the major sects of the Yuan continent were selecting their disciples, Bing Kong had been badly beaten by him. Him? You're wrong. It's the Holy Maiden who wants your life. Haha, no one can save you today. Lu Yan sneered, a powerful aura exuding from his body. Holy Maiden? Lu Ming frowned. The Holy Virgin of the Heavenly God sect wanted to kill him. However, he had just arrived and did not know any Holy Virgin of the Heavenly God sect. Lu Ming, I bet you didn't expect that Xianxia has become the Holy Maiden of the deity sect. He's been accepted as the personal disciple of the first elder of the deity sect. Bing Kong said, Xianxia, the holy virgin of the Xianxian sect? Lu Ming was astonished. He had never expected that Xianxia would become the holy maiden of the deity sect. No wonder he didn't see Xianxia among the disciples of the Xianxian sect. At the mention of Xianxia, Lu Ming could not help but think of Xianxia. He didn't see Xianxia among the disciples of the Tianyu demonic sect. What was going on? Lu Ming was a little worried. He decided that after this matter was over, he would take some time to go to the Tianyu demon sect and ask about the situation. That's right. Lu Ming, do you regret offending the Saintess Ninjuan? Bing Kong's body exuded a cold aura. Regret? What's there to regret? If she comes, they'll step on her too. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Arrogant. You're simply courting death. Lu Yan's eyes were cold. Senior brother Lu Yan, this person has a grudge with this little brother. Why don't you let this little brother deal with him? Bing Kong said to Lu Yan, You want to steal my credit? Lu Yan's face darkened. Senior brother, you've misunderstood. How dare I? As long as I cripple him, they'll hand him over to Xianxia to deal with whether I kill him or not. The credit will naturally go to Xianxia. I have a grudge against Lu Ming in the past. If I don't take revenge, I won't be able to calm my heart. Bing Kong hurriedly explained. Oh, so that's how it is. Then make your move. Lu Yan nodded, his hands behind his back as he stood by the side and watched. Buzz. His combat sword was unsheathed, and an icy long sword appeared in Bing Kong's hand. The embryonic form of the ice domain spread out from his body, and he charged towards Lu Ming. You think you're my match? Lu Ming said indifferently. Haha, Lu Ming, times are different now. You're so ignorant. 2 years ago, you actually stayed in the continent group of the Divine Ruins. How can the cultivation environment of the continent group of the Divine Ruins be compared to that of the primordial land? I came here 2 years earlier than you, and my cultivation has already reached the limit of the supreme realm. How much progress can you make by staying in the continent group of the Divine Ruins? Bing Kong laughed coldly. Oh. Is this why you're so confident? How lamentable. Lu Ming shook his head, and an aura emanated from his body. The aura of a supreme martial artist. Bing Kong's expression changed. He did not expect Lu Ming's cultivation to have reached the supreme being level. It seems that you have made great progress in the few months you have been in the Yuan continent. Bing Kong said. He believed that Lu Ming had broken through to the supreme being realm in the few months that he had been in the Yuan continent. Lu Ming smiled and could not be bothered to explain. But even if we're both supreme martial artists, you're still no match for me. Ice Jade technique, kill. The ice suddenly moved. He became one with the sword. A terrifying sword mark made of ice jade flew towards Lu Ming with shocking power. So he cultivated a domain martial technique. Lu Ming could tell at a glance that Bing Kong had cast a domain martial art technique. No wonder Bing Kong was so confident. Boom! Lu Ming threw a punch at the icy air. Wherever Lu Ming's fist force passed, the sword chi in the icy air instantly collapsed. The fist force didn't stop and continued to crush the ice. Chapter 1410. 1410, innate flame, spirit body Bing Kong felt a force that could topple mountains and overturn the seas surging towards him. This force was not something he could resist at all. He turned pale with fright. How could Lu Ming be so powerful? Boom! The terrifying power slammed into his body. He screamed and spat out a mouthful of blood. His body flew far away and hit a mountain peak in the distance. How is that possible? He widened his eyes and glared at Lu Ming. Lu Ming had been staying in the Divine Ruins continent group. It was impossible for the Divine Ruins continent group to have domain martial arts techniques. How could Lu Ming's combat strength be so powerful? Originally, he was full of confidence. He had come to the Yuan continent 2 years earlier than Lu Ming, and his cultivation had greatly increased. He had reached the limit of the refined state. Moreover, he was good at socializing and had gotten to know Lu Yin and the others. He had obtained a domain martial art technique that was suitable for him. After successfully cultivating it, his combat power had increased greatly and had already far surpassed Eden and Ziwuji. Initially, he had wanted to suppress Lu Ming after meeting him this time to take revenge for what happened back then. However, after he met Lu Ming, everything was beyond his expectations. Not only had Lu Ming's cultivation reached the Supreme Being level, but his combat strength was also so powerful that he completely crushed him. He had severely injured him with one move. This is your combat power. This is what you rely on. Trash will always be trash. Even if you came to the Yuanlu 2 years earlier, you still can't withstand a single blow. Lu Ming berated coldly. Bing Kong was so furious that he spat out another mouthful of blood. Hee hee, you do have some combat power. However, with this bit of combat power, you dare to be so arrogant in front of my Tianxin sect's disciples. I think you found the wrong person. A cold voice was heard, and a scorching aura enveloped Lu Ming. Flowing flame appeared in front of Lu Ming. A golden flame leaped from his body, and a terrifying temperature spread towards Lu Ming. While high temperature, this person also has an innate spirit body. Lu Ming's heart stirred. The flames on Lu Yan's body were not condensed through intent or domain, but directly emitted from his body. Only a spirit body could directly emit flames and have an astonishing temperature. In the surroundings, there were originally some onlookers, but at this time, they couldn't help but retreat. A few of them were disciples of the Dragon God Valley, but they all retreated coldly and had no intention of attacking. Lu Yan's fire spirit body is extremely powerful. That kid is dead for sure. Ordinary people can only be killed in seconds when they encounter an innate spirit body. A few people spoke, gloating. Nonsense. Just make your move. I don't have time to waste on you. Lu Ming berated. Since you're in a hurry to reincarnate, it'll fulfill your wish. Fire God slash. Lu Yan roared. His palm was like a blade as he slashed it down at Lu Ming. The flames condensed and formed a flaming saber, slashing toward Lu Ming's head. It was like the war blade of the fire god, with terrifying power. The embryonic form of the chaos domain surrounded his body, and Lu Ming threw a punch. Boom! The prison-suppressing steel appeared in the void, making Lu Ming's punch indestructible. It collided with the flaming saber. Shockwaves spread out, and the air shook. The flaming saber collapsed. As for Lu Yan, he was also forced to retreat by the backlash. This is your strength, Lu Ming said indifferently, revealing a hint of mockery. Lu Yan's expression darkened. Lu Ming's combat strength had exceeded his expectations. Fire God technique, 8 desolations. Lu Yan let out a long roar, and his entire body seemed to have transformed into a fire god. He was over 1,000 meters tall, and with a single slash of his saber, he could annihilate everything. Boom! Lu Ming rushed up. There was no shocking phenomenon. He only threw a punch. It was a simple punch, but its power was enough to suppress mountains and rivers. Boom! The fist force and the saber clashed for the second time. Thump! The sky and earth rumbled as endless flames spread out in all directions. The flaming saber was once again shattered. Then, Lu Ming stepped in the air and threw a punch. A terrifying fist force crossed the void and hit the 1,000-meter-tall fire god. Boom! A huge hole was pierced through Vulcan's huge body. The flames that filled the sky disappeared, and Lu Yan frantically retreated. A large hole had appeared in his chest, and it was bright from the front and back. However, he was fine. It was as if his entire body was made of flames. At this moment, the flames were wriggling in the big hole, and the big hole was quickly repairing itself. I have a fire spiritual body. You can't hurt me. Lu Yan's furious voice rang out. A fire spirit body is indeed amazing, Lu Ming said. After breaking through to the martial emperor realm, the spirit body was condensed from the bloodline, so it naturally had some characteristics of the bloodline. For example, natural-type bloodlines, fire, ice, water, lightning, and so on. Before reaching the emperor realm, it was already difficult to destroy these bloodlines. For example, flames could be destroyed, but the body could reform. Of course, that was when he was performing the bloodline fusion. However, after condensing a spirit body, it was even more amazing. For example, the spiritual body of fire made one's entire body seem to be made of flames. Even if one's entire body was destroyed, it could reform and greatly increase one's vitality. However, there was a limit to everything. If he encountered someone with a high cultivation level, he could directly use his powerful strength to obliterate the spirit body. Is that so? The corners of Lu Ming's mouth curled into a cold smile. He continued to step forward and charge toward Lu Yan. Flame cage. Lu Yan roared, his entire body turning into flames. The flames that filled the sky formed a huge cage that enveloped Lu Ming. It wanted to use the power of the flames to refine Lu Ming. Chaos. Lu Ming's palm was filled with chaotic light. The embryonic form of the chaos domain was like a chaotic ball that wrapped around Lu Ming's fist. Boom! Lu Ming threw a punch at the fire cage. This time, the fire cage collapsed and turned into flames. At the same time, the flames that filled the sky flew into the distance and began to gather. Lu Yan's body reappeared, but this time his face was unusually pale and blood was flowing out of his mouth. You can extinguish my flames. Lu Yan roared in fear. Lu Ming's punch just now had started to obliterate his spirit body, causing him to be seriously injured. If a few more punches came, he would probably die. What flame spirit body? Trash, Lu Ming said coldly. He stepped into the air and headed toward Lu Yan. His primal chaos domain was formed by the emperors of countless domains. It was not uncommon for him to be able to wear down the spiritual body of fire. Let's go. Lu Yan didn't dare to stay any longer and turned to run. Boom! A fist force filled with chaotic light shot toward him. Lu Yan's body was pierced through by the fist force, leaving a hole in it. This time, no matter how he tried to use the flames to recover, the hole could not be healed in a short time. He spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, but he didn't dare to stop. He turned into a streak of fire and fled. Boom! Lu Ming threw another punch across the air. The fist radiance destroyed Lu Yan's body, turning him into balls of flames that flew into the distance and disappeared. Chapter 1411. 1411, the Martial Emperor's Great Tribulation, a natural-type spirit body, was indeed wonderful. Its vitality was much stronger than others. If it were anyone else, they would have been destroyed in body and spirit after a few punches from Lu Ming. However, Lian was only seriously injured, but he was able to escape. What powerful battle strength! The surrounding people all took in a cold breath. Lu Yan had an innate flame, spiritual body. Without a doubt, he was a peerless genius and had cultivated a domain martial technique. A paragon like him could kill other paragons of the same level, as if he was chopping melons and vegetables. However, he was completely crushed by Lu Ming. Let's go and find a place to break through to the martial emperor realm. Su Emo said, being strong now doesn't necessarily mean that it'll be strong after breaking through to the martial emperor realm. Then, in a flash, these people left the place one after another to find a place to break through to the martial emperor realm. The heaven-earth Yuan Qi here was unbelievably dense. It was much denser than the sex outside. It was indeed worthy of being the secret realm of a great emperor, the cave residence of a great emperor. After Lu Yan escaped, Lu Ming took a step forward and appeared in front of Bing Kong. Lu Ming, please spare me. Bing Kong was extremely shocked. When he saw Lu Ming's arrival, he immediately screamed in fear. Whoosh! Lu Ming could not be bothered to waste his breath on him. With a flick of his finger, a ray of spear radiance flew out and nailed the ice space to death. Boom! 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 At this moment, a violent boom sounded in the distance. Bolts of lightning crossed thousands of miles, as if they were going to tear the world apart. Lu Ming looked into the distance and saw dark clouds gathering in the distance. A figure was resisting the lightning under the dark clouds. Someone's already trying to break through to the Emperor realm so quickly. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. It was obvious that someone was trying to break through to the martial emperor realm and was going through the emperor's great tribulation. Usually, no one would dare to disturb a tribulation. Otherwise, they would be implicated as well. Therefore, when ordinary people transcended tribulations, they had no scruples. Others did not dare to disturb them, and instead had to leave far away. Boom, boom, boom. Dark clouds gathered, and thousands of lightning cauldrons descended from the sky, bombarding the figure and drowning him. The great calamity of an emperor was extremely terrifying. That figure faced the sky and howled, resisting the heavenly tribulation. Lu Ming looked around for a while and left the place. He also needed to find a place to cultivate in peace and start to break through to the martial royal realm. Boom, boom, boom. He had not flown far when another loud noise sounded in front of him. Tens of thousands of lightning bolts scattered. Another person was undergoing tribulation and charging towards the emperor realm. Boom, boom. Following that, Lu Ming heard the sound of thunder exploding in many directions. They were both undergoing tribulations and trying to break through to the emperor realm. This time, hundreds of thousands of people had entered, many of whom had reached the limit of the Jizuan realm. This was especially true for the local young men. They were all suppressing their cultivation. Otherwise, they would have broken through to the emperor realm a long time ago. They had suppressed their cultivation in order to enter the great emperor's secret realm. Now that they had entered the great emperor's secret realm, they no longer needed to suppress their cultivation and began to break through to the martial royal realm. Once they entered the martial royal realm, they would have the upper hand. Let's go. Lu Ming turned into a beam of light and left the area. After flying for more than 2 hours, Lu Ming arrived at a desolate mountain. He dug out a cave in one of the mountains and flew in. He blocked the cave and sat down cross-legged to begin cultivating. First of all, Lu Ming had to adjust his state to the extreme and look for an opportunity to start condensing his spirit body and break through to the realm. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Lu Ming was like a rock, sitting there cross-legged, motionless. The aura on his body became more and more condensed and rounded. However, Lu Ming could not find the feeling, the opportunity to break through. According to the chaos scripture, every breakthrough in the cultivation of the chaos will is 10 times, 100 times more difficult than others. There's no rush. Take it slow. Lu Ming had many thoughts in his mind. His initially anxious heart slowly calmed down, and he entered an ethereal state. In the blink of an eye, another 7 days had passed. Suddenly, Lu Ming opened his eyes. It's done. Lu Ming's face showed a smile. He immediately activated the Dragon God Combat Body Technique of the extraordinary chapter of the True War Dragon Technique. Roar! The 9 dragon bloodlines emerged and wrapped around Lu Ming's body. A layer of blood-red light emanated from the 9 dragon bloodline and seeped into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming wanted to condense the bloodline of the 9 dragons into his body and merge it with his physical body to cultivate the Dragon God Combat Body. He activated the Dragon God Combat Body, and the power of the 9 dragons' bloodline continuously fused into Lu Ming's body. The stronger one's bloodline was, the harder it was to refine it. Furthermore, there was still a certain level of danger. At this stage of bloodline cultivation, the power was already very strong, and it was very easy to burst the body. This was also a step that many people found difficult to take. Fortunately, Lu Ming had long cultivated the pure spirit body and had cultivated it to 100% completion. With the pure spirit body as the foundation, this step was not difficult for Lu Ming. The 9 dragon bloodline constantly turned into a bloody light and integrated into Lu Ming's body at an extremely fast speed. In less than an hour, the 9 dragon bloodline had completely faded. Then, with a bang, the 9 dragon bloodline collapsed and turned into a ball of bloody light, drilling into Lu Ming's body. The 9 streams of dragon energy in the 9 dragon bloodline naturally fused into Lu Ming's body along with the 9 dragon bloodline and became a part of his strength. Roar! At this moment, Lu Ming's body was emitting a dragon's roar. However, he had yet to successfully cultivate the dragon god combat body. He still needed to be tempered by the heavenly tribulation. Only through the tempering of the heavenly tribulation could he be considered to have truly succeeded in his cultivation. Buzz! Lu Ming rushed out of the cave, releasing his aura. Come on! Lu Ming's eyes were bright as he stared at the sky. An NBSB hoo-hoo. In the sky, dark clouds suddenly appeared. These dark clouds seemed to have appeared out of thin air. Sela! Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the dark clouds. Countless bolts of lightning slithered in the dark clouds like silver snakes. A powerful pressure spread down, filling the world with an oppressive aura. It made people feel as if a great disaster was coming. Boom, boom, boom. In the sky, more and more dark clouds gathered, covering an area of 100 miles. Such a wide range? Lu Ming was secretly shocked. Previously, Lu Ming had seen more than 10 people crossing the tribulation. Their emperor's great tribulation was covered in dark clouds and usually spanned about 10 miles. The larger ones were only about 20 miles. However, the area covered by Lu Ming's major tribulation was 100 miles, and it was still growing. Then what's going on? Someone has become an emperor and is about to undergo tribulation. But what's with these tribulation clouds? It's this big? It's actually more than 100 miles away. Who's going through the tribulation? Could it be an innate spirit body? The aura of Lu Ming's tribulation cloud was too shocking. It covered an area of more than 100 miles, but the pressure spread out to 100,000 miles away. Many people felt it and flew over in shock. Maybe it's really an innate spirit body, but why is it still growing? Even the tribulation clouds of an innate spirit body aren't this terrifying, right? Some people stood in the distance and watched. Chapter 1412. 1412 Chapter 1412 Tempering the body. Through the lightning tribulation, the more heaven-defying a person was, the more powerful the heavenly tribulation would be. An innate spirit body was born against the natural order and was not an ordinary body. Therefore, it was the most terrifying when undergoing tribulation. However, the area of Lu Ming's tribulation cloud had already exceeded that of an ordinary connate spirit body. Very soon, Lu Ming's tribulation cloud's range had reached 200 miles. Thick dark clouds filled the air above their heads, covering the sky and the sun. This kind of aura made people feel that a great disaster was coming. In the dark clouds, bolts of lightning were swimming. Some of them were as large as mountains and were extremely huge. In front of them, Lu Ming seemed very small. In the distance, more and more people were alarmed by the tribulation clouds. In the crowd, there was a person who looked at Lu Ming under the tribulation cloud with a cold gaze. He was Lu Yin of the Heavenly God sect. Senior brother Lu Yin, is this the person you were talking about? Beside Lu Yin, a few disciples of the Heavenly God sect asked. That's right, it's this person. So he's here to pass the tribulation and become a sovereign. Then let his beautiful dream come true. Lu Yin coldly said. Senior apprentice brother Lu Yin, are you planning to kill him while he is undergoing his tribulation? It's too dangerous. A disciple of the Heavenly God sect said with a grave expression. If he was dragged into the other party's tribulation, he would also suffer. It doesn't matter. I've just become an emperor, and I've also gone through a major tribulation. A tribulation can't do anything to me. Besides, I still have a tribulation transcending heavenly treasure with me. It'll kill him when he's going through the tribulation and make his dream of becoming an emperor vanish. Lu Yin said, That's right. Senior apprentice brother Lu Yin has already transcended the innate spirit body tribulation, which is an extremely terrifying heavenly tribulation. Coupled with the tribulation transcending heavenly treasure, there's indeed no harm in it. This brat is dead for sure. A few of the Heavenly God sect's disciples began to flatter him. Lu Yan's eyes flashed with ferocity. Boom, boom, boom. The sky and earth rumbled. More and more lightning appeared in the dark clouds, constantly cutting through the sky and illuminating the world. Sila. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning streaked across the void and struck down on Lu Ming. The heavenly tribulation had begun. Lu Ming looked up at the sky and stood still, allowing the lightning to strike him. Boom! The lightning landed on Lu Ming's body, causing his body to go numb. A numbing sensation spread throughout his body. It feels good. Let's do it again. Lu Ming revealed a look of anticipation. He wanted to use lightning to form a spirit body. Boom! 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 Following that, a bolt of lightning struck down from the sky one after another, striking towards Lu Ming. Some of the lightning bolts were as thick as mountains and completely drowned Lu Ming. The people around them watched quietly. They all knew that the heavenly tribulation wasn't very strong at the beginning, but it would get stronger and more terrifying later on. Endless lightning drowned Lu Ming. He did not know how many lightning bolts had struck down. It feels so good. Lu Ming did not use the early stage of the chaos domain. He did not even use his essential core to resist. He only used his physical body to resist the lightning tribulation. As the lightning struck down, Lu Ming's body felt numb and itchy. His spirit body continued to strengthen and condense under the tempering of the lightning tribulation. After a few minutes, the lightning in the sky suddenly stopped and did not strike down. However, this did not mean that it was over. Everyone knew that the truly powerful and terrifying lightning was about to descend. The aura in the sky became even more oppressive, and dark clouds rolled as if they were brewing. After a long while, Sila, another bolt of lightning struck down. However, the lightning this time was very different from the previous ones. This time, the color of the lightning was deeper and it looked more terrifying. Boom, boom, boom. Bolts of lightning drowned Lu Ming. From the outside, Lu Ming's figure could not be seen at all. All they could see was a ball of white light. This kind of lightning was very dangerous for geniuses who were breaking through to the martial emperor realm. They had to do their best to resist it, and there was a risk of death if they were not careful. An ordinary person could become an emperor after passing this level of lightning tribulation. This kid's combat strength is very strong. There's still one more level of tribulation lightning, the purple flame tribulation lightning. That's the time for me to attack. In the crowd, Lu Yan's mind was spinning with thoughts, but he did not start attacking. This time, Lu Ming did not resist. He simply blocked it with his spirit body and circulated the dragon god combat body to condense his physical body. This power is more like it. The one just now was too weak. Lu Ming thought to himself, "Let the lightning tribulation strike me." If this was heard by others, they would probably spit out a mouthful of blood. To others, it was a fatal threat. However, to Lu Ming, it was just an ordinary threat. He did not need to resist at all. He could block it with his body. After a while, the wave of lightning tribulation ended. Boom, boom, boom. Dark clouds covered the sky, and lightning flashed. A purple light spread out. As expected, there's more. The next wave is the purple fire lightning tribulation. This guy is so strong. He's going to undergo 3 lightning tribulations. It's said that an innate spirit body needs to go through 4 lightning tribulations. I wonder if this guy will have 4 lightning tribulations. I don't know. This guy's dark clouds cover 200 miles, which is even larger than the dark clouds of the innate spirit body. There should be 4 layers, right? Discussions could be heard all around. This time, the tribulation clouds took even longer to brew. Half an hour passed. Boom! A bolt of purple lightning streaked across the sky and struck Lu Ming. The lightning looked purple because it was covered with a layer of purple fire. It was a tribulation fire, which was as powerful as the lightning tribulation. The power of the two combined was even more shocking. Boom! The lightning struck Lu Ming's body. His body trembled slightly, and he blocked the lightning. The lightning tribulation disappeared, but a layer of purple flames burned on Lu Ming's body. This was the terrifying power of the tribulation fire. The thunder tribulation could be extinguished but the tribulation fire was difficult to extinguish. It would stick to the body of the person undergoing the tribulation until the person was burned to ashes. Lu Ming's body lit up with vital essence and began to resist the invasion of the tribulation fire. Boom! Boom! Following that, bolts of purple lightning tribulation struck down continuously and drowned Lu Ming. At that moment, a figure dashed towards the place where Lu Ming was undergoing his tribulation like a bolt of lightning. Many people were shocked. Who is that? What do you want to do? That's Lu Yin from the Heavenly God sect. He's going to charge into the other party's tribulation transcendence. Flowing Flame's breakthrough caused many people to be shocked. Buzz. Flowing Flame directly charged into the tribulation cloud's area of effect. Boom! As soon as he charged in, a bolt of purple lightning struck towards Lu Yin. However, Lu Yin casually waved his hand, and the purple lightning was destroyed. He had just gone through a lightning tribulation, so this purple flame lightning tribulation couldn't do anything to him. Boom! Boom! Immediately after, even more purple lightning bolts struck toward Lu Yin. A layer of terrifying flames appeared on Lu Yin's body to block the lightning. He was breaking through the lightning tribulation and approaching Lu Ming. Flowing Flame. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. Lu Yin actually wanted to kill him while he was undergoing his tribulation. Chapter 1413. 1413 Chapter 1413 Depressed Lu Yin, then come. Lu Ming sneered. Boom! 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 The purple lightning tribulation was getting more and more terrifying. Lightning bolts as thick as mountains kept striking down on the two of them. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming exploded. He punched out continuously with both fists. Streams of fist force rushed into the sky and destroyed the purple fire lightning tribulation. The tribulation clouds in the sky seemed to be enraged by Lu Ming's outburst and the rush of the flowing flames. They churned violently, and more purple flame lightning tribulation fell. So many lightning tribulations? But you can't stop me. Lu Yin shouted coldly. He swung his palm, and a blade light burst out, breaking the lightning tribulation one by one. He was rapidly approaching Lu Ming. Buzz! Lu Ming's figure moved, and he retreated rapidly, pulling apart the distance between him and Lu Yin. You can't escape. The flowing flame continued to break through the lightning and chased after Lu Ming. The tribulation cloud covered a radius of 200 miles. Lu Ming was in the center of the tribulation cloud. Lu Yin was only 80 to 90 miles away from Lu Ming. However, this distance was difficult to cross due to the lightning tribulation. As long as Lu Yin came close, Lu Ming would retreat. Damn it! You're courting death. Lu Yin shouted angrily as his aura exploded. The aura of a martial royal realm expert filled the air, and flames covered his body. His innate flame spiritual body had broken through the martial royal realm and completed a transformation. It had become even more terrifying, reaching the level of a low-grade spiritual body. The flames condensed into a long blade, and with a slash, it destroyed the lightning tribulation. His speed increased. However, the purple lightning tribulation suddenly disappeared. However, the tribulation cloud seemed to be really angry. This time, it didn't even prepare. In the sky, dense lightning bolts struck down. This time, the lightning had 4 colors. There were 4 different colors of lightning, and the surface of each lightning was covered with different things. Some are covered in flames, some are covered in wind, some are covered in water, and some are golden in color. The 4th lightning punishment had arrived. This lightning tribulation was several times more terrifying than the pure purple flame lightning tribulation. This kind of lightning tribulation was the terrifying lightning tribulation that an innate spirit body had to face. Damn it! The 4th lightning punishment is coming so quickly. Lu Yin roared in his heart. The time it took for the 3rd and 4th lightning punishment to pass was faster than he had expected. The fourth lightning punishment was something that even he had to be careful about. A tribulation transcending heavenly treasure. With a thought, a purple bead flew out and hovered above Lu Yan's head, emitting a light barrier that enveloped Lu Yan. And in BSB, the tribulation lightning struck the purple light barrier, causing it to shake violently, but it was still blocked. What a powerful tribulation transcending heavenly treasure. It can even block the fourth heavenly tribulation. In the distance, many people revealed envious expressions. An ordinary tribulation transcending heavenly treasure would be considered pretty good if it could withstand the second lightning tribulation. However, Lu Yan's tribulation transcending heavenly treasure was actually able to withstand the fourth lightning tribulation. Its power was astonishing, and it was definitely a top-tier tribulation transcending heavenly treasure. Flowing Flame's speed increased greatly, and he approached Lu Ming rapidly. Buzz! Then, he rapidly retreated. Kill, die! Lu Yan bellowed as he swung his palm down. A vast flaming saber light slashed toward Lu Ming. But as soon as the blade light appeared, it was dispersed by the lightning tribulation. Damn it, I have to get close to that guy to kill him. A cold glint flashed in Lu Yan's eyes. He broke through the lightning tribulation and approached Lu Ming at top speed. However, Lu Ming used the wind element technique and retreated at top speed, maintaining a distance of several dozen miles from Lu Yan. What's wrong with this guy? How can he be so fast in the face of the fourth lightning tribulation? After chasing for a while, the distance between the two was still unable to be closed, causing Lu Yan to become a little anxious. He could not kill Lu Ming if he did not pull him closer. Of course, he did not know that the fourth wave of lightning punishment was a fatal threat to others. However, to Lu Ming, it was just fine. He did not have to go all out to resist it. The two of them, one chasing and one escaping, circled around in this area. Damn it, brat. They'll spare your life today. After chasing for a while, seeing that he could not catch up to Lu Ming, Lu Yan wanted to retreat. You can't come and go as you please. Accompany me to continue the tribulation. Lu Ming sneered. As soon as Lu Yan retreated, Lu Ming advanced and closed the distance between him and Lu Yan, allowing the tribulation cloud to envelop Lu Yan. You're looking for death. Lu Yan flew into a rage and stopped retreating. He wanted to rush forward and kill Lu Ming, but as soon as he advanced, Lu Ming retreated, and as soon as he retreated, Lu Ming advanced. This infuriated Lu Yan, and he was unable to get away. This stalemate continued for a while before the lightning tribulation suddenly disappeared. The heavenly tribulation has passed. This guy needs to stabilize his realm. Let's see how you can catch me. The disappearance of the heavenly tribulation caused Lu Yan to be overjoyed. With the heavenly tribulation gone, he could easily escape and find an opportunity to kill Lu Ming. However, the next moment, Lu Yan's expression changed drastically. That was because the tribulation clouds in the sky had not dissipated at all. Instead, they had become even thicker. The tribulation cloud that had originally covered a radius of 200 li suddenly expanded to cover a radius of 300 li. The oppressive pressure it gave off made it difficult for Lu Yan to breathe. How is that possible? Could this be the fifth lightning tribulation? Lu Yan roared, revealing a look of fear. Run, run, run. Lu Yan almost wanted to cry. He turned around and ran, trying to escape the range of the lightning tribulation. Gah! At this moment, a screech resounded through the sky as a huge goshawk descended from the sky at an incredible speed. In an instant, it had arrived above Lu Yan's head and was swooping down towards him. Fifth heavenly tribulation. Thunder, tribulation, transformation. Lu Yan roared in horror, his face filled with disbelief. Lu Ming was still going through the heavenly tribulation. Moreover, it was the legendary fifth heavenly tribulation, the thunder tribulation manifestation. An ordinary innate spirit body would only have 4 lightning punishments when they went through the martial royal ordeal. Unless it was some extremely abnormal guy, there would be a fifth lightning punishment. Bang! The heavenly tribulation transcending treasure, the goshawk formed by the lightning tribulation, crashed into Lu Yan's heavenly tribulation transcending treasure, and the light screen formed by the heavenly tribulation transcending treasure trembled violently, almost collapsing. Run! Lu Yan's only thought right now was to escape, the further the better. However, Lu Ming would not let him have his way. He was rapidly approaching him. The lightning tribulation is taking form. Lu Ming's lips curled into a faint smile. This wasn't the first time he had encountered such a lightning tribulation. It had appeared when he was undergoing the spiritual god tribulation. Roar! Roar! Two loud roars were heard as the two giant tigers formed by the lightning tribulation pounced toward Lu Ming. Prison-suppressing heaven art. Lu Ming threw two punches, and the two giant tigers were sent flying. On the other side, two more lightning tribulation goshawks appeared, and a total of 3 of them pounced toward Lu Yan. Bang! Bang! The light screen formed by the flowing flame, tribulation transcending heavenly treasure, finally couldn't hold on any longer and exploded. The bead also exploded. The heavenly tribulation transcending treasure exploded, and a few goshawks pounced toward Lu Yan. Get lost! Lu Yan roared. His domain covered his entire body, and he charged toward the 3 goshawks. However, he had already passed the martial royal ordeal and entered the martial royal realm. Now that he was enveloped by the clouds of ordeal, the power of the lightning tribulation that struck him was greater than that of Lu Ming. It was his own ordeal. He had to face his own 5 great tribulations. Chapter 1414. 1414 Chapter 1414 Struck to death by lightning, however, he had only experienced the 4th stage of the martial emperor tribulation before. The power of the 5th stage had already exceeded his imagination. Boom! 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 Although Flowing Flame had sent the 3 thunder tribulation goshawks flying, he had also left a few bloody marks on his body. The power of the thunder tribulation was desperately drilling into his body, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. But to his despair, more lightning tribulation creatures appeared in the sky. This time, it was 2 giant pythons, and they pounced toward him. At the same time, the 3 goshawks also pounced towards Lu Yan. Now, he could only protect himself. He had no strength to chase after Lu Ming. After a few explosions, Lu Yan's body was in tatters, his hair was disheveled, and he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Many wounds appeared on his body, making him look extremely ferocious. If it wasn't for the fact that his fire spiritual body was extremely powerful, and that it was a low-tier earth spiritual body with extremely tenacious vitality, he would have been in danger. However, a few more living beings appeared in the sky and charged toward Lu Yan. In the end, a total of 9 lightning tribulation creatures surrounded Flowing Flame and began to fight. Flowing Flame used all of his strength to fight the 9 tribulation lightning creatures. Hold on, I must hold on. As long as I can survive this wave of lightning tribulation, I can escape. Not only that, I can also use the 5th wave of lightning tribulation to temper my spiritual body and make it stronger. Flowing Flame warned himself like this. He would use all of his strength to battle with the lightning tribulation creatures. Lu Ming was also facing the attacks of 6 lightning tribulation creatures, but he was much more relaxed than Lu Yan. The 3rd bloodline was suspended in the air, and wisps of energy surged into Lu Ming's body. He activated his vital essence and used the prison-suppressing heavenly art to fight the 9 lightning tribulation creatures. Every time Lu Ming threw a punch, a lightning tribulation creature would be sent flying. At the same time, Lu Ming could also deliberately release some of the power of the lightning tribulation and let it surge into his body to temper his spirit body. It's not enough. This level of lightning tribulation is more or less enough to train my spirit body. However, it's still not enough to train my primal chaos domain to become a complete primal chaos domain. I need a stronger lightning tribulation. Lu Ming pondered in his heart. If other people knew Lu Ming's thoughts, they would probably be angered to death. Other people hoped that the power of the lightning tribulation would be as weak as possible. However, Lu Ming felt that the power of the lightning tribulation was not enough and wanted a stronger lightning tribulation. This was already the 5th lightning punishment. "Die, let's go," Lu Ming shouted. A layer of chaotic color suddenly spread out from his body. The embryonic form of the chaos domain was activated and Lu Ming's combat strength increased greatly. Boom, boom, boom. Lu Ming threw 9 punches in a row. The 9 living beings formed by the lightning bolts exploded and disappeared into wisps of lightning. The heavens, in the distance, the people who saw this scene were dumbfounded. All of a sudden, the 9 creatures formed by the lightning tribulation were scattered. This was too shocking. Didn't he see that on the other side, Liu Yin was trying his best to defend? He's done it. He's passed the martial emperor tribulation, the 5th lightning tribulation. What monster? When he grows up, he'll be able to compete with the top monsters in the Azure continent. That's right. This man has such potential. He seems to be a disciple of the Dragon God Valley. Another monstrous figure has appeared in the Dragon God Valley. Lu Ming's performance caused many people to discuss. Some people's eyes flickered as they pondered about how to get rid of Lu Ming and eliminate this great enemy. And NBSB Hu Lu Yin was panting heavily. Lu Ming had defeated 9 lightning creatures in one go. The 9 lightning creatures that had besieged Lu Yin had also disappeared. Lu Yin was in an extremely miserable state. He was covered in injuries, and even now, there were still lightning bolts running around his body, causing his aura to be extremely weak. But he finally heaved a sigh of relief. He had passed the lightning tribulation. However, Lu Yin suddenly felt that something was wrong. After the lightning tribulation, the tribulation clouds in the sky should have dissipated, right? Why were they still there? Furthermore, he had become stronger. Lu Yin's eyes widened. That's right, the tribulation cloud was rolling as if there was a savage beast roaring inside. The tribulation cloud's coverage had expanded again, covering a radius of 400 miles. Endless lightning bolts swam in the tribulation clouds, and the terrifying aura made people who were watching from thousands of miles away gasp. The 6th lightning tribulation. No. Lu Yin roared hysterically. The 6th round of lightning tribulation. It's good that it's coming. Ha ha ha. Lu Ming burst out laughing. In the distance, the people who were watching widened their eyes in disbelief. It was actually the 6th round of thunder tribulation. There was still a 6th round of thunder tribulation. They had thought that Lu Ming had survived this ordeal, and it was over. However, he did not expect that Lu Ming's lightning tribulation would be beyond his imagination. There was actually a 6th lightning tribulation. The 6th lightning tribulation was a legendary lightning tribulation. It had not appeared in the Azure region for a long time. Escape, escape, escape. Lu Yin had gone completely mad, and he frantically tried to escape. However, whoosh, high up in the sky, a sword light slashed down towards flowing flame. Poochie, one of Lu Yin's arms was cut off, and the endless power of lightning turned the arm into ashes. The remaining power of lightning madly drilled into Lu Yin's wound, making it difficult for it to heal. Originally, with his fire spirit body, even if he were to lose an arm, he would be able to regrow it in an instant. At most, it would only cost him some vital chi. But now, under the destructive power of lightning, it was impossible. Whoosh, whoosh. Then 2 more weapons flew down from the sky, a saber and a spear. They were all made of lightning. The 6th heavenly tribulation, the lightning tribulation transforming into weapons. No! Lu Yin tried his best to block it, but the power of the 6th level was completely beyond the scope of his strength. The tribulation lightning war saber slashed down, breaking through Lu Yin's layers of defense. In the end, the lightning spear pierced through Lu Yin's forehead. Lu Yin let out a blood-curdling screech as his entire body exploded into flames and reappeared several kilometers away. At this moment, Lu Yan's face was deathly pale, and his aura was extremely weak. If he didn't have a low-tier earth spiritual body and a fire spiritual body, he would have died. However, even if he had managed to escape, the result was already set in stone. Buzz! In the sky, another combat sword slashed down. No! Lu Yan let out a long howl of unwillingness and took one last look at Lu Ming. He hoped to see Lu Ming die under the lightning tribulation. However, he was disappointed. Lu Ming was like an invincible god of war. His entire body was covered in chaotic light as he fought against the thunder weapon. With a punch, one of the thunder weapons was sent flying. The combat sword slashed through Lu Yan's forehead. This time, Lu Yan could no longer recover. The destructive power of the lightning had destroyed his body and soul. Why? That was Lu Yan's last thought. Why? He had wanted to take the opportunity to kill Lu Ming. Why did he die under the lightning tribulation in the end? How ironic was this? Chapter 1415. 1415 Chapter 1415 World Refinement Tribulation Bell. The people who were watching the battle from afar were also dumbfounded. Lu Yan had taken the tribulation transcending heavenly treasure with him, and had wanted to kill Lu Ming while he was transcending his tribulation. However, in the end, Lu Ming was fine, but Lu Yan himself had been killed by the heavenly tribulation. Lu Yan is really unlucky to have met a monster. Someone sighed. Many people nodded in agreement. Lu Yan was just unlucky. If Lu Ming was just an ordinary martial artist, or even if he had an innate spirit body, he would probably be killed by flowing flame in the lightning tribulation. However, Lu Ming was not one of them. He was a monster who could attract the sixth heavens test. Senior apprentice brother Lu Yan is dead. We have to report this matter to the other senior apprentices. This person can't be left alive. Some of the heavenly god sect disciples at the scene conversed with each other before leaving the place. Clang! Clang! Lu Ming swung his fist and collided with the combat weapon formed by the lightning tribulation. The terrifying sound of the collision resounded through the sky. All sorts of weapons rained down from the sky, but no matter how many thunder weapons there were, they could not stop Lu Ming. Good, this kind of power is right. Lu Ming's eyes lit up, and in BSB, he discovered that only the power of the seventh lightning tribulation could truly temper his primal chaos domain. Every time he punched out, there would be bolts of lightning around his body, helping him train his spirit body. A dragon's roar came from his body, as if a true dragon was about to awaken. Every time he clashed with the tribulation lightning weapon, it was a form of training for his primal chaos domain. He could feel that his chaos domain was transforming into a complete chaos domain. The seventh lightning punishment lasted for a long time, at least half an hour. Buzz! All of a sudden, Lu Ming's embryonic chaos realm contracted and retracted back into the spiritual god. But immediately after, it spread out again. However, this time, the chaos domain was no longer in its embryonic form, but a complete chaos domain. The primal chaos domain had finally broken through under the tempering of the sixth lightning tribulation, becoming a complete primal chaos domain. Boom! The complete chaos domain covered Lu Ming's entire body. Lu Ming threw a punch, and a blurry light of chaos burst out. The thunder tribulation weapons exploded with a bang. What a powerful force! Lu Ming was overjoyed. The complete chaos domain was too powerful. It was much, much stronger than the embryonic form of the chaos domain. At the same time, the other lightning tribulation warriors in the sky also scattered and disappeared without a trace. Have you transcended the heavenly tribulation? Many people had the same question in their minds. And NBSB hoo-hoo. At this moment, the tribulation clouds in the sky started to become smaller and started to gather towards the center. It seems that he has passed the thunder tribulation. This person is amazing. He has actually passed the sixth round of thunder tribulation. It's indeed amazing and terrifying. However, he's only at LV1 Martial Royal Realm now. He's far from those real heaven's pride experts. Unless he can grow up, it's useless no matter how strong he is if he dies halfway. The surrounding spectators began to discuss, thinking that Lu Ming had finally passed the heavenly tribulation. However, Lu Ming did not think so. He looked at the sky, his eyes shining. This was because he felt a powerful pressure that was several times stronger than the sixth heaven test. There's more, Lu Ming muttered. And NBSB hoo-hoo. The tribulation clouds within a radius of several hundred miles continued to gather, and finally turned into a tribulation cloud with a radius of only 30 miles. Crackling. In the tribulation cloud, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, shaking the sky. At this time, those surrounding spectators also discovered that the situation was not right. What's going on? The tribulation clouds didn't dissipate, but instead gathered together. That kind of fluctuation makes one's heart palpitate. It can't be. There's also the seventh heavens test. When those people guessed the final answer, they were all stunned. The heavenly tribulation was not over yet. There was still the seventh lightning tribulation. How is this possible? In the Azure region, it had been tens of thousands of years since anyone had passed the seventh lightning tribulation. There was a legend in the world that those who could pass the seventh heavenly tribulation had the potential to become a great emperor. Although it only had the potential, it was already shocking enough. In the vast Azure continent, ever since Emperor Tsang disappeared, no other great emperor was born. Each great emperor was a legend in the world. They ruled an area and moved unhindered across the world. This kind of person's lifespan was unknown, and he almost lived forever. The ultimate goal of all cultivators was to become a great emperor. Oh my God, there's such a monster in Dragon God Valley. I wonder if he can survive this tribulation. Just watch. Look, the world refining tribulation bell. It's the world refining tribulation bell. It said that the world refining tribulation bell only appears in the seventh lightning tribulation of the martial royal tribulation. Everyone's eyes were wide open as they stared ahead. Above Lu Ming's head, the tribulation cloud rolled. Countless lightning bolts gathered to form a bell. It was a huge bell of tribulation lightning. Buzz! The bell trembled and descended from the sky, shrouding Lu Ming. Lu Ming could not avoid the bell of heavenly tribulation. He was enveloped by the world refinement tribulation bell. There was a terrifying energy within the bell that enveloped Lu Ming. It was a kind of refining power that could refine Lu Ming's entire body. Lu Ming sat cross-legged and circulated his quintessential essence. The chaos domain covered his entire body to resist the refining force. However, this power of refinement was extremely mysterious. Although a portion of it was blocked by the chaos domain, a small portion of it still seeped into the chaos domain and even into the spiritual god. Lu Ming's expression changed drastically. The spiritual god was the weakest and most crucial part of the human body. If the spiritual god was destroyed, it was equivalent to death. The refining power surged into his spiritual god, and a tearing pain instantly came from his spiritual god. The pain came from his soul, and it was tens or even hundreds of times stronger than the physical body. The power of refinement could even refine the soul. Block it! Lu Ming growled and gritted his teeth. He knew that if he couldn't hold on any longer, his spiritual god would break apart, and he would be completely refined by the world refining tribulation bell. Lu Ming had finally encountered a crisis since he transcended the tribulation. Lu Ming sat cross-legged in the big bell, resisting with all his might. Outside, there were at least a few hundred people watching. They were curious if Lu Ming could survive the seventh lightning punishment. The seventh lightning tribulation, the world refinement tribulation bell. It's extremely terrifying and can refine everything. For tens of thousands of years, there have been geniuses in the Azure continent who faced such a tribulation, but they were all refined by the world refinement tribulation bell. That's right. It's too difficult to pass the seventh heaven test. Some people sighed. Time passed by slowly. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. In the blink of an eye, 10 hours had passed. Lu Ming was still persevering in the world refinement tribulation bell. At this moment, Lu Ming's appearance was extremely terrifying. All the muscles in his body seemed to have been corroded away, leaving only a skeleton. In fact, the power of refinement had already begun to refine the bone banner. Inside the spiritual god was dim and had no light. Lu Ming's soul was like a candle flame in the wind that could be extinguished at any time. Chapter 1416. 1416 Lu Ming becomes an emperor. However, Lu Ming did not give up. He was still resisting and persevering. Time passed by quickly. 10 hours passed, and another 10 hours passed. Lu Ming's entire skeleton armor was about to be refined. Only the chaos domain was still covering him. The soul fluctuations within the spiritual god were extremely weak, and as time passed, it became weaker and weaker. If Lu Ming's original soul force was equivalent to a moon, then his current soul force was equivalent to a firefly. Another 10 hours had passed. Lu Ming had been trapped in the world refining tribulation bell for 30 hours. At this time, Lu Ming's physical body had completely disappeared. He had been refined by the world refining tribulation bell. And NBSB hoo-hoo. At this moment, the dark clouds in the sky slowly dispersed and disappeared. The world refining tribulation bell below also disappeared with a bang. As for Lu Ming, there was no trace of him at all. There was no one in the air. He had vanished into thin air. The heavenly tribulation has passed, but where are the people? There's no one here. It seems that this person didn't pass the 7th heavenly tribulation and was refined by the world refining tribulation bell. It's a pity that a monster of his generation died under the heavenly tribulation. I just said that no matter how monstrous he is, he's useless if he doesn't grow up. Sighs could be heard from all around. Some people felt pity for Lu Ming, who was a monstrous talent of his generation. He had fallen under the heavenly tribulation. However, there were also people who mocked him and even gloated. Let's go. We've already wasted too much time searching for the treasures left behind by the great emperor. Some people spoke, and soon, not a single person was left in this area. The sky was completely silent, as if everything that had happened earlier was an illusion. 2 hours later, a spot of light suddenly lit up at the place where Lu Ming had just transcended the tribulation. At first, the spot of light was a little dim, but slowly it became brighter and brighter. At first, it was like a firefly, but slowly it became like a candle. Then it became like the stars, the sun, and the moon. A terrifying suction force was born from the light spot. The original chi within a radius of tens of thousands of miles was frantically gathering towards the light spot. The light spot was like a black hole devouring the original chi. And NBSB hoo-hoo, endless origin chi gathered, and the outline of the light spot slowly appeared. It was a human form. It was the spiritual god, Lu Ming's spiritual god. Lu Ming did not die. He was not refined. Previously, the tribulation clouds and the world refinement tribulation bell disappeared, not because Lu Ming was refined and died, but because Lu Ming had successfully passed the tribulation. At this moment, Lu Ming was recovering. The suction force grew stronger and stronger. The origin energy of heaven and earth in a radius of tens of thousands of miles was extremely dense. Slowly, the origin energy around Lu Ming's spirit god turned into liquid. The liquid squirmed and began to condense into a physical body. Lu Ming's physical body. Roar. A dragon's roar shook the 9 heavens. Between heaven and earth, the shadow of 9 dragons emerged and entered Lu Ming's body, disappearing. Half a day later, Lu Ming's body was completely in the air. At this time, Lu Ming suddenly opened his eyes. With a thought, a set of clothes appeared, and he put them on. I finally made it through. What a terrifying world refining tribulation bell. Lu Ming secretly sighed. Even Lu Ming had a narrow escape when he faced the refining corpse calamity bell. In the end, He managed to survive with his strong willpower. The world refining tribulation bell was said to be able to refine the world. Its refining power was too terrifying. Not only could it refine the physical body, but it could also refine the spirit and soul. However, there were great benefits to surviving. Lu Ming's current realm had completely surpassed the spiritual god realm. He had entered the martial emperor realm. He was currently in the early stage of the first-level martial monarch realm. Boom! Lu Ming got up and threw a punch. A loud rumble was heard in the sky. A fist force flew out and pierced a huge hole in a mountain, making it bright from the front and back. This was the Yuan continent, the great emperor's secret realm, not the divine ruins continents. Everything in the world was extremely frozen. Lu Ming could punch through a mountain with one punch. So how terrifying was his power? Moreover, it was just pure physical strength. There's actually chaos chi permeating my body. Lu Ming sensed it carefully, and there was a look of surprise in his eyes. His muscles and bones seemed to be filled with chaotic chi. Although it was very faint, it was indeed chaotic chi. Lu Ming's spirit body had also reached the level of a low-grade earth spirit body. It was the same as what was recorded in the Dragon God combat body. However, due to the chaotic chi in his body, Lu Ming's spirit body was stronger than the average inferior earth spirit body. My soul has also been greatly improved and tempered. Lu Ming was overjoyed to see the soul. He could feel that his soul was many times stronger than before, be it in terms of toughness, strength, or soul power. It was at least a few dozen times stronger. One was heaven and the other was earth. From what Lu Ming knew, it was extremely difficult to improve one's soul. It was more than 100 times more difficult than improving one's martial arts cultivation. The stronger the soul, the stronger the life force of the spiritual god. Even if the spiritual god was injured, it would not die easily. In short, Lu Ming had successfully broken through to the martial royal realm this time. He had improved greatly in all aspects, and his strength had skyrocketed. I wonder how strong I am now. Lu Ming was filled with anticipation. He did not dare to say anything else, but Lu Ming was confident that if he returned to the continent group of the Divine Ruins now, it would definitely be easy to kill the 4th-level martial emperors. Of course, the Yuan continent's emperor's combat strength far exceeded the Divine Ruins continent. Lu Ming had never fought him before, so it was not easy to measure. Also, Lu Ming stretched out his palm and pointed it at the void. Who? Instantly, a terrifying, devouring force erupted from Lu Ming's palm. The origin chi in the world gathered toward Lu Ming in a frenzy. The devouring power of the 9 dragons. According to the records of the Dragon God combat body, the Dragon God combat body condensed from 9 dragons retained the skill of devouring power. Moreover, Lu Ming's body could now burst out with devouring power at any time. It was more convenient than before. This way, my cultivation will be faster. Lu Ming smiled. With a thought, the devouring power disappeared. It's been more than 10 days since I entered the Great Emperor's secret realm. It's time to take action. I can't come to the Great Emperor's secret realm in vain. Lu Ming smiled, then stepped into the air and disappeared. The Great Emperor's secret realm was a plain. It was extremely vast, and there were vast mountains everywhere. Lu Ming's speed was very fast. He passed by the mountain below in a flash. There are buildings. Suddenly, Lu Ming saw a building halfway up a mountain below him. He flew down. This was a palace. It looked very old, but it was intact. It was obvious that someone had lived here in the past. Lu Ming stepped in. The hall was quiet and empty. Lu Ming walked around but found nothing. Even if there's something here, it would have been taken away by others. Lu Ming smiled and left the place. Chapter 1417. 1417 Heavenly Tao Mark next. Lu Ming saw a few places with buildings. However, he did not discover anything after entering. In some places, traces of fighting were found. It was clear that some people had arrived earlier and taken away the things inside the palace. The Great Emperor's secret realm naturally can't only have the Great Emperor living in it. It's said that there are many Saint Realm experts under the Great Emperor. As for the emperors, they're just servants. Lu Ming pondered in his heart. Even if he couldn't get the treasures left by the Great Emperor, he would make a big profit as long as he could get the treasures left by the Saint Realm. It was obvious that the buildings that Lu Ming had encountered were the residences of the Great Emperor's subordinates. Not long after, Lu Ming saw a cave abode in a valley. At a glance, it was a cave abode where warriors cultivated in seclusion. Lu Ming walked toward the cave abode. Whoosh! Just as Lu Ming was approaching the cave abode, a ray of sword light shot out from the cave abode and went straight for Lu Ming's throat. The sharpness of the sword was definitely that of an emperor. Clang! Lu Ming stretched out a finger and flicked it at the long sword. The long sword buzzed and trembled before it was sent flying. "It's you, Lu Ming." A delicate voice was heard. Lu Ming focused his eyes and was stunned. "Young Lady Qiu." The person who attacked Lu Ming just now was Xianxia. "Lu Ming, I'm sorry. I thought it was someone else just now." Xianxia looked at Lu Ming apologetically. "It's fine. Where's your brother?" Lu Ming said, "My brother is cultivating in there. An expert left a heavenly Tao mark in this cave abode." Xianxia said, "Heavenly Tao engraving?" Lu Ming's eyes lit up. "That's right. You'll know when you come in." Xianxia said. Lu Ming nodded and entered the cave abode with Xianxia. The cave abode was very wide. On one of the walls of the cave abode, there was a mark that seemed to have been carved by someone with finger force. Lu Ming took a look and was deeply attracted. This mark was like the incarnation of the Great Tao. From this mark, one could comprehend the mysteries of the Great Tao. It was very difficult for a martial monarch to improve. First of all, he had to comprehend his domain. Domains were divided into 9 levels. It corresponded to the 9th level of the martial royal realm. One's cultivation could only be improved after the territory was improved. In order to increase his cultivation, he not only needed to refine his Zhenyuan, but also his spirit body. Therefore, every step forward in the martial emperor realm was not easy. These great Tao marks were carved on the stone wall when experts comprehended the heavenly Tao. Later generations could comprehend the heavenly Tao according to the marks and comprehend their own domain from the heavenly Tao, thus achieving the goal of improving their domain. After a while, Lu Ming took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Under the stone wall, a figure was sitting cross-legged, quietly comprehending. Obviously, Xianxia and Qiu Hao had also passed the martial royal ordeal and reached the martial royal realm. Just now, Qiu Hao must have been comprehending the heaven Tao carvings here, and Xianxia was guarding Qiu Hao. When she saw someone approaching, she attacked. "Young Lady Qiu, Brother Qiu is currently in the process of comprehending. We'll be standing guard outside the cave. I'm afraid we'll disturb him if we stay here." Lu Ming said. "All right." Xianxia nodded and walked out of the cave abode with Lu Ming. They waited quietly outside. About 3 hours later, Qiu Hao walked out of the cave abode. He was overjoyed to see Lu Ming. "Brother, you've finished comprehending?" Xianxia asked. "Yes, that heavenly Tao mark is not too profound. Furthermore, with my comprehension, I can only comprehend up to this point." Qiu Hao nodded and sighed. "Brother Lu, you'll have to comprehend it now. I've already comprehended it before. Big brother, and I will guard you." Xianxia said. "All right." Lu Ming nodded and walked into the cave abode. He sat cross-legged under the mark and stared at it. Buzz. The mark began to change in Lu Ming's eyes. It turned into wisps of the great Tao's aura, which was extremely mysterious. Lu Ming sensed it carefully and verified it with his chaos domain. The chaos realm was the king of all realms. It was all-encompassing, but no matter how mysterious it was also a part of the great Tao of heaven and earth. It also needed to be comprehended from the great Tao of heaven and earth. Gradually, Lu Ming fell into an ethereal state. Chaos is everything. It is the beginning and the end of everything. As time passed, Lu Ming's body emitted a layer of chaotic radiance. The Qiu family siblings sat cross-legged outside the cave abode, protecting Lu Ming. Suddenly, The siblings opened their eyes at the same time and looked into the distance. Two beams of light streaked across the sky and flew towards them. Then, the light faded and two young men appeared in the sky. There's an ancient cave mansion here. I'm quite lucky. A young man laughed. The two of them descended from the sky, and their eyes fell on Xiao Ying and Xiao Hao. We want this place. You guys can get lost. A young man waved his hand and said, Gentlemen, we found this place first. Besides, we have a friend who is cultivating inside. Xiao Ying explained. Nonsense, so what if we found it first? With your friends, we'll get lost together. The young man from before berated. Xiao Ying and Xiao Hao's faces turned ugly. The other party was too overbearing. The moment they arrived, they immediately wanted to occupy this place and make Xiao Ying and the others scram. My friend is cultivating. We'll leave when he's done. Xiao Hao said, Nonsense. We don't have time to wait with you. If you don't leave, then stay here forever. The young man's face turned cold as a domain spread out from his body. Buzz. In a flash, he charged towards Xiao Ying and Xiao Hao. The other young man did not make a move, but just watched from the side with a cold smile. Autumn water, dense mist. Falling flowers and flowing water. Xiao Ying and Xiao Hao had no choice but to resist. The two of them both cultivated water domains. When their domains spread out, they formed water dragons that wrapped around each other. People from Dragon God Valley. Dragon God Valley has been going against my Xianxia sect all this time. They're really looking for death. The young man from before shouted coldly. With a wave of his hand, countless sharp lights slashed out, cutting the water dragons apart, and then towards Xiao Ying and Xiao Hao. Domain martial technique. Xiao Ying's expression changed drastically, and she hurriedly released her domain. Her true qi burst forth, and two water shields were set up in front of her. Bang, 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 one after another. The sharp radiances struck the water shield, causing it to shake violently and on the verge of collapse. Break! The young man from before, who was also the young man from the Xianxia sect, pressed his palm down again. An even stronger sharp light burst out and pressed toward the Qiu family siblings. Boom! This time, the water shield could no longer hold on and exploded. The siblings groaned as their bodies were sent flying. They crashed into the wall and spat out large mouthfuls of blood. You dare to stop me? You're really looking for death. The young man from the Heaven God sect strode towards the Qiu sisters with a cold expression. He'll go in and take a look. The other youth from the Heavenly God sect dashed into the ancient cave and saw Lu Ming sitting cross-legged. Chapter 1418. 1418 Chapter 1418 Vast land at the sight of Lu Ming. The young man from the Heavenly God sect's expression changed. However, when he realized that Lu Ming was cultivating, his face revealed a look of surprise and ferocity. It's this brat. Even senior brother Luyan wasn't his match. But it's really a blessing from the heavens. This brat is currently cultivating. Haha, as long as I kill this brat, the holy maiden will definitely look at me in a new light. The young man was overjoyed. His vital essence burst forth, and he struck out a palm at Lu Ming. Lu Ming was still cultivating and seemed to have forgotten himself. The terrifying palm force neared Lu Ming in an instant. At that moment, Lu Ming's body was filled with chaotic light, and his chaotic domain bloomed outward on its own. Boom! The young man's palm landed on the chaotic domain, and his body shook violently. His expression changed drastically, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He was sent flying. He flew directly out of the entrance of the ancient cave mansion and fell on the ground. Buzz! At this moment, Lu Ming opened his eyes, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. No one would be in a good mood if they were interrupted at a critical moment in their cultivation. Lu Ming stood up and took a step forward, appearing outside the cave abode. Brother Lu, Xiao Ying and Xiao Hao were overjoyed. At first, they were extremely worried when they saw the other person rush into the cave abode, but they could do nothing about it. Now that they saw Lu Ming coming out unscathed, they heaved a huge sigh of relief. It's him. The young man outside felt his heart skip a beat when he saw Lu Ming. They had seen Lu Ming from afar when he was transcending the tribulation. They were terrified to see him now. Let's go. Without a second thought, they turned and ran. The young man who was injured by Lu Ming did the same. Where do you want to go? Come back. Lu Ming's palm was in the air, and he suddenly sucked. Buzz. A terrifying, devouring force burst out from Lu Ming's palm and enveloped the two young men from the Heavenly God sect. The other party was originally flying forward at high speed, but after being enveloped by the devouring power, his figures seemed to be fixed in place. Then, he was directly pulled back by the devouring power. No! The two of them roared and attacked with all their might, trying to break the devouring power. However, Lu Ming's eyes narrowed and the chaos realm pressed down. The two of them trembled and spat out mouthfuls of blood as they were pulled back by the devouring power. Moreover, their blood essence, essential core, and fresh blood were rapidly flowing away and flying into Lu Ming's palm. No, spare my life. This situation made the two of them scream in fear. However, Lu Ming was unmoved. The devouring power continued to erupt. In just half the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the two young men had turned into two dried corpses. Xianxia and Xiao Hao both gasped. Firstly, they were shocked by Lu Ming's combat strength. The two young men of the Xianxia sect had both passed the martial royal ordeal and entered the martial royal realm. Moreover, they had both cultivated domain martial techniques and had powerful combat strength. The Qiu family's brother and sister could not defeat one of them, even if they joined forces. However, in Lu Ming's hands, the other party could not fight back at all. Lu Ming had killed the two of them without even moving a step. The second reason was that he was shocked at Lu Ming's overbearing methods. He directly devoured people and turned them into mummies. After devouring their blood essence, Lu Ming began to refine them. Now that Lu Ming had become a martial emperor, he had cultivated the dragon god combat body and devoured the refining power. He was much stronger than before. Very soon, the blood essence energy of both of them was almost completely refined by Lu Ming. As expected, it's not of much use. Lu Ming shook his head secretly. The devoured energy was still useful in increasing true yuan and condensing spirit bodies, but it had no effect on improving his territory. A domain was different from a concept. Intent realm. It has intent realm runes that could be devoured and refined. It could be fused into one's own intent realm runes to increase one's own intent realm. However, a domain was even more wondrous. It did not have a physical form and was just a form of comprehension of the martial artist. It was ethereal and naturally could not be devoured and refined. Therefore, one had to rely on their own comprehension to break through the domain. However, Lu Ming was satisfied. He only needed to focus on his domain. His true essence could still be improved by devouring the refining power. This was a huge advantage compared to others. Lu Ming, are you all right? Xianxia stepped forward and asked. I'm fine. What about you guys? Lu Ming asked. We're only slightly injured. We'll be fine after we adjust our breathing. Xianxia said. Lu Ming, you can continue cultivating. We'll protect you. Xiao Hao said. Lu Ming shook his head and said, there's no need. The heavenly Tao mark is not too profound. I've already comprehended most of it. If I continue to comprehend it, I won't be able to gain much in a short period of time. You guys should recuperate first. After some comprehension, his chaos domain had improved a little. Not only was it completely stable, but it also seemed to have reached the middle stage of level 1. There were 9 levels of domains. Lu Ming could only break through to the second level of the Tao Martial Emperor realm if he cultivated the chaos domain to level 2. Xianxia and Xiao Hao sat down cross-legged, took a healing pill, and began to heal. 2 hours later, both of their injuries were almost fully recovered. The three of them did not stay any longer and soared into the sky, flying forward. Along the way, they came across some other buildings or cave abodes, but they were all one step ahead. The three of them did not stop and kept moving forward. Not long after, they arrived at a vast land. As far as the eye could see, there was a huge building complex in front of them. Huge palaces stood on a plain. From a distance, Lu Ming and the rest could see silhouettes flickering in the palaces. Many people were exploring the area. Such a large group of buildings. Could it be the emperor's bedroom? Even if it's not, it must be the residence of an important figure. There must be some treasures. Xiao Hao's eyes lit up. Let's go down and try our luck. Let's go, Lu Ming said. The three of them descended and landed in front of a huge hall. Boom, boom, and NBSB, an astonishing boom, erupted within the palace. The three of them walked up and saw two youths engaged in an intense battle. The ground was covered with corpses and blood that had yet to dry up. Hand over the treasure. One of the young men shouted and launched a crazy attack on the other young man. Don't even think about it. Treasures belong to those who are fated to obtain them. Since I've obtained them, it means that I'm fated to obtain them. Another young man shouted, Bullshit! It'll kill you, and the treasure will be mine. The man from before shouted. The two of them fought so fiercely that the palace was cracked and shattered. It was obvious that a treasure had appeared here, and everyone was fighting for it. The corpses here were all heaven's favorites who had entered this place, but now they were all dead. Let's go and take a look elsewhere, Lu Ming said. The three of them turned around and left for the other halls. Buzz, buzz, and NBSB whoosh. Suddenly, a group of people flew out from palace. There were more than 100 of them. They were all young men who had come in. Their faces were pale. Run, run, quickly run, the young men shouted. Buzz. Dense inscriptions suddenly appeared in the palace, and then a large array appeared. A black light cut through the void and stabbed toward the youths. Chapter 1419. 1419, Chapter 1419, Underground Palace. A series of shrill screams rang out. Most of the 100 or so people had their bodies pierced by the black light. They fell to the ground, screaming, and no longer made any sound. Only a dozen or so people managed to escape with their lives. All of a sudden, nearly 100 people died. Lu Ming could clearly see that out of the nearly 100 people, half of them had already passed the martial emperor's calamity and become martial emperors. The rest were still at the supreme level, but they had all died in an instant. The great emperor's secret realm was indeed not simple. There was danger at all times. Not only would they have to face the attacks of others, but the process of exploring would also be dangerous. I just saw someone sitting cross-legged inside. Indeed, there seems to be someone there, but there's no sign of life. He's already dead. There's definitely a treasure. The remaining 10 or so people didn't leave, but lingered around. This is an array, but it's no longer complete after so many years. If we find a gap, we might be able to enter. A young man who cultivated the Tao of inscription glanced around, trying to find a flaw in the formation. Lu Ming did the same as he scanned the surroundings of the hall. Although the clone had not recovered and Lu Ming could not inscribe the formation, he shared the knowledge of the clone. In other words, the main body had the knowledge and vision of the clone. Even if he could not break the formation, he could still find the flaws. You guys follow me closely, Lu Ming said to Xiao Ying and Xiao Hao. Then he strode forward, with Xiao Ying and Xiao Hao following closely behind him. On the other side, the other young men also began to move, looking for the flaws in the formation and stepping in. Lu Ming, so you know about the Tao of inscription, but I don't feel your mental energy fire. Strange. As they walked, Xiao Ying sized Lu Ming up curiously. She found it rather strange. Lu Ming smiled and did not explain further. The three of them walked in circles, and after a while, they finally passed through the formation and entered the hall. There's someone, Xiao Ying said. In the hall, there was a person sitting cross-legged. It was a woman who looked to be in her 40s. Unfortunately, she had no life force. It was obvious that she was a corpse. Could this be someone from the great emperor's secret realm? Emperor Tsang has been missing for 60,000 years. Could this person have died 60,000 years ago? Xiao Hao guessed. Their hearts trembled. If this person had died 60,000 years ago and his body hadn't rotted yet, then his cultivation must be shockingly high. A saint. The three of them thought at the same time that only a saint realm expert could maintain his body for so many years without rotting. Otherwise, even a peak emperor's body would have rotted after 60,000 years. How did this person die? There's no wound at all, Xianxia said. After a careful examination, he did not find any wounds on the other party's body. His storage ring is also gone. Could it be that he was killed and his storage ring was taken away? But why aren't there any wounds? Lu Ming frowned and could not figure it out. The few of them looked around. There were some chairs and tables in the hall, but after so many years, they had already rotted and turned into ashes. In the end, their gazes fell on the woman. She was wearing a purple feather dress, which was obviously a supreme treasure. Even after so many years, it was still shining with spiritual light. This was definitely a valuable treasure. It was worn by a saint, so it was very likely a saint weapon. Holy weapon. Their eyes lit up. At this moment, footsteps were heard, and a few young men rushed in. The moment they entered, their gazes fell on the woman. Holy weapon. This is definitely a holy weapon. Its value is immeasurable. The few young men's eyes were burning with passion. Then, their gazes landed on Lu Ming and the rest, and a ferocious look flashed across their faces. How about we kill these people and split them equally? A young man said. Sure, kill. The few young men charged at Lu Ming and the rest at the same time, unleashing all sorts of powerful techniques. These people were all very powerful. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to escape from the formation. When they attacked together, their power was astonishing. You're looking for death. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. He took a step forward, and a violent aura emanated from his body. Boom, boom, boom. Lu Ming continued to punch out, and his fist force streaked across the void. The attacks of the few youths were unable to withstand a single blow from Lu Ming's fist force and instantly collapsed. The fist force didn't stop and continued to bombard the few young men. No, their expressions changed drastically. They wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Their screams were drowned out by the fist force. When the fist force disappeared, Lu Ming had already pierced through the bodies of the few young men, and they died on the spot. Ying, this feather robe is for a woman. Take it, Lu Ming said. This? How can I? Xianxia wanted to reject him. After all, they were only following Lu Ming, and they were all relying on him. They had also relied on Lu Ming to enter this hall and kill those few people. She didn't even put in any effort, but the treasure was going to belong to her. How could she accept it? It's fine. We can't use a woman's things. Just accept it, Lu Ming said. Xianxia pondered for a moment before nodding her head. She bowed to the woman, then took off the feather clothes on the woman's body and kept them in her storage ring. Then, the three of them followed the original path and left the palace. An underground palace has appeared in front of us. Let's go and take a look. There's definitely a valuable treasure. As soon as the three of them walked out of the palace, they heard this news. Streaks of rainbow light streaked across the void and flew towards the depths of the buildings. An underground palace? The three of them looked at each other and saw the intention in each other's eyes. Shall we go and take a look? Xiaohao said. Let's go. Lu Ming nodded. The three of them rose into the air and flew toward the depths of the building. Below them, the vast buildings flashed past. Soon, the three of them saw a dense crowd of thousands standing in the air before them. One by one, they exuded a powerful aura. More than half of them exuded the aura of martial emperors. Most of the young men who had entered this time were originally at the limit of the Supreme Being realm, especially the local young men. Therefore, as soon as they entered, they underwent their tribulation and broke through to the martial emperor realm. The rest had yet to break through because their cultivation had yet to reach the limit of the Supreme Being realm. The group of people looked forward. Lu Ming and the other two stepped forward and looked ahead. In front of them, on a plain, there was a place that had caved in. A layer of faint light was spreading out. It was a building in the corner. From its shape, it should be a corner of a huge palace. The other parts of the palace were still buried underground. From the conversations of the people around them, Lu Ming and the rest learned that there was a huge battle here previously. The ground caved in, and they discovered this palace. Everyone, this palace is buried deep underground. It must be extraordinary. How about we dig it out? Someone suggested. Chapter 1420. 1420 The Terrifying Fortress. All right, I agree. I also agree. Everyone chimed in. Faced with such an underground palace, everyone was very tempted to go in and explore. All right, let's start then. Then, he began to make his move. In MBSB, the people here were all experts with high cultivation, so it was naturally not difficult to excavate a palace. They split open the ground and threw large amounts of rocks and soil into the distance. Soon, a huge palace revealed its true appearance in front of everyone. Rather than a palace, it was more like a fortress. This fortress was extremely huge and grand. It could be seen that the people living in this fortress were also extraordinary. Could it be the great emperor's palace? Some people guessed. In front of the fortress, there was a stone door that was tightly closed. Buzz! Someone slashed out a sword light at the wall of the fortress, but the fortress didn't move at all. Not even a mark was left. It seemed that the only way to enter the fortress was through the gate. Boom! Someone sent out a palm print and hit the door from a distance. The door shook violently, but it did not open. Everyone, let's work together to break this door. Someone suggested, and everyone nodded. Buzz! Buzz! And MBSB whoosh. Instantly, beams of light flew out from the crowd and headed for the gate of the fortress. Boom! 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 The door shook violently and began to shake. Its effective continue. Bombard, more rainbow lights, and all sorts of attacks were launched at the door. The door shook even more violently. Gotcha! Finally, the door creaked and slowly opened. A moment later, the door was completely opened. Behind the door was a dark area. At this moment, many people stopped and looked around. Now that the door had been opened, the people who had been working together just now would immediately become enemies and competitors, because everyone wanted the treasure. At this moment, Lu Ming did not know why, but he suddenly felt his heart palpitate. He had a feeling that a great disaster was imminent. Kill, kill, kill. At this moment, a terrifying sound rang out from within the fortress. A wave of fluctuations that made one's heart palpitate was emitted from a gate. Some of the young men standing in front didn't even have time to react before their bodies exploded. Not good, retreat. Lu Ming's expression changed. He pulled Xiao Ying and Xiao Hao and retreated frantically. Kill, kill, kill. In the fortress, the roars were endless and contained endless killing intent. There was a strong sense of unwillingness in the voice. An invisible wave swept out from the door. One by one, the bodies of the young men exploded into pieces. Run, run, run. The rest of the people were scared out of their wits and frantically fled. However, the invisible fluctuation was spreading rapidly. One by one, the young men screamed miserably as they were crushed into pieces. Buzz! A wave of fluctuation spread towards Lu Ming, making his heart palpitate. Block it! Lu Ming set up a chaos domain in front of him, enveloping Xiao Ying and Xiao Hao. At the same time, his glabella glowed, and a lightning cauldron appeared in front of him. Clang! The lightning cauldron was the first to be hit by an invisible force. It trembled violently and was sent flying. Then, the Chaos Realm shook violently as well. A terrifying force passed through the Chaos Realm and acted on Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body trembled and blood trickled down the corner of his mouth. On the side, Xiao Ying and Xiao Hao both spat out mouthfuls of blood, their faces pale. However, with the help of this force, Lu Ming retreated thousands of miles with the Qiu siblings and finally avoided the invisible attack. It could be seen how terrifying these fluctuations were. First, it sent the lightning cauldron flying. Then, it passed through the chaos domain and injured Lu Ming. The others were in a worse state. There had been thousands of them, but almost all of them had died from that attack. Only a few people had managed to survive by relying on powerful secret techniques and powerful artifacts. They all looked at the fortress with fear. That fortress was simply a fortress that demanded death. Could it be that a supreme expert was living inside? What was that loud roar just now? After a few roars, the roar stopped and did not continue. What's going on? Lu Ming and the rest stood in the distance, sizing up the fortress with fear on their faces. This fortress was too strange. Just like that, they waited for a moment, but now the fortress was completely silent without any movement. Buzz! At this moment, a jade talisman suddenly appeared on Qiu Yingying's body. This jade talisman gave off a slight vibration, and then a light barrier enveloped Qiu Yingying. What's going on? Qiu Yingying was shocked. Buzz! In the next moment, the jade talisman carried Qiu Yingying and flew towards the fortress in front of them. They flew through the gate of the fortress and disappeared. Their speed was astonishing. Yingying, Qiu Hao's face turned pale with shock as he hurriedly chased after her and disappeared from the main entrance. There was no other abnormality. What's going on? Lu Ming was a little confused. Why did a jade talisman suddenly fly out of Qiu Yingying's body and bring her into the fortress? Everything changed so quickly that Lu Ming could not react in time. Let's go and take a look. In the end, Lu Ming gritted his teeth. The lightning cauldron floated above his head, and he enveloped his body with the chaos domain. He flew toward the gate of the fortress. There was nothing unusual all the way to the gate. Lu Ming did not stop. He flew directly into the door. Some people in the outside world were bewildered when they saw this. What's going on? Those few people who flew in were fine. Perhaps it's fine now, someone said. However, no one dared to enter. After a long time, someone finally gritted his teeth and flew towards the gate. He flew into the gate and disappeared without a trace. Seeing this, more people flew in. Furthermore, there were still people flying over from the distance. The inside of the fortress was very wide and huge. After Lu Ming flew through the door, a long passageway appeared in front of him. After flying past the passageway, he saw some forked corridors and passageways. Where did Yingying and the others fly to? Lu Ming frowned. He then randomly chose a passage and walked forward. There were stone houses on both sides of the passage. Lu Zhou walked into the first stone house, but found nothing. When he entered the second stone house, he finally made a discovery. A skeleton. Lu Ming had discovered a skeleton. The skeleton was as white as jade, and it sat cross-legged on the bed. It gave off the feeling that it had suddenly died while cultivating. Lu Ming deduced that he should be an emperor. However, after searching for a while, Lu Ming realized that the person's storage ring was also missing. Chapter 1421 1421 Chapter 1421 Sacred Medicine. After sizing him up, Lu Ming left the place and headed to other stone houses. Lu Ming found a few skeletons in the stone houses one after another. They should be at the emperor level, but the storage rings were all gone. Lu Ming found nothing. Lu Ming walked along the passageway and finally came to a secret room. There were a few boxes in the secret room. Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he opened one of the boxes. Inside, there were some refining materials. However, Lu Ming was overjoyed when he took a closer look. This was because these materials were too precious. They could all be used to refine saint weapons. If they were taken out, they would be worth cities. He had finally found something good. Lu Ming smiled and kept the box of refining materials into the mountain and river diagram. Then, Lu Ming opened the second big box. The second box also contained refining materials. They were all very precious refining materials for refining holy weapons. After Lu Ming kept it, he looked at the third box. There were only 3 boxes in total. The third box was the smallest. Could it be that they are all forging materials? Lu Ming thought to himself. He then opened the box. As soon as the box was opened, a strange fluctuation spread out. This is This fluctuation was extremely mysterious. It was like the aura of the heavenly Tao. It was extremely similar to the aura emitted by the heavenly Tao engraving that Lu Ming had seen in the ancient cave mansion. This was the aura of the great Tao of heaven and earth. Lu Ming looked into the box. Inside the box were pieces of chaotic colored stones. Each of them was about the size of a fist, and there were about 100 of them. Lu Ming's pupils constricted. He seemed to have thought of something, and he looked surprised. Could this be the heavenly Tao stone? Lu Ming's heart was thumping. The heavenly Tao stone, as its name suggested, contained the aura of the heavenly Tao. It was said that it was born from chaos at the beginning of the world. It contained the great Tao and was extremely precious. Martial Royal Realm experts could use the heavenly Tao stone to comprehend and upgrade their domains. Even sages could use the heavenly Tao stone to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth. However, there were too few heavenly Tao stones. They were born at the beginning of the world, so there were very few of them. Moreover, with every piece used, there would be one less. Over the years, the number of heavenly Tao stones had been decreasing, and their prices had also become more and more precious. We're rich. There are so many heavenly Tao stones here. Lu Ming was overjoyed. There were 108 pieces in total. My primal chaos domain is extremely difficult to cultivate and extremely slow to improve. It's far inferior to other domains. However, with the heavenly Tao stone, my speed won't be surpassed by others by too much. Lu Ming had many thoughts in his mind. The Chaos Realm, the Emperor of thousands of realms, was powerful, but it had a disadvantage. It was too difficult to cultivate. However, with the heavenly Tao stone, Lu Ming's comprehension speed would definitely be greatly accelerated. Lu Ming kept the heavenly Tao stone in a storage ring. He was afraid that it would be ruined by Dandan if he kept it in the mountain and river diagram. After keeping the heavenly Tao stone, Lu Ming left the place and continued to move forward. Not long after, there was light ahead, and at the same time, a burst of medicinal fragrance filled the air. The smell of herbs. There were spirit herbs. Lu Ming's eyes lit up, and he strode forward. As expected, there was a herb garden in front of Lu Ming. The strong herbal fragrance was rushing into Lu Ming's nose. So many spiritual herbs. This is the 1,000 opportunity fruit and the jade snow lotus. Lu Ming's eyes swept across the room, and there was a burning glow in his eyes. At a glance, they were at least level 9 spiritual herbs. Lu Ming could tell that a few of them were half-divine herbs. A half-saint herb would become a saint herb if it advanced one step further. Lu Ming had once bought a half-divine medicine that was losing its spirituality and planted it next to the Path Understanding ancient tree. Now, it had completely recovered its original chi. However, there were at least 7 half-saint herbs here. Finally, Lu Ming looked ahead. It was a 1-meter tall, crystal-clear tree with brilliant lights and vibrant colors. It had a magical energy fluctuation. Heaven liquid ancient tree. Lu Ming muttered, his eyes filled with ecstasy. This was a saint herb, a true saint herb. Even a saint would break his head if he saw it. Every once in a while, a type of spiritual liquid would be produced on the branches and leaves of the heaven liquid ancient tree. It was called heaven liquid, and its value was immeasurable. Its effects were even greater than the water of life. Be it recovering true essence or healing injuries, it was extremely effective. There was a skeleton half-squatting beside the heaven liquid ancient tree. It held a jade bottle in its hand and seemed to be collecting the heaven liquid from the ancient tree. Lu Ming walked over and picked up the jade bottle. Indeed, there was half a bottle of heavenly liquid on the jade screen. That's great! Lu Ming was overjoyed. Then, he moved in a flash and put away all the level 9 spiritual herbs and the half-divine herbs. Finally, he uprooted the sky liquid ancient tree and planned to plant it in the mountain and river diagram. After keeping the spiritual herbs, Lu Ming had an idea and entered the mountain and river diagram. First, Lu Ming went to the second body. After a few months of recuperation and the help of a bottle of premium life potion, The second body had finally recovered from the explosion. However, his original chi had not fully recovered, and he needed a rest. Lu Ming took out half a bottle of heavenly liquid, took it, and finished it in one gulp. He then closed his eyes and continued to cultivate. Following that, Lu Ming took a step forward and came to the place where Dandan and Bubbles were. The valley was originally filled with spirit herbs, but now, almost all of them had been eaten up. Dandan and Bubbles were sleeping soundly. As if sensing Lu Ming's arrival, Dandan opened her eyes in a daze and said, "Lu Ming, do you have any more spirit herbs? Give me some more. I'm about to recover." "Take it." Lu Ming waved his hand, and more than 100 supreme-grade, level 9 spiritual herbs flew out. Every single one of these spiritual herbs was at the supreme grade of level 9. Furthermore, they had been nurtured in the herb garden for at least 60,000 years. Their medicinal strength was astonishing, far exceeding that of ordinary supreme grade level 9 spiritual herbs. So many level 9 spiritual herbs. "Boy, it seems that you have encountered another fortuitous encounter." Dandan's eyes lit up as she grabbed two and stuffed them into her mouth. Chirping, a white light flashed and Bubbles woke up. She grabbed a few spirit herbs and started gnawing. "With these spirit herbs, you guys should be able to recover, right?" Lu Ming said, his heart secretly aching. If he were to sell these spiritual herbs, he would definitely be able to sell them for a lot of rough stones. "Well, with these spiritual herbs, it's almost time. If there are more, I can even advance," Dandan muttered, stuffing spiritual medicine into her mouth as she spoke. "Oh, then I'll give you these too." Lu Ming took out the 7 half-divine herbs. If Dandan and Bubbles were to advance, it would be of great help to him, so he was naturally willing to part with them. "Nest, this is a half-saint medicine." "And 7. Dandan's eyes lit up. She leaped on all fours and pounced at Lu Ming. Bang! There was a flash of white light, and a bubble appeared. It kicked Dandan away and appeared on Lu Ming's shoulder. It swallowed a half-divine medicine in one gulp. Chapter 1422. 1422 Chapter 1422 Not saving. "Ah, little guy, you're pissing me off, you dare to kick me?" Dandan roared and rushed to Lu Ming's shoulder. She gritted her teeth and glared at the bubble fiercely. Chirping, Bubbles burped, blinked her big black eyes, and looked at Dandan innocently, making Dandan so angry that she almost vomited blood. "Come, there are 6 half-saint herbs here. Each of you will get 3. Lu Ming gave the 6 half-divine herbs to Dandan and Bubbles. "That's not fair. Why do I only have 3 while this little guy has 4? Dandan shouted. "Fuck, how old are you? Aren't you embarrassed to be so serious with Bubbles?" Lu Ming's face was full of disdain. Chirping, Bubbles took the 3 half-divine herbs and stuffed them into her mouth, snuggling in Lu Ming's arms. Dandan's face turned green with anger. She took the 3 half-saint herbs with hatred and ran away. Then Lu Ming took out the Heaven Liquid Ancient Tree. Buzz! As soon as he took out the Heaven Liquid Ancient Tree, Dandan instantly rushed over again. Her eyes were wide open as she said, "Nest, sacred medicine, a true sacred medicine. Hey, this is the Heaven Elixir Fruit Tree. It's different from other sacred medicines. It's a waste to swallow it directly. If you dare to touch it, it'll cook you." Lu Ming stared at Dandan and said, he was just a little afraid that this fellow would swallow the Heavenly Liquid Ancient Tree while he was not around. "Haha, why would I? Who am I? Moreover, the Heaven Liquid of the Heaven Liquid Ancient Tree is priceless. I know that there's no effect in directly swallowing it." Dandan smiled brightly, but her sneaky eyes still glanced at the Heaven Liquid Ancient Tree from time to time. Lu Ming could not be bothered with Dandan. He found a place and planted the Heavenly Liquid Ancient Tree. Lu Ming then exited the mountain and river diagram. This place is definitely the bedroom of an expert. Even if it's not a great emperor, it's still very impressive. Let's look for it again. Lu Ming left the herb garden and walked along the passageway. Soon, he saw many forked passageways. He chose one at random and searched for treasures in the fortress. During this time, he saw many skeletons. The bone armor was sparkling and translucent. They were all the bone armor of emperors. However, the strange thing was that these bone armor were completely undamaged. It didn't seem like they had experienced a great battle when they were alive. He didn't know how they had died. Furthermore, he did not see a single storage ring. Lu Ming explored along the way and gradually approached the center of the fortress. At the center of the fortress was a large hall where an intense battle was taking place. More than a dozen young men and women surrounded the two of them. The two people who were surrounded were Qiao Ying and Xiao Hao. At this moment, Qiao Ying was sitting cross-legged, and her body was covered with a layer of holy light. She looked solemn, as if she had fallen into a kind of ethereal state. As for Xiao Hao, he held a shield in his hand, and a golden bell floated above his head. Both the shield and the golden bell emitted rays of light and a mysterious aura. Buzz! Buzz! Two sword radiances, one from the left and the other from the right, pierced towards Xiao Hao at lightning speed and with shocking power. Buzz! The golden bell above Xiao Hao's head buzzed and two rays of light scattered down, destroying the two sword rays. A holy weapon is indeed powerful. A young man said, "Everyone, let's attack together." The woman has obtained the inheritance of the expert here, and the man has two powerful saint weapons. One or two of us won't be able to take him down. A red-faced young man said, "That's right, let's attack together." The others chimed in. All of them were at LV-1 Martial Royal Realm. Xiao Hao's face turned serious when he sensed their auras. "Brat, you'd better hand over your saint weapon. You can't swallow such a treasure. Also, break that woman's inheritance and make her hand over her inheritance." The red-faced young man said coldly as he looked at Xiao Ying with greed in his eyes. This woman's luck was too good. She had actually obtained the inheritance of this place. The owner of this place was definitely an extraordinary expert. Who would not want the inheritance of such an expert? Don't even think about it. If you want to interrupt my sister's inheritance, she will be seriously injured or even killed. If you want to interrupt her, you will have to step over my dead body. Xiao Hao bellowed as he held his shield, and the golden bell above his head buzzed. Kid, don't think you're all that just because you have two saint weapons. You've just obtained them and haven't refined them yet. Besides, how much power can you use with your cultivation? You can't stop us." The red-faced young man sneered. "Let's see who dares to touch the people of Dragon God Valley." At this moment, a voice came from a passage on the side of the hall. Then, with a flash, a group of people appeared in the hall. There were more than 20 people. Each of them released their aura. They were all martial emperors. Dragon God Valley. Xiao Hao's eyes lit up, and he quickly shouted, "Senior brothers, save us." "So it's you guys." A chuckle came from the crowd of Dragon God Valley, and a figure stepped out. This person was wearing a silver robe and had a cold and arrogant expression. Who else could it be but Yinfeng? Yinfeng. Xiao Hao's expression changed. "What's going on?" Yinfeng strode out, and the other young men and women present had ugly expressions. It would be difficult to deal with so many people from Dragon God Valley. The treasures and inheritance here were discovered by all of us. Your Dragon God Valley wants to take it all for yourself? Aren't you too greedy? The red-faced young man said in a deep voice. Inheritance? A treasure? Yinfeng's eyes swept across Qiao Ying and Xiao Hao, and he immediately understood what was going on. A hint of greed flashed across his eyes. The two of you are quite lucky. One of you obtained an inheritance, and the other obtained a saint weapon. Now, hand over your saint weapon. Yinfeng said. Leave it to you? Xiao Hao's expression changed. That's right, leave it to me. You take it, can you keep it? Also, immediately interrupt your sister's inheritance. How can she be qualified to accept the inheritance of such a powerful expert? Yinfeng said with slight disdain. No, I can give you my treasures, but I can't interrupt Ying's inheritance. Xiao Hao gritted his teeth. Can't. If you don't want to hand it over, then you'll have to deal with this on your own. Yinfeng's face turned cold. Yinfeng sneered and walked to the side with the other disciples of the Dragon God Valley, as if it was none of their business. You guys, the elders said before that the disciples of Dragon God Valley should unite and help each other. You are not helping them. Qiuhao looked at the red-faced young man and the others warily and shouted at the disciples of Dragon God Valley at the same time. United? We will naturally be united, but you're just a lowly ant from a savage island. What qualifications do you have to be united with us? Furthermore, you want to take over the treasures and inheritance. What a joke. Yinfeng sneered. In Dragon God Valley, Yinfeng's status seemed to be very high. The others looked at Qiuhao and Qiu Yingying indifferently and had no intention of helping them. The red-faced young man and the others' eyes lit up at the sight of this. They slowly approached Qiuhao, and a dozen powerful auras pressed down on him, making it difficult for him to breathe. Chapter 1423. 1423 Chapter 1423 Killed in one move. Detestable. Qiuhao growled in his heart. Yinfeng and the others were too despicable. They were clearly trying to use this method to force Qiuhao and Xiu Yingying to hand over the inheritance. It was fine for him to hand over the treasures, but when he was accepting the inheritance, he had to be completely focused. If he were to forcefully interrupt, it would be extremely dangerous, as it would destroy Xiu Yingying. This was something he would never agree to. Even if he had to die, Qiuhao stood in front of Xiu Yingying with the shield in his hand and the golden bell floating above his head. Brat, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. The red-faced young man shouted coldly. Who do you want to help? At this moment, a clear voice sounded in the hall. Buzz! Before he could finish his sentence, a shadow flashed and a figure appeared beside Qiuhao. His speed was so fast that no one could see how he had appeared. Lu Ming. Qiuhao blurted out subconsciously. That's right, the person who had just appeared was Lu Ming. He had been walking around aimlessly in the fortress. Just now, he had arrived here and seen the scene in the hall. He used the wind elemental technique and appeared beside Qiuhao. Yinfeng, the people from Dragon God Valley. Lu Ming's gaze swept across Yinfeng and the people from Dragon God Valley. The people of Dragon God Valley stood aside, not knowing what was going on. Lu Ming, it's like this. Qiuhao briefly explained what had happened, and Lu Ming immediately understood what had happened. How despicable. Lu Ming cast a glance at Yinfeng. It's this kid. This time, let's see how you die. When Yinfeng saw Lu Ming, he was stunned at first. Then he revealed a cold smile. He was not Lu Ming's match before he reached the martial royal realm. However, now that he had reached the martial royal realm and his spirit body had transformed into a low-grade earth spirit body, he was confident that he could defeat Lu Ming. Brat, you want to interfere in this matter? The red-faced young man's gaze fell on Lu Ming. What do you think? If you know what's good for you, get lost. Lu Ming berated coldly. Presumptuous. You want to interfere in this matter alone? You're courting death. They'll kill you first. The red-faced young man shouted coldly. With a wave of his hand, a blood-red sword light slashed toward Lu Ming. This person was a disciple of the Blood Demon Tower, one of the 13 top sects in the Azure region. Clang! Lu Ming flicked his finger and flicked the blood-red sword radiance away. At the same time, he moved and threw a punch at the red-faced young man. Why would I? The red-faced young man's sword gleam was flicked away by Lu Ming's finger. He was shocked. He waved the long sword in his hand, and dozens of sharp blood-red sword gleams bloomed out, stabbing toward Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming's fist force crushed over, and the red-faced young man's sword gleam collapsed. Then, the fist force landed on the red-faced young man's body. The red-faced young man screamed in pain, and his body flew out. His body twitched a few times before he stopped moving. There was no sign of life left in him. Lu Ming's punch had dispersed the spiritual god in the red-faced young man's body. At the side, the other young men were shocked. Killing the red-faced young man with one punch shocked him. Which one of you still wants to die? Lu Ming's gaze swept across the other young men. The young men's expressions changed. Let's attack together. I don't believe that we can't kill him with more than a dozen of us working together. A young man growled. Buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Ming appeared beside him and threw a punch. This person was dead. Who else is there? Lu Ming said indifferently. His cold, killing intent filled the air, causing the remaining young men's faces to turn ugly. Innate spirit body. This person must be an innate spirit body. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such strong combat power. They growled in their hearts, thinking that Lu Ming had an innate spirit body. Once an innate spiritual body broke through to the martial royal realm, the spiritual body would undergo a transformation. At the very least, it could become a low-grade earth spiritual body. Its combat strength will be so strong that it could completely crush other martial artists of the same level. This fellow, at the side, Yin Feng's eyes flashed with a cold light. Lu Ming had also broken through to the martial emperor realm, and his combat strength was extremely strong. However, he didn't really take it seriously. He can now kill a martial artist of the same level with one move. Get lost, Lu Ming berated. The dozen or so young men's faces were ugly, but they had no choice but to retreat. However, they only walked to the side and did not leave. They could tell that Yin Feng and the others were not on good terms with the Qiuhao sisters. They would not give up so easily. Perhaps they could take advantage of the situation later. Why aren't you guys leaving? Lu Ming's gaze shifted to Yin Feng and the rest. Yin Feng's face was gloomy. He snorted and said, Lu Ming, do you think you can keep these treasures and legacies? It's best if you hand the treasure over to us. We'll help you bring it out and hand it over to the sect. Hand it over to the sect. We will hand it over ourselves. You don't have to worry about it. Lu Ming sneered. Lu Ming, don't think that you can be so arrogant just because you're capable. They'll test your confidence now to see if you can keep the treasure. Yin Feng stepped forward, and a powerful aura emanated from his body. You've been defeated, yet you're looking for a beating again, Lu Ming said in disdain. That was then, and this is now. Lu Ming, today, they'll let you see the difference between you and me. He said, Roar. Yin Feng's body glowed with a silver light, and a dragon's roar reverberated through the hall. His body glowed with silver light and turned into a silver dragon that wrapped around his body. Silver dragon combat body. A terrifying spirit body. Silver dragon blazing star fist die. The silver dragon roared and charged at Lu Ming like a beam of silver light. The silver emperor's spiritual weapon glove on its fist glowed with a dazzling light. As the fist force passed by, the space shook violently. Boom! Lu Ming casually took a step forward and threw a punch. There was nothing unusual about this punch. It was ordinary. Thump! The two fists collided like two meteors. The terrifying sound waves caused the hall to rumble. Then, a figure retreated. It was Yin Feng. He took 7 steps back, and with every step, the hall rumbled as if it was shaking violently. Impossible. Disbelief flashed in Yin Feng's eyes. After breaking through to the emperor level, his spirit body had become a low-grade earth spirit body and was extremely powerful. With the addition of his territory and the emperor's spiritual weapon, he thought that he would be able to crush Lu Ming. But now, he was completely at a disadvantage in just one move. Moreover, it seemed that Lu Ming had not used his full strength. Low-class earth spiritual body, you lowly ant, how could you cultivate a low-class earth spiritual body? Yin Feng roared. You think you're very noble? Do you think you're so great with a low-class earth spiritual body? They'll let you know that even if we're both low-class earth spiritual bodies, you're not worth mentioning in front of me. Lu Ming said coldly and took a step forward. Thump! With a single step, the hall rumbled. Lu Ming appeared in front of Yin Feng. His body was like a huge dragon, twisting and swaying. A powerful force flowed through his arm, and he threw a punch. Explode, die! Yin Feng roared as his aura started to increase. The peak of the first-level martial emperor realm. Chapter 1424. 1424. The prodigy leader. The aura on Yin Feng's body was extremely shocking. He had reached the peak of the LV-1 martial royal realm. The great emperor's secret realm had only been open for a dozen days, but Yin Feng's cultivation had already reached the peak of LV-1 martial royal realm. This was truly shocking. However, it wasn't hard to understand. A genius like Yin Feng, who had lived in the Yuan continent since he was young, had already reached the limit of the Supreme Being realm. The reason why he hadn't broken through to the Martial Emperor realm was because he had been suppressing it. His goal was to enter the Great Emperor's secret realm. They had been suppressed for too long and had accumulated too much. Once they broke through to the Emperor realm, their cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds. It was normal for them to reach the peak of the first-level Martial Emperor realm in a dozen days. In fact, it wouldn't be long before he could break through to the second level of the Martial Royal Realm. Yin Feng exploded with all his strength to fight against Lu Ming. Thump! The two fists collided, and the sound was like the ringing of a bell. However, the result was the same. Despite Yin Feng's peak LV-1 Martial Emperor Realm cultivation, he was still no match for Lu Ming. He was completely suppressed by Lu Ming and was forced to retreat. In fact, Lu Ming did not even use the Chaos Realm. He simply used the Dragon God combat body and the prison-suppressing heavenly technique to fight. Although Lu Ming's astral body was of the same level as Yin Feng, a low-grade astral body, he had been tempered by the World Refinement Tribulation Bell. There was a trace of chaos chi in his body, which made his astral body stronger than the average low-grade astral body. It was close to a medium-grade Earth spiritual body. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming continued to punch like an invincible god of war, completely suppressing Yin Feng. Yin Feng's body trembled, and he kept retreating. He spat out a mouthful of blood. At the side, the others were greatly shocked. Yin Feng was an innate spiritual body and had even evolved into a low-grade Earth spiritual body, but he was still not Lu Ming's match. Lu Ming, this young man from the Savage Island, had a combat strength that was beyond their imagination. What's wrong? This is your combat power? Is this the source of your confidence? Didn't you want me to see the difference between you and me? Lu Ming sneered. Yin Feng let out a beast-like roar. He was so aggrieved. At the supreme level, he was suppressed by Lu Ming. Even now, he was still suppressed. And a blood-red light flashed on Lu Ming's spine. A wisp of energy from his third blood meridian gushed into Lu Ming's body. A layer of blood-red light emerged on Lu Ming's body. An endless killing intent enveloped Yin Feng. Yin Feng shivered as he was enveloped by the endless killing intent. Boom! After borrowing the power of his third bloodline, Lu Ming's strength increased greatly. When his fist collided with Yin Feng's fist again, a cracking sound was heard from Yin Feng's arm. His arm was completely twisted. Arg! Yin Feng screamed and spat out a mouthful of blood. Suppress! Lu Ming pressed his hand down, and the phantom of the prison-suppressing steel appeared on his arm, pressing down on Yin Feng. Bang! Yin Feng raised his arms and tried his best to resist. However, he was pressed down by Lu Ming's palm, and he immediately knelt down. With a loud bang, he knelt on the ground in front of Lu Ming. Even if you want to beg for mercy, there's no need for such a big gift, right? Lu Ming smiled faintly. I am going to kill you. Yin Feng's eyes were red. He roared in anger and struggled madly. Last time, Lu Ming had stepped on his face 9 times, and he had become the laughingstock of Dragon God Valley. He was also ridiculed by his competitors. Now, he was kneeling in front of Lu Ming. This was a great humiliation that he would never be able to wash away in his life. Even if he were to rise up against the heavens and rule the world in the future, this incident would still be a stain on his life. He was furious. He roared. He could not wait to tear Lu Ming into pieces. However, what welcomed him was Lu Ming's kick. Lu Ming lifted his leg and kicked him. The sole of his foot landed on Yin Feng's face again. Yin Feng screamed, and his body slid down the floor. Buzz! Lu Ming took a step forward and chased after Yin Feng, about to stomp on him again. Enough! A voice was heard from the crowd of Dragon God Valley. Then a figure rushed out at an amazing speed. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The figure instantly stretched out 9 blood-red dragon claws and clawed at Lu Ming. The wind from the claw howled with a mournful sound, and its power was astonishing. Lu Ming had a feeling that if he was scratched by the dragon claw, he would be crushed to pieces. Lu Ming identified the position by listening to the sound and struck out 9 palms in a row. His palms were covered by the chaos domain and collided with the 9 blood-red dragon claws. Bang, bang, bang. There were 9 consecutive explosions. Lu Ming's figure was blocked, and the figure used the force to drift back dozens of meters. Second-level Martial Emperor Realm. Lu Ming's heart trembled slightly, and he looked at the other party. It was a very young man in his 20s. He looked even younger than Lu Ming and was very handsome. Furthermore, he had striking blood-red long hair that was tied up casually. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat as he recognized this person. There were many geniuses and experts from the 13 top sects and forces who entered the Great Emperor's secret realm. This was especially so for the local talents. They had received the best training since young and had many innate spirit bodies. Their combat power was extremely strong. However, there were still leaders among these people who suppressed the others. The leader of Dragon God Valley was Yu. Lu Ming had heard people talking about this on their way to the Great Emperor's secret realm. That was why Lu Ming recognized this person. This person was indeed powerful. He had only entered the Great Emperor's secret realm for a short time, but his cultivation had already broken through to LV2 Martial Royal Realm. It was truly shocking. Ah, Yu, help me kill him. Help me kill this bastard. Yin Feng shouted hysterically. He was about to go crazy. Lu Ming, your combat strength is impressive. Let's fight another day. Let's go. To everyone's surprise, Yu didn't continue fighting, but retreated instead. Yu, what are you doing? Help me kill this bastard. Yin Feng shouted. Nonsense. Yu looked at Yin Feng coldly. He grabbed Yin Feng and walked into a passage. The other geniuses of Dragon God Valley looked at each other for a while before following Yu and leaving. After walking for a while, Yu, why didn't you kill that bastard and take the treasure? Yin Feng still asked. That's because even if I take action, I don't have absolute confidence that I could take down this Lu Ming. Yu stopped and said solemnly. What? The others from Dragon God Valley, including Yin Feng, were all stunned. How was that possible? Yin Feng asked after a while. Your cultivation has already broken through to the LV2 Martial Royal Realm, and your spiritual body is a medium-grade Earth spiritual body. How could you not defeat that kid? Yu frowned and seemed to be thinking. After a long while, he let out a long breath and said, This Lu Ming gives me a very dangerous feeling. We exchanged a few moves in a hurry just now. He did not use his full strength at all. I have a feeling that if we were to fight to the death now, I might be the one who dies. What? Yin Feng and the others were stunned once again. They found it hard to believe. Yu, the unparalleled genius of Dragon God Valley, actually thought that he was no match for Lu Ming. How was this possible? There were not many people in the younger generation of the Dragon God Valley who could cultivate a medium-grade Earth spiritual body. He would definitely become a top figure in the Dragon God Valley in the future. How could such a figure be no match for a young man from a deserted island? Chapter 1425. 1425, the Rainbow Bridge. Let's go. We shouldn't provoke him in the Great Emperor's secret realm for the time being. When my cultivation improves, he'll be 100% confident. Yu said, and then strode forward. Lu Ming watched as Yu and the rest left, not pursuing them. He wasn't afraid of Yu, but he was afraid of causing more trouble. Right now, Xianxia was trying her best to receive the inheritance. If he were to fight with Yu, the commotion would be too great, and it would probably affect Xianxia's inheritance. Seeing that Yu and the rest had left, the rest of the spectators did not dare to stay any longer. They all ran away and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Only Xianxia, Xiao Hao, and Lu Ming were left in the hall. Lu Ming, you have saved us again. Many thanks. Xiao Hao walked to Lu Ming's side and cupped his fists at him. His eyes were filled with gratitude. During this period of time, Lu Ming had saved the siblings many times. Otherwise, they did not know what the consequences would be. Naturally, he was extremely grateful to Lu Ming. Lu Ming smiled. You don't have to be so polite. We're friends, aren't we? Since I've encountered it, do you expect me to just stand by and do nothing? Lu Ming said it casually, but Xiao Hao was even more grateful. By the way, Lu Ming, I got 2 holy weapons here. You can take this shield, Lu Ming said. Xiao Hao passed the shield to Lu Ming. Brother Xiao, this is your chance. Why are you giving it to me? Lu Ming shook his head and smiled. Although holy weapons were very precious, to be honest, Lu Ming was very tempted. However, this was Xiao Hao's opportunity, and Lu Ming would not take it away from him. Lu Ming, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to keep these 2 holy weapons. The golden bell is very compatible with me, but the shield isn't. Perhaps it's more suitable for you. Xiao Hao insisted on giving the shield to Lu Ming. Lu Ming had no choice but to take the shield. It's so heavy. As he took the shield, he felt his palms sink slightly. Lu Ming had cultivated the dragon god combat body and was extremely powerful. However, he still felt that the shield was a little heavy. Its weight was shocking. The shield exuded a mysterious wave, which was similar to the air-frozen bead and the lightning cauldron that Lu Ming had obtained. A holy weapon shield is definitely a rare treasure. Lu Ming also liked it a little. This shield was priceless in the outside world. Immediately, Lu Ming and Xiao Hao sat cross-legged on Xiao Yingying's left and right and began to refine their own saint weapons. Jin Yuan poured into the shield. The shield hummed and emitted a buzzing sound. Not long after, the shield shrunk rapidly and flew into the space between Lu Ming's eyebrows, disappearing. The shield could already be considered to be at the initial stage of refinement. Of course, it was impossible for Lu Ming to completely refine it now, and he could not unleash the full power of the shield. This was a holy weapon. Just like the lightning cauldron, Lu Ming had been in possession of it for many years, but he could only unleash a small portion of its power. The difference in their cultivation levels was too great. Lu Ming stood up and realized that Xiao Hao was still refining the golden bell. The golden bell hovered above Xiao Hao's head and shone with a bright light that enveloped him. After a while, the golden bell turned into a ray of golden light and disappeared into Xiao Hao's forehead. He had also completed the initial refinement. Buzz! At this moment, Xiao Yingying's body emitted a strong wave of energy. So strong, Lu Ming felt as if he was facing a sage when he sensed the fluctuation. The terrifying pressure made him feel suffocated. But this fluctuation, the moment it was released, it quickly converged into Xiao Yingying's body and disappeared. At this time, Xiao Yingying opened her eyes. Yingying, did you succeed? Xiao Hao looked at Xiao Yingying expectantly. I've succeeded. Xiao Yingying nodded, and Xiao Hao was overjoyed. Lu Ming, thank you for your help. Xiao Yingying bowed to Lu Ming. Previously, although she was receiving the legacy, she still had a vague sense of what was happening in the outside world. She knew that Lu Ming had saved them. Otherwise, Xiao Yingying would not have received the legacy. It would be considered good if she could even keep her life. You're welcome. Yingying, why were you suddenly brought in earlier? What's going on? Lu Ming asked curiously. It's that jade token. I obtained it by accident when I first entered the great sovereign secret realm. I didn't know what it was for, so I kept it with me. I didn't expect it to be the key to the inheritance here. I obtained the inheritance with this jade token. Xiao Yingying said. Lu Ming sighed. This was an opportunity. Yingying, did you get any useful information from the inheritance? Xiao Hao asked curiously. I haven't fully digested the inheritance yet. I've only just received it, so I don't know much. I only know that this is the inheritance of an absolute saint senior. Xiao Yingying said. Absolute saint. Lu Ming and Xiao Hao were shocked. An absolute saint was an existence that was close to a great emperor. For Xiao Yingying to actually obtain the inheritance of an absolute saint, the two of them were happy for Xiaoying. However, in the inheritance, I did obtain an important piece of information regarding Emperor Tsang. It said that the 7 inheritances will appear. When the 7 rainbow bridges break through the void, Emperor Tsang's bedroom will appear. Xiao Yingying said, 7 different inheritances? Yingying, you're one of them, but what do you mean by 7 rainbow bridges? Lu Ming frowned. Xiao Yingying also shook her head, indicating that she did not know. We'll go out first. I'm afraid the other places have already been searched, Lu Ming said. Then, the 3 of them went out. After going around here and there, the 3 of them left the fortress. Buzz. When the 3 of them left the fortress, the entire fortress trembled violently, and a bright light shone. In the end, under everyone's shocked gazes, the light gathered on the fortress and formed a massive rainbow that pierced through the air, extending to an unknown place and disappearing into the vast sky. Rainbow Bridge. This is the Rainbow Bridge, Xiao Hao exclaimed. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The Rainbow Bridge. Now they understood. It seemed that there were 7 kinds of inheritances in this secret realm. Whenever someone obtained an inheritance, a rainbow bridge would be activated, leading to the depths of the void. Emperor Tsang's bedroom would only appear when the 7 rainbow bridges converged. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The fortress trembled, causing many of the young men in the fortress to fly out. They looked up at the sky, at the rainbow bridge, not knowing what was going on. What's going on? Many people looked at each other. Let's go and find the next inheritance, Lu Ming said. They naturally wouldn't explain it to the others. The 3 of them soared into the sky and left the place. Whoosh! Not long after they flew out, a rainbow light suddenly broke into the void in the distant sky. Rainbow Bridge, another rainbow bridge. It was obvious that someone had already obtained the inheritance. One end of the 2 rainbow bridges broke into the void, and they were heading in the same direction. Not long after, the secret of the Rainbow Bridge was finally revealed. With an extremely fast speed, it spread throughout the entire mystic realm, causing everyone's hearts to burn with excitement. Chapter 1426. 1426. Terrifying insects. Everyone in the Great Emperor's secret realm started to search for inheritances. The next inheritance will definitely be mine. I must obtain the next inheritance. Many young men had firm gazes and confident expressions. The leaders of the 13 sects were especially excited. These leading figures were only the leaders of this batch of people who had entered the mystic realm. They were not the leaders of the younger generation of their sections. In the younger generation of each sect, many people had already broken through to the martial royal realm. Many geniuses were in the martial royal realm, and some people were even more talented than them. This time, the Great Emperor's secret realm was their opportunity. If they could obtain an inheritance, they would be able to win the competition among the younger generation. Lu Ming, Xiao Yingying, and Xiao Hao were flying aimlessly. They did not have any clues to find the inheritance, so they could only rely on luck. Buzz, buzz. In front of him, there were a few beams of light that were heading in one direction. The 3 of them didn't pay much attention to it. However, after that, they saw rainbow lights flying by from time to time. Moreover, they were all flying in the same direction. The 3 of them were very curious. At this moment, another figure flew past. Lu Ming stopped the other party. What a coincidence! This person was also a disciple of Dragon God Valley. The land of inheritance might appear ahead. The disciple of the Dragon God Valley only left a few words before he left in a hurry. The land of inheritance? The eyes of the 3 people lit up. It seemed that someone had found the land of inheritance. Let's go take a look, Lu Ming said. The 3 of them flew in that direction at high speed. After flying for more than an hour, the terrain gradually became desolate. Although the terrain was flat, there was no vegetation. The 3 of them continued flying. There's someone in front. Xiao Yingying pointed to the front. In front of him, there was a person lying there, motionless. The 3 of them flew over and found that the man was already dead. The air was filled with the faint smell of blood. How did this person die? There's no wound at all, Xiao said after checking. It's in the dantian. Lu Ming found an extremely tiny hole on the person's clothes in his dantian. When he undid the person's clothes, he discovered that there was also an extremely tiny hole in his dantian. It seemed to have been pierced by some sharp weapon. It was a fatal blow, and even the spiritual god could not escape. The three of them looked around and continued to move forward. However, not long after, the three of them stopped. This time, they saw a few corpses. After checking, they found that the cause of death of each corpse was the same. Their dantian had been pierced by a sharp weapon, and they were all killed in one blow. Judging from the auras left behind, these people should all be at the Supreme Being realm. The three of them continued on their way, but not long after, they were shocked. Corpses. The path was covered with corpses. There were thousands of corpses in a certain area. Each of them had died in the same way. Their dantians had been pierced through. Some of them were even emperor-level figures. As they moved forward, they saw more corpses. There were at least 5,000 of them. There were so many people here, and they were all geniuses. Any one of them would be a top existence in the continent of the Divine Ruins, but now they had died here without a sound. Lu Ming sighed inwardly. The Yuan continent was indeed many times more dangerous than the continent group of the Divine Ruins. What is this place? Why is he so evil? Xiao Ying's little face turned pale, and she was a little frightened. What kind of existence could kill so many people with the same kind of wound? This is unbelievable. Xiaohao's heart was pounding. Such a scene was too evil. Anyone would be scared. Boom! Suddenly, there was a loud explosion in front of them. A figure charged into the sky and then dove down. Get lost! Get lost! The figure let out an angry roar. The saber in his hand slashed out in all directions with shocking power. So strong. This person is not weaker than Yin Feng. Xiao Ying exclaimed. Such a powerful figure seemed to be in a fatal crisis at this moment. He was killing and slashing out bright saber light. Ding, ding, ding. His saber light slashed out, and there was actually a ding-ding sound in the air. It's a type of butterfly. Xiao Ying suddenly pointed to the front and exclaimed. At the same time, Lu Ming and Xiao Hao also saw it. There was a type of butterfly that was almost transparent. It was astonishingly fast as it shuttled through the air. If one didn't look closely, one wouldn't be able to see it. Furthermore, this type of butterfly had two spikes on its tail that were like two extremely small swords. Sword-tail plate. 3 words appeared in Lu Ming's mind. The sword-tail plate was an extremely terrifying insect. This kind of vicious insect was almost transparent, and its speed was shocking. It moved without a shadow, and there were 2 sword-like spikes on its tail. The attack and penetration power of these spikes were terrifying, and they were extremely fast. Ordinary people would be pierced by the spikes and die on the spot before they could even notice. That was how the sword-tail plate got its name. Lu Ming finally knew how those people had died. They were killed by the sword-tail disc. At that moment, the person in front was being attacked by hundreds of sword-tail plates. He tried his best to resist. When he saw Lu Ming and the rest, his eyes lit up and he rushed toward them. This guy wants to drag us into this, Xiao Hao said. A golden bell appeared above his head, and a curtain of light enveloped him. On Xiao Ying's body, a feather robe emitted a light that also covered her. Go back, Lu Ming said coldly and threw a punch at the other party. The terrifying fist force flooded towards the young man. You dare to, the young man shouted angrily. Lu Ming pursed his lips. This person was going to drag them down, and Lu Ming did not dare to retaliate. Boom! The young man had no choice but to slash at Lu Ming's fist force. With a loud bang, the young man was sent flying. Whoosh! Whoosh! At the same time, the sharp spikes on the tail of the sword-tail dish stabbed toward the young man, leaving a few small holes in his body. Fortunately, they did not hit any vital parts. The young man rushed into the sky and flew into the distance. His voice came from afar, "Just you wait." Then, he disappeared into the horizon. A group of sword-tail plates chased after him. However, the young man had indeed successfully dragged Lu Ming and the rest into the water. At least half of the swordtail disc that was originally attacking the young man was now heading toward Lu Ming and the rest. Whoosh! Whoosh! Sharp air-piercing sound were heard. Hundreds of sharp spikes were aimed at Lu Ming and the other two. Buzz! Lu Ming activated his Chaos Realm. The Chaos Realm spread out and enveloped all the swordtail plates. Then, Lu Ming pressed down with one hand, and the terrifying power of the Chaos Realm crushed toward the swordtail plates. The primal Chaos domain weighed hundreds of millions of caddies, and the pressure it exerted was astonishing. The spikes exploded in the air, and so did the swordtail plates, crushed to death by the Chaos domain. Chapter 1427. 1427 The Royal Fruit. It seems like it's not safe up ahead. I'm afraid there will be a large number of swordtail plates. Ying, brother Qiu. Lu Ming looked at Qiu, Ying, and Qiu Hao. What he meant was obvious. It was too dangerous to continue forward. With Qiu Ying and Qiu Hao's strength, they would be in danger if they entered. Lu Ming, big brother, and I will wait for you outside, he said. Qiu Ying was very smart and quickly opened her mouth. She knew that if she and Xiu Hao followed Lu Ming, they would only be a burden to him. Lu Ming could only move freely when he was alone. All right, then you guys wait for me outside. Lu Ming nodded. Lu Ming, you have to be careful, Xiu Ying said worriedly. Don't worry. Lu Ming smiled and soared into the sky. Xiu Ying and Xiu Hao returned the way they came and left the place. Buzz! Lu Ming was alone. His speed suddenly increased. Like a phantom, he flashed past the void. Whoosh! 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 After Lu Ming had flown for a while, hundreds of swordtail plates launched attacks at him. It was so sudden and so fast that an ordinary martial emperor would not be able to survive such an attack. However, Lu Ming was no ordinary martial emperor. The Chaos Realm covered his entire body. The sharp spikes of the swordtail disc could not break through Lu Ming's Chaos Realm at all. The primal Chaos domain trembled, and the spikes were all shattered. Boom! Then, Lu Ming threw a punch, and the Chaos domain crushed forward. The swordtail discs exploded under the powerful fist force. Lu Ming did not stop and continued to move forward. Along the way, Lu Ming encountered a few waves of attacks, but he simply dashed past them and blasted them into pieces. Soon, a forest appeared in front of them. That's... Lu Ming's gaze looked into the distance. This forest occupied a very large area. In the center of the forest, there was a tall tower in the shape of a sword. It was like a divine sword that pierced through the sky. Even from far away, he could see it. Is that the land of inheritance? Lu Ming's heart stirred. Get lost. Not far away, someone was charging forward. This person was very strong and should be someone with an innate spirit body. However, at this moment, a large group of swordtail plates flew out from the forest below and attacked this person. This person tried his best to attack, but he couldn't break through the defense of the swordtail plates. Several big holes were pierced in his body, and he almost died here. He could only retreat in a sorry state. Lu Ming swept his gaze across the forest and discovered that there were many corpses. This was because all of them had wanted to charge through the forest and had been killed by the swordtail disc. Presumably, this forest was the lair of the sword's tail plate, and no one knew how many sword's tail plates were living in it. If they wanted to enter the sword pagoda, they had to pass through this forest. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, another group of swordtail plates flew out and headed toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming pressed forward with one hand, and the chaos domain spread out, enveloping the swordtail plates. Then, with a shake, the swordtail plates were shaken to death and fell into the forest like raindrops. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He stepped forward and walked toward the sword pagoda. Wait a moment. Suddenly, a cold shout was heard. Then, two beams of light flashed toward Lu Ming. The beams of light converged, and two figures appeared. It's you. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. One of them was the young man who had been besieged by the sword's tail plate, and then directed it to Lu Ming and Xiao Yingying. Lu Ming did not look for him, but he appeared on his own. The other person's aura was also extremely strong. It was obvious that he was a heaven's favorite of the same level as this person. Your domain is very mysterious. It can actually restrain the sword-tailed disc. No wonder you're not dead. Now take us there. The young man who had dragged Lu Ming and the rest into the water previously said coldly. Is there something wrong with your brain? Lu Ming sneered. What did you just say? The young man's eyes turned cold. You framed me before and wanted to drag me down to help you escape. Now, you're actually asking me to bring you over. Is there something wrong with your brain? Lu Ming continued. If you don't take me there, you'll die now. The young man said, his body exuding a cold, killing intent. Oh, really? Then you. Just go to hell. As soon as Lu Ming finished speaking, he threw a punch. Driven by Lu Ming's fist force, the chaos domain crushed toward the young man. You still dare to attack. You're courting death. Ah, that's not right. The young man started to shout, but soon he realized that Lu Ming's fist force was unbelievably powerful. He mustered all his strength and slashed with his saber. However, under Lu Ming's fist force, the saber radiance was shattered and the fist force landed on his body. Bang! Half of his body exploded. Although his combat strength was not weaker than Yin Feng's, Lu Ming did not use his Chaos Realm when he fought with Yin Feng previously. Now that he used his Chaos Realm, he could simply crush Yin Feng. Buzz! Lu Ming reached out and grabbed half of the young man's body. Spare me. The young man was not dead yet, and he was begging for mercy in fear. It's too late to beg for mercy now. Lu Ming swung his arm and threw half of the young man's body into the forest. Instantly, dense sword-tailed discs flew out of the forest. No, the young man roared. In the next moment, he was drowned by the sword-tail plate. His whole body was pierced into a hornet's nest, and he died on the spot. Did I let you go? Lu Ming took a step forward, his body like a stream of light. The other young man was almost scared to death when he saw Lu Ming's combat strength. He fled in fear. However, Lu Ming's speed was so fast that he caught up to him in a few breaths. The result was already decided. With one move, the young man was half dead. Lu Ming followed the same pattern and threw the heavily injured young man into the forest, where he was pierced by 10,000 arrows. Then, Lu Ming continued to walk forward. The dense sword-tail disc rushed out of the forest and pounced at Lu Ming. Buzz! Lu Ming covered his entire body with the Chaos Domain and cast the Wind Element technique. His entire person seemed to have transformed into a long spear, and he charged forward. The sword-tail disc exploded wherever Lu Ming passed by, opening a path in the dense cluster of sword-tail discs. The sword-tail disc could not stop Lu Ming at all. Not long after, Lu Ming successfully rushed through the forest and approached the sword pagoda. The strange thing was that as soon as they rushed through the forest, the sword-tail plates stopped chasing and all retreated. Boom! Buzz! Not far from the sword pagoda, a terrifying rumble was heard. Someone was fighting. Get lost. The royal fruit is mine. You think you can get the royal fruit? In your dreams. Die. Sword light, saber light, and palm print surged. For figures were in a chaotic battle in that area. These four people's combat strength was shocking. They were even stronger than Yin Feng. No wonder he could break through the encirclement of the sword's tail plate and rush here. The royal fruit. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He swept his gaze across the surroundings and discovered 3 fruit trees. Each fruit tree had a fruit growing on it. Each fruit was crystal clear and resplendent. The aura of the great Tao lingered around them. It really is the royal fruit. Lu Ming's eyes brightened instantly. There was a fiery glow that flashed past. Chapter 1428. 1428 Chapter 1428 Sword Pagoda Confrontation. The royal fruit was a rare treasure. It was said that a low-level martial emperor's cultivation would rise by 1 level after eating a royal fruit. Even a high-level martial emperor would be of great help after taking it. It could help one break through a bottleneck. In the martial emperor realm, if one wanted to improve their cultivation, they first needed to improve their territory, then cultivate their vital essence and form a spirit body. However, the royal fruit could directly raise one's cultivation by one level. The most amazing thing was that no matter what field a warrior cultivated in, it would be useful when consumed. Such a treasure was simply heaven-defying. It was no wonder that these people were so busy fighting over it. The 3 royal fruits are mine. Lu Ming moved and pounced toward the royal fruit. The primal chaos domain he cultivated was dozens or even hundreds of times more difficult to level up than ordinary domains. However, if he had the royal domain fruit, how much time and energy could he save? Such a rare treasure was hard to come by. Since he had encountered it, how could Lu Ming give it up? You're looking for death. You want to take the royal fruit? Die. The 4 people who were in the midst of a chaotic battle had also discovered Lu Ming. They roared angrily and attacked Lu Ming at the same time. The combat strength of these 4 people was very shocking and had surpassed people like Info. Even Lu Ming could not ignore the 4 of them when they attacked in anger. Boom, 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 boom. Lu Ming threw 4 consecutive punches, crushing the attacks of the 4 people. What powerful strength! The 4 of them were shocked when they saw that Lu Ming had destroyed their attack with just a wave of his fist. We're no match for this man's combat strength alone. If he gets the royal fruit, we'll have no hope at all. A young man said, "That's right. Why don't we join forces and kill this man first before we fight for the royal fruit?" All right, I was thinking the same thing. The 4 young men moved in a flash and surrounded Lu Ming in the middle. Powerful steam engines were released and locked onto Lu Ming. Get lost! Lu Ming bellowed, forming a terrifying sound wave that attacked a young man in front of him. At the same time, he threw a punch at the young man in front of him. If he wanted to fight, he had to focus on one person. The young man's expression changed. He did not expect that Lu Ming would dare to make the first move against the 4 of them. Sword chi bloomed in his hand. A sharp sword chi burst out and broke the air wave that Lu Ming spat out. However, when his sword gleam slashed at Lu Ming's fist, his expression changed drastically. As the primal chaos domain crushed down, his sword light was like a willow leaf in the wind, rapidly swaying as if it would collapse at any moment. At this moment, the other 3 people also made their moves. The saber beam, the palm print, and the spear's gleam were all aimed at Lu Ming at the same time. However, Lu Ming pretended not to see it. The chaos realm covered his entire body, shrouding Lu Ming. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 attacks landed on the chaos domain. The chaos domain shook violently, but did not break. The expressions of the 3 people changed drastically. What kind of domain is this? How can it be so terrifying? The same thought flashed through the minds of the 3. The primal chaos domain was a legendary domain. Not many people could recognize it. Furthermore, they had never imagined that someone in the world could cultivate the primal chaos domain. The trio's attacks did not break the chaos domain, but Lu Ming's attack continued to crush it. Bang! The sword light of the youth in front of him finally couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed. And NBSB, the primal chaos domain, exploded with terrifying fist energy. The young man's body shook violently, and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. His body was sent flying like a cannonball. Buzz! Then, Lu Ming dodged the other 3's attacks in a flash. His cold, killing intent enveloped the other 3. At this moment, the sword pagoda not far away let out a buzzing sound. The door at the bottom level of the pagoda opened with a loud bang. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, 2 sword lights flew toward the sword pagoda from another direction at an extreme speed and rushed into the gate. The sword pagoda opened and 2 experts rushed in. Buzz! At this moment, Lu Ming's 3rd blood meridian emerged and turned into a blood-red spear. Lu Ming grabbed it. Army obliteration. The blood-red spear swept out, containing the terrifying power of the prison suppressing heavenly art and the primal chaos domain. Bang! 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 The three young men were sent flying like sandbags. They flew thousands of meters away and spat out blood as they looked at Lu Ming in shock. Lu Ming's combat strength was too terrifying. He was almost invincible among those of the same level. After sending the three young men flying, Lu Ming dashed toward the royal fruit. This time, the young men did not dare to stop him. They watched as Lu Ming picked the royal fruit and put it away. After picking the royal fruit, Lu Ming did not stop. He rushed to the sword pagoda and entered through the door on the ground floor. Who is this person? What a terrifying combat strength. I'm afraid it's comparable to the leaders of the 13 factions. It's indeed shocking. However, those two sword lights were the two leaders of the sect, Luo Xiang from the Life and Death Sword Sect, and Wang Xiao from the Jiuxiao Sword Sect. This is going to be interesting. Three leaders are fighting for an inheritance. This is going to be interesting. Let's go and watch. Following that, the young men also flew toward the sword pagoda. As soon as Lu Ming flew into the sword pagoda, he realized that the sword pagoda was filled with sharp sword qi. There were beams of sword qi that were slashing at him. It was the aftermath of the sword qi. In the sword pagoda, two people were fighting fiercely. Sword qi filled the sword pagoda. What powerful battle strength! Lu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. One of the two young men was wearing an ordinary black robe and had a handsome face. There was a sword mark between his eyebrows, as if a divine sword would fly out at any time. The other person was wearing a cloud robe. He was tall and had a wild aura. The two of them were both swordsmen, and they both used long swords. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In an instant, the two of them had exchanged dozens of blows. Their long swords collided, and sword qi raged. The cultivation of these two people was actually at the LV2 Martial Royal Realm. They were not weaker than Hiyu, the leader of Dragon God Valley. Luo Xiang, this inheritance is mine. The young man in the cloud robe shouted coldly. Wang Xiao, inheritances can't be obtained with words. Luo Xiang coldly replied. At this moment, the two of them saw Lu Ming, but their eyes were cold and indifferent. They did not take Lu Ming seriously at all. You guys continue. Lu Ming smiled faintly. His figure soared into the sky, and he rushed to the top of the sword pagoda. There were no staircases in this sword pagoda. The center of the pagoda was empty, and it led all the way to the top. If one wanted to go up, they would have to rush up from the middle. Get lost. As Lu Ming charged forward, Wang Xiao's eyes turned cold, and a sword light slashed towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming struck out with his palm and dispersed the sword gleam. He did not stop and continued to move upward. You have some ability. Wang Xiao's eyes turned cold. He gave up on Luo Xiang and became one with his sword. He turned into a beam of sword light and shot up into the sky, stabbing towards Lu Ming. Get down! Lu Ming shouted coldly and took 9 consecutive steps with the 9 dragons, heaven-treading steps. The 9 steps merged into one, and the sound of a dragon's roar could be heard. It was as if there were 9 dragons flying out from Lu Ming's feet, pouncing towards Wang Xiao's sword light. Chapter 1429. 1429, snatching Wang Xiao's face fell, and his body fell to the ground. Whoosh! At this moment, Luo Xiang shot up into the sky and chased after Lu Ming. Lu Ming borrowed Wang Xiao's power to rise to the top. He twisted his body and stepped forward, moving tens of meters to the top of the landing zone. Immediately after, Luo Xiang also flew over. Buzz! After Luo Xiang, it was Wang Xiao's turn. He landed on the ground and looked at Lu Ming with a dark expression. As the leader of Jiuxiao Sword Sect's expedition into the secret realm, he had just been kicked down by Lu Ming, an unknown person. This made his expression turn ugly. At this moment, Lu Ming's gaze was attracted to the front. In front of him, there were 3 balls of light floating in the air. A book was floating in one of the balls of light. It seemed to be made of gold, but it wasn't. What was strange was that on the surface of the book, there was a figure dancing with a sword. It was a very mysterious sight. It was a martial technique, a sword technique. The second ball of light only had a sword. The sword was snow white, and with just a glance, one could feel a terrifying sword light slashing out. A holy weapon. This sword was definitely a powerful holy weapon. The third ball of light was much simpler. There were only 100 fist-sized stones. The heavenly Tao stone. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The three of them moved almost at the same time. Lu Ming pounced toward the heavenly Tao stone. To Lu Ming, the swordsmanship secret manual was not of much use to him. He was not a swordsman and did not cultivate the sword. As for the saint weapon longsword, although it was precious, it wasn't of much use to him. If he were to take it out, he would only be selling it. These were not as attractive as the heavenly Tao stone. The heavenly Tao stone was the root of improving one's strength. As long as one had strength, would one need to worry about not having treasures? Lu Ming pounced toward the heavenly stone's light sphere. Luo Xiang pounced toward the art of swordplay, and Wang Xiao pounced toward his holy weapon sword. Bang! Lu Ming grabbed the ball of light. The ball of light shook, but did not break. It really has a protective function. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Following that, the chaos realm covered Lu Ming's palm. He activated the prison-suppressing heaven technique and struck the ball of light with his palm. Buzz! The ball of light shook violently. Although it didn't break, the light from the ball of light dimmed. Continue. Lu Ming launched a series of attacks. The chaos realm, combined with the prison-suppressing heavenly technique, was extremely powerful. The ball of light shook continuously and flickered. In less than 10 breaths, Lu Ming had struck more than 100 times. Finally, the ball of light collapsed with a poof, turning into light spots and disappearing. Lu Ming grabbed down and put more than 100 heavenly Tao stones into his storage ring. Lu Ming had a smile on his face. In total, he had obtained more than 200 heavenly Tao stones. The heavenly Tao stones were so precious that even sage realm experts would want to look for them. They would be envious if they saw them. Lu Ming's trip to the great emperor's secret realm this time was not in vain. After putting away the heavenly Tao stone, he looked around and found that Luo Xiang and Wang Xiao still hadn't broken through the light. Sword light burst out from their hands and continuously slashed at the ball of light. The ball of light trembled and its light dimmed. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile as he pounced towards the ball of light Wang Xiao was in. He struck out with his palm, causing the ball of light to tremble violently. "What are you doing?" Wang Xiao roared in anger. Lu Ming sneered. He could not be bothered with him and struck out with his palm. "Brat, you dare to fight me for my saint weapon? You're looking for death." Wang Xiao hollered in rage, and the sword in his hand flashed as he slashed towards Lu Ming. Bang! Lu Ming kicked out. This kick was also a combination of the prison-suppressing heaven technique and the chaos domain. Wang Xiao's sword light was shattered, and his body was forced back 2 steps. Bang! Lu Ming struck the ball of light with his palm again. With a poof, the ball of light was destroyed. Lu Ming grabbed the holy weapon longsword and kept it in his storage ring. "Brat, hand over your saint weapon." Wang Xiao let out a furious roar as he pounced towards Lu Ming, his sword chi shooting towards Lu Ming like a rainbow. "You want a saint weapon? Let's see if you have the ability." Lu Ming sneered. Wang Xiao had attacked Lu Ming the moment he entered the room. Now that he had the chance to snatch a saint weapon, how could Lu Ming be polite? Lu Ming's palm was like a blade, slashing down continuously. Under Lu Ming's palm, Wang Xiao's sword radiance was destroyed one after another. Damn it! Wang Xiao was so angry that he was about to vomit blood. However, he was shocked to find that he could not do anything to Lu Ming at all. In fact, Lu Ming's attacks were stronger than his, but he was actually being suppressed by Lu Ming. Buzz! And NBSB whoosh. Lu Ming waved his hands, bringing with it his chaos domain. In an instant, he sent out a dozen palm strikes, which were like a dozen mountains, pressing down on Wang Xiao. Wang Xiao raised his cultivation to the peak of the 2nd level of the martial emperor realm. and a sword light burst forth as he tried to break out of the mountain. Buzz, buzz, and MBSB whoosh. Sparks flew in all directions, and the sword chi was extinguished. Wang Xiao used all his strength and finally managed to break through the gap, rushing out of Lu Ming's attack range. He retreated far away, feeling the chi and blood in his body churning. He looked at Lu Ming with a serious expression. At this time, Luo Xiang also broke through the light ball and put away the Kendo manual. Detestable. Wang Xiao was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. Originally, there were 3 of them, so there were exactly 3 treasures. But in the end, Lu Ming got 2, and he did not get share. That was a holy weapon. If he could refine 1 or 2 of them, his combat power would definitely increase greatly. Unfortunately, it was in Lu Ming's hands now. He glared at Lu Ming viciously. What, you want to die? Lu Ming glanced at Wang Xiao with a murderous look in his eyes. Buzz. At this moment, not far in front of the 3 of them, a spot of light suddenly lit up in the space. The spot of light was resplendent, and slowly, a small sword appeared there. The small sword was only the size of a palm, but it was bright and resplendent. The light was like tiny little swords spreading in all directions. Legacy. The 3 men's hearts moved, and their eyes bloomed with a fiery light. Almost at the same time, the 3 of them moved and pounced toward the light sword. However, the next moment, the 3 of them changed their expressions and pushed forward with their palms. Then, the 3 of them retreated in unison. What a strong pressure! What a strong sword chi! Lu Ming's eyes were a little solemn. The moment he charged out, he felt a powerful sword chi emanating from the sword of light, as if it was going to tear him apart. If he had not blocked it in time, he would have been injured. Luo Xiang and Wang Xiao were probably the same. It seemed that it would not be easy to get this light sword. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming covered his entire body with the chaos domain and walked forward step by step. The chaotic realm rippled as it was attacked. Tiny sword chi, dense and endless, stabbed the chaotic realm. As for Luo Xiang and Wang Xiao, they also stepped forward. Of course, they were also attacked and were doing their best to resist. The speed of the 3 of them became extremely slow. However, Lu Ming's chaos domain covered his entire body. Step by step, he walked forward determinedly. His speed was still faster than Luo Xiang and Wang Xiao. Very soon, Lu Ming was several meters ahead of Luo Xiang and Wang Xiao. Chapter 1430. 1430. The sword Dao, inheritance Lu Ming, was leading by a few meters, causing Luo Xiang's eyes to light up. Wang Xiao, on the other hand, was furious. He gritted his teeth and charged forward. Buzz, 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 buzz. There was a whooshing sound, and 4 figures rushed up from the bottom of the sword pagoda. They were the 4 young men who had competed with Lu Ming for the royal fruit. It's an inheritance, the legacy of the sword pagodas. When they saw the light swords, their eyes flashed with greed, and they also stepped forward. But at the same time, they were also attacked by the sword chi, and their speed was slower than a snail. The power of the sword chi is getting stronger and stronger. Lu Ming's expression slowly turned serious. The further he went, the closer he was to the light sword. The pressure and the power of the sword chi became stronger and stronger. The ripples on the chaos domain also became more and more intense. Boom! Lu Ming used offense as a form of defense and began to use the prison suppressing heaven technique to break the sword chi. In this case, it was indeed better. Lu Ming's speed suddenly increased. Seeing this, Luo Xiang and Wang Xiao also started to attack. Sword chi burst out from their hands, clashing with the sword chi that was flying towards them, causing a dense clashing sound to ring out. However, their speed was still not as fast as Lu Ming's. The lightsaber was not far away from them to begin with. In a short while, Lu Ming was already close to the lightsaber. He was less than a meter away from it. He could reach it with his hand. At this point, the power of the sword chi light had reached a shocking level. Detestable, no, Wang Xiao roared in his heart. Seeing that the legacy was about to be taken by Lu Ming, he was extremely unwilling. He tried his best to move forward, but it was impossible for him to get close to the light sword. Lu Ming did not hesitate. He covered his palm with the chaos domain and grabbed the light sword, successfully grabbing it. Buzz! Right at this moment, the light sword trembled slightly, and the light grew brighter. A terrifying sword chi burst out. Lu Ming's expression changed. He felt that the chaos domain on his palm could not withstand the pressure and was about to break. A terrifying sword chi burst out of Lu Ming's palm and headed straight for him. Bang! Lu Ming's body could not help but retreat after being hit by the sword chi. He slid along the ground for dozens of meters. He had failed. The lightsaber did not acknowledge him. Lu Ming shook his head and smiled. He was not too surprised. The inheritance here was obviously a sword technique inheritance. He did not cultivate the sword, so it was normal for him to be rejected by the light sword. Previously, he had only wanted to give a try. Even if he could not get the legacy, Lu Ming had a fruitful trip. The 3 royal fruits and more than 100 heavenly Dao stones were extremely useful to Lu Ming. Of course, there was also a holy battle sword, which was also very valuable. Haha! Seeing Lu Ming being pushed back by the lightsaber, Wang Xiao laughed in his heart and pushed forward with all his might. He and Luo Xiang approached the light sword almost at the same time. Luo Xiang, you want to compete with me? Dream on. A small squirrel appeared in Wang Xiao's hands. Sword rats. Luo Xiang's expression changed. Go attack him. Wang Xiao spoke, staring at Luo Xiang. Squeak. The squirrel cried out in fear. Wang Xiao, this place is filled with powerful sword chi. If you ask the sword mouse to attack me, you'll be killing it. Luo Xiang said. Hurry up and attack, or he'll kill you right now. Wang Xiao couldn't be bothered with Luo Xiang's words and stared at the sword rat with killing intent. Squeak! The sword rat was so scared that its body trembled. It then nodded, and a look of sorrow flashed through its eyes. With a swish, it rushed towards Luo Xiang. At this moment, Luo Xiang was the same as Wang Xiao. He had to use all of his strength to block the sword chi, and couldn't even spare a hand to attack. Bang! The sword rat struck Luo Xiang's protective Jin Yuan and domain, causing his body to shake and retreat. But the sword rat was also exposed to the endless sword chi. The sword rat wailed and turned into ashes under the sword chi. I finally seized the initiative. Wang Xiao laughed as he reached out to grab the Sword of Light. The inheritance is mine. Wang Xiao grabbed the Sword of Light, his eyes shining with excitement. Of course, he could tell that Lu Ming was repelled by the lightsaber because he was not a swordsman. Naturally, he could not be recognized by the lightsaber. However, he was a pure swordsman. He had been practicing swordsmanship since young and was a famous genius in the Jiuxiao sword sect. How could he not be recognized by the light sword? However, the next moment his eyes suddenly widened. The lightsaber burst forth with a violent force. And just like Lu Ming, Wang Xiao was sent flying. No, how could this be? Wang Xiao couldn't believe it, and he howled in rage. He had also been rejected by the lightsaber. How could this be? Sword cultivators are supposed to be brave, determined, decisive, persistent, sharp, and daring. But you're despicable and shameless. Wang Xiao, you're not worthy of a sword. Luo Xiang's indifferent voice sounded. Bang! Bang! Then, Luo Xiang took a few steps forward and arrived in front of the light sword. Without any hesitation, he grabbed the light sword. When Luo Xiang grabbed the lightsaber, it was surprisingly quiet. The powerful sword chi disappeared without a trace, just like a docile pet. Luo Xiang has obtained the recognition of the lightsaber. A young man said, Impossible. The inheritance is mine. Wang Xiao couldn't accept this fact, and with a roar of anger, he pounced towards Luo Xiang. Buzz! The sword of light trembled, and a powerful sword chi burst forth, sending Wang Xiao flying. Then, with a flash, the light sword entered the space between Luo Xiang's eyebrows and disappeared. Buzz! Luo Xiang directly jumped down from the sword pagoda and rushed out. At this moment, the sword pagoda began to shake. Let's go! Lu Ming jumped down from the sword pagoda and rushed out of the pagoda. The others followed suit, one by one, including Wang Xiao. However, his face was extremely gloomy. Buzz! The sword pagoda trembled. Then, a rainbow bridge broke through the sky and rushed into the boundless void, merging with the other two rainbow bridges. In the distance, a sword light flashed and flew into the distance. It was Luo Xiang. He had just received the inheritance and needed time to digest it. Luo Xiang, don't even think about occupying the sword doctrine inheritance. Wang Xiao's eyes flashed with a cold light as he turned into a beam of sword light, chasing after Luo Xiang. Lu Ming shook his head. Wang Xiao was a narrow-minded person. No wonder he couldn't get the sword Dao inheritance. Compared to Luo Xiang, he was far worse. Lu Ming could not be bothered with this matter and stepped out. Very soon, Lu Ming rushed past the area of the sword's tail plate and went back the way he came. Lu Ming was not very concerned about the legacy here. He had the inheritances of the 9 dragons and the Chaos the Arch. The 9 dragons and the Chaos the Arch were peak experts in the world. They were peak existences even among the great emperors. Lu Ming did not care about these small inheritances at all. Even if he obtained it, it would not be of much use to Lu Ming. Lu Ming wanted more treasures, such as the heavenly Dao stone, which was of great use to him. Not long after, Lu Ming found Xiao Yingying and Xiao Hao. Lu Ming, how's the legacy? Xiao Yingying asked curiously. They had just seen the Rainbow Bridge and knew that the inheritance had already appeared. They were just curious about who had taken it. Chapter 1431. 1431 Emperor Song's bedroom. Luo Xiang got it. Lu Ming said with a smile. Luo Xiang, that peerless genius from the Life and Death Sword sect. Xiao Yingying's eyes moved. You know this person? Lu Ming said. Xiao Yingying nodded. My brother and I have been in the Yuan continent for 2 years. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. In these 2 years, besides cultivating, we have not been idle. We have investigated some of the major forces in the Song region and some outstanding geniuses. The Life and Death Sword sect is a very special existence among the 13 top sections. The other sects have many disciples, but the Life and Death Sword sect has very few. They are extremely strict when it comes to accepting disciples. Lu Ming nodded. Indeed, the number of people from the Life and Death Sword sect who entered the Great Emperor's secret realm this time was the least. And this Luo Xiang is the most terrifying heaven's favorite in the Life and Death Sword sect. It's said that he started training with the sword at 6, reached the spiritual ocean tier at 7, and reached the limit of the Supreme Being at 9. Xiao Yingying said. He trained in the sword at the age of 6, and reached the limits of the autarch level at the age of 9. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. This kind of cultivation speed was simply too fast. It was simply unimaginable. Although this was the Yuan continent, it was still too terrifying. Lu Ming's cultivation speed was already very shocking after he obtained the 9 Dragons bloodline. However, he had spent more than 10 years cultivating until now. Although Luo Xiang's talent isn't bad, he looks like he's already in his 20s. It's not that exaggerated. Lu Ming was puzzled. That's the scariest thing about Luo Xiang. It said that he could have broken through to the Emperor realm long ago, but he's been suppressing it at the limit of the Supreme realm. His purpose is to nurture his sword soul and temper his sword heart. He's been suppressing it for 15 years. Xiao Yingying said. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a hint of shock. In order to nurture his sword soul and temper his sword heart, he was actually willing to suppress himself to the same realm for 15 years. This kind of person was too terrifying. Now that Luo Xiang had made a breakthrough and obtained the inheritance of the sword doctrine, he would definitely rise up in the future and become an absolutely terrifying figure. Lu Ming secretly remembered Luo Xiang's name in his heart. Not to mention other things, just that kind of heart was worthy of respect. Lu Ming asked himself. He could not suppress himself for 15 years in one realm. However, everyone's path was different. Lu Ming had his own path. Other people's paths might not be suitable for him. The few of them chatted for a while before leaving. Following that, the entire mystic realm became even more lively. Everyone was searching for the remaining inheritance. Time passed day by day. In the secret realm, there was a sea of blood. A dragon's roar could be heard from within. Suddenly, a figure shot up into the sky and stood above the sea of blood with a shocking aura. He was the leader of the Dragon God Valley, Hiu. Buzz. A rainbow bridge rose from the blood sea and disappeared into the void. The fourth inheritance appeared. In a sea of flowers, an extremely beautiful woman stood in the middle. Her entire body was shining with resplendent light, and the light from the sea of flowers converged to form a rainbow bridge that shot into the void. The fifth legacy had appeared. There was also a rainbow bridge that rushed out from the desert. The sixth legacy. In an ancient temple, a young man was bathed in holy light. He only disappeared after a long time. After this person rushed out of the divine hall, there's also a rainbow bridge that broke into the sky. The seventh inheritance had appeared. Buzz, buzz, buzz. One figure after another appeared beside the young man and bowed respectfully. Congratulations, Brother Sure. You've obtained the inheritance. All 7 inheritances have appeared. Emperor Tsang's chamber will soon appear. This time, Emperor Tsang's treasures will belong to my Xianxia sect. The young man spoke with a supreme might, like a divine spirit speaking. Emperor Tsang's treasure will definitely belong to my Xianxia sect. The other young men chimed in. At this moment, everyone in the secret realm was looking at the void. The 7 inheritances have all appeared. Emperor Tsang's bedroom is about to appear. On a mountain peak, Lu Ming, Qiu Yingying, and Xiu Hao stood facing the wind, looking at the sky. During this period of time, they had been searching for inheritances, but unfortunately, their luck seemed to have run out. They had not found any inheritances. In the depths of the sky, 7 rainbow bridges rushed into the void from all directions and gathered together. The entire secret realm of the great emperor could see it. Boom! Suddenly, an earth-shaking roar came from the place where the rainbow bridges converged. Then, the cry of an eagle resounded through the world. In the depths of the void, there seemed to be a behemoth that was about to break out of the void. Emperor Tsang's chamber is about to appear. Charge! I want to seize the initiative. I didn't get the 7 inheritances. The inheritance of Emperor Tsang is mine. One figure after another flew into the sky from all directions, rushing toward the place where the rainbow bridges converged. From below, the scene was extremely magnificent. Countless silhouettes were densely packed as they gathered in one place. It was a spectacular sight. Let's go up too, Lu Ming said. Then, they rose into the air and flew to the sky. At this moment, another eagle's cry resounded through the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The void shattered, and a giant creature slowly appeared in front of everyone. It was a goshawk, a huge goshawk. To be more precise, it was a building in the shape of an eagle. From a distance, it looked lifelike, and a vast aura pressed down on everyone's hearts. Was this Emperor Tsang's bedroom? Everyone's eyes lit up. Legend had it that Emperor Tsang was a goshawk that became the emperor. He was the supreme demon emperor of his generation. There's a lot fewer people, Qiunying said softly. Lu Ming nodded. Indeed, when they entered the great emperor's secret realm, there were more than 300,000 people. But now, there are less than 200,000 people here. The others had almost all fallen. More than 100,000 of them had died. What a shocking number. The great emperor's secret realm had great opportunities, but it also came with great dangers. For example, at least 10,000 people had died to the sword-tailed disc in the land of sword principal inheritance. Boom, boom, boom. A moment later, the entire goshawk appeared in everyone's sight. It was huge, too huge. A goshawk covered the sky and the sun. The entire goshawk was black and shiny. He didn't know what material it was made of. Where's the entrance? Everyone was watching, but they couldn't see an entrance. The outside of the goshawk's body was smooth, so it was impossible for it to be the real bedroom. The real bedroom must be inside the goshawk. Gah! At this moment, the cry of a goshawk resounded through the world. Everyone saw that the goshawk's mouth had opened, revealing a pitch-black passage. Could this be the passageway to Emperor Tsong's bedroom? Everyone looked at each other. In the end, some of them gritted their teeth and rushed toward the goshawk's mouth. If this was really a passageway, then entering first would allow them to gain the upper hand. Chapter 1432. 1432 Chapter 1432 Killing Intent Charge. Charge. As soon as someone moved, the others could no longer hold back and rushed toward the goshawk's mouth. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The crowd swarmed towards the goshawk's mouth. Lu Ming, Xiao Yingying, and Xiao Hao followed the crowd. The person at the front had already rushed into the fly's mouth, and there was no danger. The moment they saw that everything was fine, the people behind them charged forward even more frantically. Who knew if they would obtain some supreme treasure if they entered earlier? Everyone naturally went crazy. Who? As Lu Ming was flying, a terrifying palm print shot out from behind him. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. He did not even look at it. He turned his hand and struck out with his palm, clashing with the palm print behind him. Boom! The force was unrestrained. Lu Ming twisted his body and looked behind him. A young man in a white robe glanced at Lu Ming with a cold gaze, then sped forward. The people of the Heavenly God sect. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with killing intent. Obviously, this white-robed young man from the Heavenly God sect wanted to kill him. He had sneaked an attack on him from behind when he was not paying attention. Tianshan sect, thank you Nianjuan. Lu Ming said in a low voice, his voice cold. They continued to fly, and soon, Lu Ming and the rest flew into the passage. The goshawk was huge, so the passage was also huge. It did not seem crowded at all when a large group of people flew in. Ah! At this moment, a shrill scream came from the front. What's going on? There's danger ahead. Someone exclaimed. An NBSB whoosh. At this moment, an ear-piercing sound came from the front, and it was getting closer. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, beams of black light shot out from the walls on both sides of the passage. Immediately, someone screamed as the black light pierced through his body and he died. Defend! Lu Ming threw a few consecutive punches and destroyed dozens of black rays of light. Lu Ming saw it clearly. This black light was not a physical entity, but it was very powerful and had a terrifying penetrative power. Many people circulated their vital essence to defend, but it was useless. They were penetrated by the black light. Those below the Emperor Realm withdraw. Those below the Emperor Realm withdraw. Someone shouted. Those below the Emperor level couldn't block the light at all and would be shot to death. Screams rang out continuously as people were shot to death. In the passage, domains spread out. Those who had broken through to the Emperor Realm had to use their domain and true essence to protect themselves. They could barely block the attack of the black light. On Xiao Yingying's body, the feather clothing emitted a light that covered her entire body, blocking the surrounding light. Xiao Hao, on the other hand, had a golden bell floating above his head, casting down a light screen that easily blocked the light. As for Lu Ming, he was enveloped by the chaos domain, and the light could not touch him at all. The group didn't retreat and continued to fly forward. Along the way, they saw many corpses. However, most of them were supremes, and only a few emperors were killed by them if they were not careful. However, as he continued to advance, the power of the black light also slowly became stronger. In the beginning, it shot out from the left and right sides, but behind it, left, right, up, down, there was endless black light shooting out with astonishing power. Slowly, some of the sovereigns were unable to resist. This passage was extremely long. Everyone flew for 1,000 miles and still had not reached the end. Damn it, I'm not willing to accept this. Someone roared because they couldn't hold on much longer. If they went any further, they would die. He could only leave unwillingly. As he continued forward, it became more and more difficult to walk. On the other hand, Lu Ming, Xiao Ying, and Xiao Hao had it easy. Xiao Ying and Xiao Hao's treasures were saint weapons with amazing defensive power. Naturally, this attracted the attention of others. What a profound treasure. If I can obtain it, I will be able to enter Emperor Tsong's bedroom. Some people's eyes flashed with greed. Many people surrounded the three of them. How can you enjoy such a treasure? Give it to me. A young man with a cold look in his eyes threw a palm toward Xiao Hao. Buzz. The golden bell above Xiao Hao's head trembled, and an invisible ripple spread out, rushing towards the young man. The young man's face changed, and he retreated. What a wondrous treasure. It must be a saint weapon. Hand it over. Kill. The other young man also stepped out and charged at Xiao Hao. There were also a few people who charged towards Xiao Ying. Get lost. Lu Ming shouted coldly. He strode forward and extended his hand to attack the few young men. Brat, it's good that I didn't come looking for you. You're such a busybody. Go to hell. One of the young men snorted coldly and struck Lu Ming with his palm. However, Lu Ming threw a punch, and the violent fist force crushed over. The young man screamed and flew backward. His protective true energy and territory were shattered by Lu Ming's punch. His body was instantly pierced by the dense black light, and he died on the spot. Following that, Lu Ming threw a few consecutive punches, sending a few more young men flying. His vital essence and territory were penetrated by Lu Ming, and they all died under the black light. The remaining young men's expressions changed drastically. Lu Ming's combat strength was too strong. He completely crushed them. At that moment, an extremely sharp force attacked Lu Ming from behind. Lu Ming knew that it was sword chi the moment he heard it. It was extremely sharp, and the person who attacked must be shockingly powerful. Buzz. He activated the wind elemental technique. At the critical moment, Lu Ming's figure shifted 1 meter to the side and avoided the sword. You again. Lu Ming's killing intent burst forth when he saw the person who had launched the sneak attack. This person was the white-robed young man from the Heavenly God sect who had sneaked an attack on Lu Ming outside the passage. You're lucky. The white-robed young man's attack had failed, so he retreated and wanted to retreat. You've attacked me time and time again, and now you want to leave? Have you asked for my permission? Lu Ming said coldly. The aura on his body surged. He took a step forward and rushed toward the white-robed young man at top speed. The black light did not pose much of a threat to Lu Ming. The young man in white's expression changed when he saw Lu Ming charging at him. He dashed forward at top speed, but his speed was no match for Lu Ming's. In just a few breaths, Lu Ming was already close to him. Brat, you dare to attack me? I'm an elder of the Heavenly God's sex. Seeing that he could not escape, the white-robed young man turned around and shouted at Lu Ming. Kill! Lu Ming charged at the other party. This person was really naive. He had tried to ambush Lu Ming time and time again, trying to kill Lu Ming. Now, he actually brought up his backer to threaten Lu Ming. Wasn't he stupid? The white-robed young man's words were swallowed back by Lu Ming's punch. He could only try his best to resist. Sword lights bloomed from his hands with astonishing power. This person should have an innate spirit body, and his cultivation had reached the peak of the LV-1 martial royal realm. His combat strength was not bad, but he was no match for Lu Ming. Bang! Lu Ming's punch shattered all the sword gleams. The remaining force of the punch landed on the white-robed young man's protective, true energy in territory. The white-robed young man was sent flying and crashed into the wall. He was almost killed by the black light. Chapter 1433. 1433 Chapter 1433 Spear of God's Punishment Buzz. Lu Ming took a step forward and appeared in front of the white-robed young man, kicking him. With a bang, the young man in white's protective quintessential essence and territory were shattered by Lu Ming's kick. Instantly, an endless amount of light shot towards the white-robed youth. The white-robed young man tried his best to resist. Fortunately, he had an innate spiritual body and had now transformed into a low-grade earth spiritual body. He was very powerful and managed to save his life after a hole was pierced through his body. However, Lu Ming charged at him again. Bang! Lu Ming's claw pierced through the white-robed young man's territory and grabbed his neck. His essential core shook and almost scattered the young man's essential core. His true essence and domain naturally disappeared without a trace. "Help me!" The white-robed youth screamed in fear as a dense black light shot towards him. Lu Ming activated his chaos domain and enveloped the white-robed young man, blocking the black light. The white-robed young man let out a long breath and shouted, "Lu Ming, let me go. My uncle is an elder of the Xianxia sect. If you kill me, he—" "Nonsense, shut up," Lu Ming shouted coldly. His cold, killing intent burst out, causing the white-robed young man to swallow his words. "Speak. Who asked you to come and kill me?" Lu Ming said coldly. Yes. Just as the white-robed young man was about to reply, a voice sounded from the other side. "You'd better let him go." A voice sounded, and a few young men walked out from a passage. The young man in the lead had a slender figure and bright eyes. He was like a god with a very oppressive aura. The aura of the second level of the martial royal realm emanated from his body. There were two other young men behind the young man. They were both at the peak LV1 martial royal realm. The black light could not do anything to them as they covered the area with their territory. "That's the leader of the heavenly god sect, Xianxia." On the side, other people passed by and whispered. Then, they rushed forward and left this place. "Senior Xianxia, save me." The white-robed young man shouted in surprise when he saw Xianxia. "Kid, let me go, or Brother Xianxia will make you face a life and death situation." Following that, the white-robed young man berated Lu Ming and became arrogant again. "Is that so?" Lu Ming sneered. He carried the young man in the white coat and sent him out of the area covered by the territory. Immediately, his body was pierced by 7 or 8 rays of black light. Blood flowed out, and he let out a shrill scream. "Brat, you're looking for death. Such great courage." Behind Xianxia, 2 young men shouted. Boom! Xianxia stepped forward, his powerful aura pressing down on Lu Ming. He said coldly, "I said, let him go." His tone carried a sense of superiority as he ordered Lu Ming. "Who do you think you are? Furthermore, this person has tried to sneak attack me time and time again. He's already dead." Lu Ming said coldly, "If you kill him, he'll kill you." Xianxia's eyes were gloomy. "Is that so?" Lu Ming's face turned ferocious, and the killing intent on his body became even colder. "No." The white-robed young man stood up in fear. Boom! The power in Lu Ming's hand suddenly exploded and drowned the white-robed young man. The young man was crushed into pieces by Lu Ming's terrifying power. Die! At this moment, Xianxia's killing intent burst out. His body was bathed in the holy light. He took a step forward, and the void rumbled. Xianxia raised his hand and pressed down. A huge holy palm pressed down on Lu Ming. "Small tricks," Lu Ming sneered. He stepped forward and struck out with his palm as well. A palm that was the color of chaos blasted out and clashed with his opponent. The 2 palms collided and a bright light burst out. A vibration wave spread out and dispersed the black light around. Bang! In the next moment, Xianxia's divine palm print collapsed, and the chaos palm print continued to attack Xianxia. Xianxia's expression changed. The holy light on his body became even more brilliant, and a long spear appeared in his hand. "God's spear of punishment, go!" Xianxia shouted. The divine spear cut through the void, as if it could penetrate everything in the world, and stabbed toward Lu Ming at an extremely fast speed. Shi Tian's cultivation had reached the LV2 martial royal realm, and he had cultivated a medium-grade earth spiritual body. His combat strength was astonishing, and he was a heaven's favorite on the same level as Yu, Wang Xiao, and Luo Xiang. He stood at the peak of all the heaven's favorites who entered the secret realm. Not many people could take this move of his, but he met Lu Ming. The chaos domain covered the area. Lu Ming cast the prison-suppressing heavenly art and threw a punch. The shadow of the prison-suppressing steel flashed on his fist, and it hit the tip of the holy spear directly. Clang! A deafening sound was heard. The divine spear that Shi Tian thrust out was shaking violently. The terrifying power flowed along the spear and into Shi Tian's arm, making his body shake. Bang! In the next moment, the divine spear exploded. Shi Tian's body trembled, and he retreated a few hundred meters, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Why would I? The other two young men were dumbfounded. Even Shi Tian's combat strength was not Lu Ming's match. How is this possible? Let's go. Shi Tian turned around and left without saying a word. Come and go as you please. How can it be that easy? Lu Ming said coldly. He took a step forward and activated the wind element technique, approaching Shi Tian in an instant. The terrifying fist force was aimed at Shi Tian. Shi Tian roared in anger and used all his strength to fight Lu Ming. However, although he was strong, there was still a gap between him and Lu Ming. In less than 10 moves, he was beaten to the point where he vomited blood. Senior Shi Tian, we will avenge you. The other young man was so scared that he left these words and ran away. Hee. So these are your fellow disciples? Lu Ming sneered. Shi Tian let out an angry roar and tried his best to resist. However, Lu Ming's chaos domain crushed him and he retreated. Die! Lu Ming's punch broke through Shi Tian's defense and was about to kill him. Suddenly, a powerful aura burst out from Shi Tian's body. A shadow appeared on Shi Tian's body, and an invisible force burst out. This is Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. This energy was very similar to the light sword that Lu Ming had faced in the Sword Pagoda. It was a power of the same level. Bang! Lu Ming's figure flew backward from the impact of this force. Lu Ming, they'll definitely kill you next time. Shi Tian left these words and rushed into the depths of the tunnel. It turns out that Shi Tian has also obtained an inheritance. Lu Ming frowned. Shi Tian must have also received an inheritance. Because he had just received the inheritance not long ago, he had not refined it yet. Therefore, this inheritance had the function of automatically protecting the owner. After refining it, this function would disappear. Next time, if the inheritance can't protect its master, it'll kill you. There was a sharp glint in Lu Ming's eyes. Lu Ming, are you all right? Xiao Yingying stepped forward and asked. I'm fine, let's go. Lu Ming said. Chapter 1434. 1430, for the corpse of the golden eagle, they continued forward. Although the black light in this passage was very powerful, it was mainly a threat to supremes or some weaker emperors. It could still block the stronger ones. The three of them advanced another 1,000 miles or so before finally reaching the end. The passage disappeared. In front of them was a flat piece of land, but it was filled with gray fog. The mist greatly affected one's vision. Some of the young men rushed into the mist and disappeared. Lu Ming and the other two did not hesitate and rushed into the fog. It was completely silent in the mist, as if there were no living beings. Only the heartbeats of the three could be heard. However, after walking for a while, only one of the three had their hearts beating. Lu Ming turned around and saw that Xiao Yingying and Xiao Hao were nowhere to be seen. What's going on? Just a moment ago, Xiao Yingying and Xiao Hao had been following behind him. How did they suddenly disappear? Yingying, brother Xiao, Lu Ming called out. His voice could be heard from afar, but there was no response. Lu Ming looked around, but did not see anyone. Earlier, there were clearly many young men who had rushed in, but now there was not a single person. Could it be formation? No, it's not. Formation, Lu Ming observed carefully. There was no array at all. This area is very strange. It can affect one's senses. Perhaps they are not far from me, but we can't see each other. Lu Ming pondered in his heart. In this world, there were many wondrous places that had even more mysterious functions than formations that no one had laid down. It seems like we can only meet up after we leave this area. At the thought of this, Lu Ming identified the direction and walked straight ahead. However, Lu Ming stopped after a short while. He discovered that there was an invisible energy in the surroundings that was seeping into his body and slowly attacking his soul. Yes, there was an invisible energy here that could attack the soul. Even his chaos domain found it difficult to defend against it. Fortunately, Lu Ming's soul had been tempered in the world refining tribulation bell when he was going through the martial royal realm Great Tribulation. It was dozens of times stronger than before. This attack did not matter to Lu Ming. Lu Ming ignored him and continued to move forward. Along the way, he found many pits on the ground, some of which looked like palm prints. Could it be that in the distant past, there was a great battle here? Lu Ming made a guess. Bang! Lu Ming's punch landed on the ground. However, the ground did not move at all. There was not a single mark. It's so hard. Lu Ming gasped in shock. The ground here was made of a strange metal that was strong and indestructible. Even with Lu Ming's power, he could not leave a single mark on it. The thing that had left so many potholes on the ground was definitely a terrifying existence. As Lu Ming advanced, he realized that the energy that attacked the soul was getting stronger. Although it was nothing to Lu Ming's current soul strength, it was definitely a great test for some of the other prodigies. What a powerful fluctuation ahead. All of a sudden, Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He discovered that there were waves of fluctuations coming over. They were very strong, as if there was an expert cultivating in front of him. Lu Ming hesitated for a moment. He concealed his aura and decided to go and take a look. Soon, a huge object appeared in front of them. It was an eagle, a giant eagle with golden feathers and the size of a mountain. The fluctuations were coming from this giant eagle. However, this golden eagle was obviously dead. There was no sign of life on its body. However, the fluctuation was indeed extremely terrifying. The closer he got, the more Lu Ming felt that it was terrifying. It's the aura of a Saint Realm expert. Moreover, this fluctuation is even more profound than that of an ordinary Saint Realm expert. Lu Ming pondered in his heart. Lu Ming had sensed the auras of the mysterious Sky, Saint, and Elder Hong of the Dragon God Valley, but they were not as good as the Golden Eagle. This giant Golden Eagle was definitely not just a bright saint. It was even an eminent saint or an absolute saint. There are words. All of a sudden, Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He noticed that under one of the Golden Eagle's wings, there was a word, evil. Evil. What did it mean? Lu Ming did not know. Moreover, Lu Ming did not see any wounds around the eagle's body. He had no idea how the eagle had died. I wonder if I can keep this giant eagle. Its entire body is full of treasures. Lu Ming had many thoughts. He took out a storage ring of higher quality and circulated his Zhen Yuan, causing the ring to fly above the eagle. A gravitational force was generated from the ring. To Lu Ming's surprise, he easily put away the giant eagle's corpse. Ah, I've earned it. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He kept the storage ring and continued on his way. This area was deathly silent, as if Lu Ming was the only one in this vast world. This feeling would drive one crazy if they stayed too long. Moreover, there was an invisible energy that continuously seeped into Lu Ming's body and attacked his soul. He did not know how long he had been walking. When Lu Ming took a step forward, the surrounding environment suddenly changed drastically. The fog disappeared, and Lu Ming came to a platform. A step away, so close yet so far. He walked out of the fog, just like that. Voices could be heard from the front. Lu Ming looked over and realized that there were many people gathered there. Qiao Ying, Qiao Hao. Lu Ming saw two people at a glance. Lu Ming. When the two of them saw Lu Ming, they walked over in joy. When did you guys pass through the misty area? Lu Ming asked. I've only just arrived, Qiu Yingying explained. Their encounter was exactly the same as Lu Ming's. After entering the misty area, they were separated from the rest. It was as if they were the only one left in the world. There was also that kind of energy that attacked the soul. They gritted their teeth and continued forward. They didn't expect to successfully pass through the foggy area. However, they were different from Lu Ming. Lu Ming had touched the giant eagle's corpse, while they had not touched anything. Lu Ming. At this moment, a deep voice was heard. 3 young men walked over and greeted Lu Ming. It was the 3 Ruan brothers. The 3 brothers of the Ruan clan were connected by heart. When they worked together, they were not weak. After entering the great emperor's secret realm, they had successfully broken through to the martial royal realm. It was not strange that they had come here. What's going on in front? Lu Ming's gaze was fixed ahead. In front of him, many people stopped as if they were blocked. There's an abyss in front of us. It's blocking our way, Xiu Yingying explained. Lu Ming walked closer to take a look. It was indeed an abyss that was 100 miles wide. At the bottom of the abyss, there was a terrifying, devouring power. Once people flew into the abyss, they would be devoured and fall into the abyss. No one could escape. He couldn't fly over this abyss. Chapter 1435. 1435, the Heavenly Tao Stone Bridge. Lu Ming walked forward and found a stone bridge. This stone bridge led to the other side of the abyss. That is, the Heavenly Tao Stone. Lu Ming's pupils suddenly constricted and he looked shocked. That was because the stone bridge was covered with Heavenly Tao stones. There were countless of them. Countless Heavenly Tao stones formed a stone bridge that was 100 miles long, leading to the other side of the abyss. Heavens, how many Heavenly Tao stones were there? His heart twitched. Was this the work of the great emperor? It was truly too shocking. It's impossible to excavate the Heavenly Tao stone on the stone bridge. Someone tried it before, but they were shaken down the abyss. The eldest of the 3 Ruan brothers, Ruan Tian, explained. Lu Ming nodded. He had already guessed this. Otherwise, with so many Heavenly Tao stones in front of him, this place would have long been covered in blood. Many young men had gathered at the head of the bridge. They looked at the stone bridge with worried expressions. Someone's on the bridge again, Qiu Yingying said in a low voice. At the end of the bridge, a young man stepped onto the stone bridge. When he stepped onto the stone bridge, he seemed to feel a terrifying pressure. His body trembled slightly, but he gritted his teeth and continued forward. After walking for a while, his body suddenly trembled and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale. He quickly retreated from the stone bridge and let out a long breath. Still no. The young man sighed. You're really trash. Let me do it. A cold voice sounded. A young man walked out of the crowd and stepped onto the stone bridge. Wang Xiao. Lu Ming's gaze flickered. Wang Xiao's body emanated a sharp aura, like a divine sword that could slice apart anything. He walked forward step by step at a very fast speed. Soon, he had covered more than half of the distance. After that, his speed gradually slowed down. However, it didn't take long for him to cross the 100-mile stone bridge and disappear from everyone's sight. A leader-level figure is indeed powerful. This stone bridge can only be crossed by a heaven's favorite with a low-tier earth spiritual body. The Heavenly Tao aura on it is too strong. Many people sighed. As expected, it's because of the Heavenly Tao aura. Lu Ming pondered in his heart. There were too many Heavenly Tao stones on the stone bridge. The aura of Heavenly Tao on this stone bridge was definitely terrifying. The aura of the Heavenly Path was very useful to both warriors and inscription masters. They could use it to comprehend the path and raise their cultivation. However, this was only the Heavenly Tao aura. Within a certain concentration and range, if the Heavenly Tao aura was too dense, not only would it not be beneficial, it would also be harmful. The powerful aura of the Heavenly Tao could crush people to death. The stone bridge in front of them was just like that. Damn it. It was not easy for me to enter Emperor Tsong's chamber. Am I going to be blocked by a stone bridge? I can't accept this. I'm really unwilling, but I can't do anything about it. Many people sighed. This was Emperor Tsong's palace. Perhaps, as long as they crossed this stone bridge, they would be at the center of Emperor Tsong's palace. Perhaps there would be countless treasures and even Emperor Tsong's inheritance waiting for them. But now, their path was blocked by a stone bridge. It was hard to accept this. Then more and more people tried, but most of them failed. Some tried to force their way in, but they were crushed to death and fell into the endless abyss. Ill-tried, Lu Ming stepped forward. Xiao Ying, Ruan Tian, and the rest did not stop him. They knew how powerful Lu Ming was. This stone bridge could not do anything to him. Lu Ming stepped forward, and the chaos domain covered his entire body. What a dense heavenly Tao aura. Lu Ming's eyes moved. The aura of the heavenly Tao here was too powerful. It was many times stronger than the heavenly Tao engravings that Lu Ming had faced previously. This kind of power was far beyond what they could bear at their level. Not only could they not comprehend the Tao from it, but they also felt a strong pressure on their bodies. This was the pressure of the heavenly Tao. However, Lu Ming's chaos domain shook and the pressure from the heavenly Tao disappeared without a trace. Everything in the world comes from the chaos. The chaos realm, the emperor of thousands of realms, and the aura of the heavenly Tao are useless against the chaos realm. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Then, he continued forward. The stone bridge was very narrow and could only allow one person to pass. Lu Ming strode forward and very quickly, he had covered half the distance. However, at this moment, Lu Ming suddenly turned around and went back the way he came. What is this person doing? I thought he could pass the test easily. Why did he return now? It doesn't mean anything if he was relaxed at the start. Perhaps he was more relaxed when he charged forward with all his might. It's normal for him to be lacking in strength now. That's true. This stone bridge isn't something anyone can cross. Lu Ming's actions caused some people to discuss. Xiao Ying, Xiao Hao, and the others were also surprised. Based on their understanding of Lu Ming, he should have no problem crossing the stone bridge given his abilities. Why did he return the way he came? Very soon, Lu Ming reached the bridge. Ying, Brother Xiao, come up. They'll bring you over. Lu Ming said. What? Xiao Ying, Xiao Hao, and the three Ruan brothers were all stunned. The others were also stunned. Lu Ming had returned, and he actually wanted to bring people over? How is this possible? It would be difficult for anyone to go there alone, and even a genius like Wang Xiao would find it difficult to reach the second half of the journey. And now, Lu Ming was saying that he wanted to bring someone along. This was really hard to believe. Ying, Lu Ming called out again. Xiao Ying and Xiao Hao finally reacted. Okay. Xiao Ying was the first to step forward and stood in front of Lu Ming, while Xiao Hao stood behind him. Stepping onto the stone bridge meant that their lives were in danger. However, they chose to believe in Lu Ming. He had brought them too many miracles along the way. Brother Wan, they'll send Ying and the others over first. They'll come and find you later. Lu Ming said to Ruan Tian. Okay. Ruan Tian nodded in a daze, still a little confused. Let's go. The chaos domain enveloped Xiao Ying and Xiao Hao, and the three of them stepped onto the stone bridge. Although the chaos realm was wonderful, it was only at level 1. Moreover, the stone bridge was very narrow and could only allow one person to walk. Therefore, Lu Ming could not bring too many people at one time. He could only bring 2 to 3 people. Therefore, he planned to send Xiao Ying and the others over before returning to send the 3 Ruan brothers over. Everyone was looking at Lu Ming. Some people sneered, thinking that Lu Ming would play with fire and die here. Lu Ming and the other 2 stepped onto the stone bridge. The powerful heavenly Tao aura outside pressed down on the chaos realm, causing it to tremble. However, it managed to withstand it in the end. The three of them walked forward step by step. Very soon, they had covered the distance that Lu Ming had covered and continued to move forward. Soon, the three of them successfully reached the other side. Success. This person can actually bring people over. Unbelievable. This person must have some kind of treasure that can resist the aura of the heavenly Tao. Lu Ming's success caused a commotion at the scene. Chapter 1436. 1436 Blackwings. Guys, look. He's back. Someone said. In front of the stone bridge, a figure walked over. It was Lu Ming. Not long after, Lu Ming returned to the starting point. Buzz. A figure appeared in front of Lu Ming. It was a young man with a burning gaze. Kid, take me there now. This young man was the one who sneered the most earlier. He thought that Lu Ming would die on the bridge. Now that he saw that Lu Ming could really bring people over, he was the first to rush forward. Me too. Take me there. Bring me. One by one, the young men stepped forward and surrounded Lu Ming. I'm not free, Lu Ming said as he scanned the surroundings. What do you mean by this? Not free? If you don't take me there, then you don't need to go there yourself. The expression of the young man who spoke first turned cold. An ice-cold engine was locked onto Lu Ming. The other people also looked unfriendly. Indeed, you want to get the great emperor's treasure and leave us here. How can you do that? Someone said. Lu Ming was so angry that he almost laughed. He did not have the ability to go over, and yet he was blaming Lu Ming. Since he could not get it, he could not let Lu Ming get it. Get lost, Scram! Lu Ming roared. A terrifying blast spread in all directions. Those with weaker cultivation could not help but retreat. Everyone, let's join forces. With so many of us, it's enough to take him down. Let's control him and let him send us over one by one. The young man who spoke first shouted. Boom, boom, boom. Auras burst out one after another. There were at least a few hundred people at the scene. Each and every one of them stared at Lu Ming with unfriendly eyes, and their auras pressed down on Lu Ming. How can you people be like this? How can you force us to bring you along? Lu Ming, don't worry about us. You can cross the bridge first. Ruan Tian's deep voice rang out. Kid, surrender now. If you cross the bridge alone, your friends will fall into this endless abyss. It was still the young man who had spoken first. He spoke coldly. Lu Ming chuckled and looked at the young man. He really brought this upon himself. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Ming's figure moved and he appeared in front of the youth. The young man's expression changed and he wanted to retreat. However, Lu Ming waved his hand and the chaos domain covered him, forming a huge hand of chaos that crushed the young man's defense and caught him in his hand. Let me go, what do you want to do? I'm warning you, my senior brother is the leader of the Heaven Seek King. The young man shouted and threatened Lu Ming. He'll send you to the abyss to play. Lu Ming sneered. You dare? Everyone, let's attack together and capture this person. The young man roared, instigating the others. Put him down. You're looking for death. More than a dozen people shouted as they charged at Lu Ming. More than a dozen attacks were aimed at Lu Ming. Lightning Origin Technique. Lu Ming's Chaos Domain turned into a Thunder Domain. He cast the Thunder Elemental Technique and thrust his palm forward. 10 lightning spears appeared in the air and pierced through the air. More than a dozen young masters were directly pierced by the lightning spears and died on the spot. The fact that he had killed more than 10 first-level martial royal realm young men with a single palm caused the others' expressions to change drastically. They finally realized that not only could Lu Ming cross the stone bridge by himself, but he could also bring people over with him. He relied on his terrifying abilities. After killing more than 10 young men as a warning to the others, the rest of them were too afraid to make a move. Lu Ming waved his hand, grabbed the young man's big hand, and brought him out of the abyss. Don't. Looking down at the endless abyss, the young man was so scared that he kept screaming. They'll send you down, Lu Ming said coldly and opened his palm. The young man was devoured by the devouring power of the abyss and fell into the endless abyss. Only his shrill screams could be heard faintly. Who else wants to go down? I don't mind giving you a ride. Lu Ming swept his gaze across the entire venue. No one dared to make a sound. Lu Ming's combat strength could completely crush them. Brother Wan, let's get on the bridge, Lu Ming said. The three Wan brothers nodded and stood in a row with Lu Ming. They walked forward and soon crossed the stone bridge. In front of the stone bridge was a stone wall that blocked the way. This stone wall was indestructible and could not be broken. On the stone wall, there was a door of light. This was the only way. The people who had come over earlier had obviously left through this door of light. Let's go in, Lu Ming said. Everyone nodded and stepped through the door of light. The space trembled. In the next moment, Lu Ming was in a stone room. What? Lu Ming swept his gaze around and realized that he was the only one in the stone room. Qiao Ying and the others were nowhere to be found. It seemed that the door was a teleportation door. It teleported them in and separated them. Whoosh! All of a sudden, Lu Ming felt a sharp aura coming at him. Without any hesitation, Lu Ming took a step forward and retreated rapidly. However, the sharp intent was also astonishingly fast. It followed closely behind Lu Ming and slashed at him. What the hell is that? Lu Ming frowned. He could only vaguely see a black light slashing at him. As to what it was too fast, and he could not see clearly. Get lost, Lu Ming shouted and threw a punch. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out. Lu Ming's violent fist force crushed forward and finally pushed back the thing that was slashing at him. At this time, Lu Ming finally saw what had attacked him. A pair of wings. It had a pair of jet black wings. They were not the wings of a demonic beast, but rather they were made from a strange metal. Every feather on the wings was black and shiny. They were sharp like divine swords. Lu Ming thought of High Pantheon from the Divine Ruins continents. High Pantheon also had a pair of wings, which was an Emperor spirit weapon. However, that pair of wings was trash when compared to the pair in front of him. The pair in front of him were holy weapons. Lu Ming fell in love with it at one glance. I'm quite lucky. I've just teleported here, and I've already encountered a holy weapon. Lu Ming smiled. He took a step forward and pounced toward the black wings. He reached out his hand and was about to grab the black wings. Chi-chi! The black wings spread open like two divine swords, slashing toward Lu Ming. They were extremely sharp. Lu Ming waved his fist and activated the prison suppressing heavenly art. He covered it with the chaos domain and bombarded the wings. With a clang, the wing was once again sent flying. Buzz! Its wings were sent flying, and it actually flapped to escape. You have some intelligence, but you can't escape from me. Lu Ming pressed forward with one hand, and the chaos realm erupted, enveloping the entire stone room. No matter how the black wings flew, they could not escape the range of the chaos realm. Shrink! The chaos domain began to shrink, and finally trapped the black wing. Refine! Then, Lu Ming's essential core surged into the black wings and began to refine them. Soon after, the wing shrank slowly and was caught by Lu Ming. Chapter 1437. 1437, the Goshawk and the Black Shadow. So, it's a bright saint weapon. Black wings. Lu Ming's heart stirred. The bright saint weapon was the exclusive weapon of the bright saint. Above that, there were great saint weapons and absolute saint weapons. After a round of refinement, Lu Ming had only gained a preliminary grasp of this holy weapon. He could not refine it completely with his current cultivation. He could only refine it slowly in the future and deepen his grasp of the black wings. He tossed the black wings, and they flew behind Lu Ming, sinking into his back. The next moment, Lu Ming had an idea. Voila! On his back, the black wings spread out, making Lu Ming look as if he had grown a pair of wings out of thin air. Buzz! With a flap of the black wings, Lu Ming's figure disappeared from his original spot at an astonishing speed. Lu Ming circled the stone chamber, dozens of times before returning to his original spot. Not bad. Lu Ming was very satisfied with the black wings. He had the black wings. If he combined them with the power of the wind elemental technique and the air-frozen bead, his speed would definitely be greatly increased. At the same time, the black wings also had a strong offensive power. Moreover, the wings could cover the whole body and have a strong defensive ability. This spirit weapon could be said to be one of the very few spirit weapons that had all the functions. If it was sold, the price would be more than 10 times more expensive than other spirit weapons of the same level. With a thought, the black wings retracted and disappeared into his skin. Then, Lu Ming looked around. Other than the black wings and the passage in front of him, there was nothing else in the stone room. Lu Ming stepped forward and walked toward the passage. Gah! All of a sudden, a screech was heard. A huge black goshawk appeared at the entrance of the passage and pounced at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's expression changed. Of course, this goshawk was not real. It was condensed from some kind of energy. Most importantly, it had appeared too suddenly. Lu Ming subconsciously retreated rapidly. However, he realized that the goshawk did not give chase. Instead, it hovered in the air and looked at Lu Ming. Young man, go back. Don't continue forward, or there will be a great disaster. The goshawk suddenly spoke. Who are you? Lu Ming asked. It doesn't matter who I am. Let's go back. There's no road ahead. The goshawk spoke again. Great disaster? No way out. I don't believe it. If I don't try, how will I know there's no way out? Lu Ming smiled and stepped forward. They had encountered so many obstacles along the way. How could Lu Ming be blocked by a goshawk? The goshawk seemed to sigh. It flapped its wings and pounced at Lu Ming. Boom! Lu Ming activated his chaos domain and threw a punch. The violent fist force crushed over, causing the stone room to rumble and shake. This is the chaos domain? The goshawk cried out in alarm. Then it flapped its wings rapidly, and a terrifying gale swept out. The strong wind and Lu Ming's fist force collided, creating a series of explosive sounds. In the end, the strong wind disappeared, and Lu Ming could not help but take a few steps back. Such powerful strength. Lu Ming's expression turned grave. It seems that I have to use my full strength. Lu Ming pondered in his heart. But at this moment, a change suddenly occurred. A figure suddenly appeared in the void. It was a black shadow that was shrouded in black light. Its appearance could not be seen clearly. The moment it appeared, it pounced at the goshawk. The black shadow and the goshawk were engaged in an intense battle. Young man, they'll hold him back. You can go over. An old voice came from the shadow. It sounded gentle and comfortable. Don't go over, you have to hear me, the goshawk cried out. Boom! The black shadow pounced on the goshawk and launched an even fiercer attack. The battle was intense. Lu Ming frowned. What was going on with the goshawk and the black shadow? Was it the checkpoint of this place? Or was it a test? Why did one of them let him go over, while the other didn't? Perhaps it's just a test. Pass. Lu Ming made a decision. Since they were already here, Lu Ming could not possibly give up and leave just because of a few words from a goshawk. Buzz. He activated the wind elemental technique, and the energy of the air-frozen bead gushed into the air. Lu Ming took advantage of the gap between the goshawk and the black shadow to dash into the passage and disappear. Boom! The goshawk and the black shadow exchanged a blow, and both retreated. AI! The goshawk sighed as it watched Lu Ming leave. Hee hee, Emperor Song, you want to stop them? Impossible. In the end, you have lost this round. A cold and ear-piercing laughter came from the black shadow, which was completely different from the gentle voice just now. However, Lu Ming could no longer hear these words. He followed the passageway and advanced. Soon, light appeared in front of him. He had reached the end of the passageway. Clang! Boom! In front of him, there was a violent roar and the sound of metal clashing. Someone was fighting. Lu Ming slowed down and dashed through the entrance of the passageway. Whoosh! As soon as Lu Ming rushed out, he saw a small black flag flying toward him. Demonic chi was rolling on the small flag. It's an emperor's spiritual weapon without an owner. Lu Ming had an idea. Get lost. Suddenly, an overbearing roar came from the front. A huge palm formed entirely of demonic chi grabbed at Lu Ming and the small flag. Oomph. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. He threw a punch, and the huge palm exploded. Lu Ming reached out and grabbed the small black flag. "Brat, you dare to stop me!" An overbearing voice rang out. In front of Lu Ming, a young man was staring at him coldly. The demonic aura around him was monstrous. "This place is—" Lu Ming's gaze swept past the young man. Then he looked elsewhere. This was a huge hall that was extremely wide. In the void, there were many rays of treasure light dancing. Within them, there were many young men chasing after these treasure lights. Emperor's spiritual weapons, and even holy weapons. Lu Ming revealed a look of surprise. Most of the lights dancing in the air were Emperor's spiritual weapons. There were hundreds of them, and there were even saint weapons and elixirs. There were about a dozen young men flying around, chasing after these treasures. From time to time, they would get into a fight over the treasures. So strong, Lu Ming noticed that these young men were all at the second level of the martial royal realm. Lu Ming saw a few familiar faces among them. He Yu, the leader of Dragon God Valley; Wang Xiao, the leader of Jiuxiao Sword Sect; Shi Tian, the leader of Tianxin Sect; Luo Xiang, the leader of Life and Death Sword Sect. They were all the leaders of the various sects who had entered this place. Indeed, those who could make it this far were all extremely powerful people. "Brat, you dare to ignore me?" In front of Lu Ming, the young man with surging demonic chi had a cold look in his eyes. He pointed a finger at Lu Ming. A black finger, like the finger of a demon god, pierced through the void and pointed at Lu Ming with shocking power. If he was hit, Lu Ming would definitely die. What a domineering person, taking people's lives. Lu Ming's face turned cold, and he threw a punch. Boom! Lu Ming's punch collided with the other party's finger. Chapter 1438. 1438 Chapter 1438 Fighting for the Holy Weapon Shatter. The demonic young man's eyes flashed with ferocity, but in the next moment, his expression changed drastically. He felt a terrifying power coming from his finger. This power was like an avalanche or an ancient divine mountain crashing into his finger. Kacha! His fingers made a cracking sound and were deformed. He bellowed in rage and retreated rapidly. He took more than 10 steps back and looked at Lu Ming with a sinister expression. In a previous move, Lu Ming had broken the bones of his fingers with one punch. He glanced at Lu Ming with a serious look in his eyes. He did not continue to attack. Instead, he dashed toward one of the Emperor's spiritual weapons. His territory spread out and enveloped the sword. Suppress. At this moment, Lu Ming made his move. With a wave of his hand, the Chaos Domain spread and suppressed the two kings' spiritual weapons in the Chaos Domain before he put them away. Could this place be a treasure vault? Lu Ming's eyes swept across the sky. Looking at the lights that were flying randomly in the sky, a thought flashed across his mind. The next moment, Lu Ming attacked again without any hesitation. There were more than 10 young men present, and all of them had powerful cultivation. If he were to delay any longer, he would most likely not be able to get a share. Buzz and NBSB whoosh. More than a dozen young men attacked at extremely fast speed. The light dancing in the sky became less and less as they put away the king's spiritual weapons. Within a short period of time, Lu Ming had obtained 8 Emperor's spiritual weapons. Get lost! Boom! In the sky, 2 people began to fight again. It was 2 young men fighting over a saint weapon. However, the 2 of them were afraid of each other, so when they saw the saint weapon fly away, they stopped and chased after it. Soon, the king weapons were almost all collected. Only a few saint weapons and a few jade boxes were left in the sky. The jade boxes were the fastest, and they streaked across the sky like lightning bolts. Buzz! Lu Ming soared into the sky and pounced on a holy weapon. This holy weapon was a jade bangle that was filled with demonic qi. Lu Ming thought of Xianxia. This jade bangle was very suitable to be given to Xianxia. Get lost. Lu Ming was not the only one who had his eyes on the jade bangle. Two other young men were also interested in it. One of them was the demonic-looking young man who had attacked Lu Ming earlier. The other person was dressed in a green robe and had an evil smile on his face. The green-robed young man made a grabbing motion, and streams of green mist spread towards Lu Ming. As soon as the mist appeared, a disgusting smell filled the air. Poisonous gas. This poisonous gas was extremely poisonous. However, Lu Ming was least afraid of poison. The devouring power covered Lu Ming's entire body. He ignored the green mist and rushed past it. Then, he struck his palm at the green-robed young man. The green-robed young man did not expect Lu Ming to completely ignore the poisonous gas. His expression changed, and with a wave of his hand, a group of densely packed poisonous insects appeared in front of him. The poisonous insects formed a shield in front of him. Lu Ming's palm struck down, and a large number of poisonous insects exploded. The young man in green trembled and retreated dozens of meters. Bang! Then, Lu Ming's leg swept out like a steel whip toward the demonic-looking young man, forcing him to retreat. Lu Ming's right hand reached out and caught the jade bangle. And NBSB Wong Wong Wong. The jade bangle in Lu Ming's hand was still vibrating nonstop. What a strong spiritual property. Lu Ming was overjoyed. The stronger the spirituality of a holy weapon, the higher its grade and the more precious it was. For example, Lu Ming's thunder cauldron and air-frozen bead definitely had extraordinary sounds. Hand over your saint weapon, and it'll spare your life. The green-robed young man said as he stared at Lu Ming coldly. If you want to die, come here. Lu Ming's simple reply was extremely domineering. The green-robed young man's face was gloomy, and his body was filled with cold, killing intent. He was the leader of the Yudu sect, one of the 13 top forces that had entered the great emperor's secret realm. He was powerful and skilled in using poison. Even the leaders of the other sects were wary of him. Now, Lu Ming actually dared to speak to him in this manner. You're looking for death. He had already sentenced Lu Ming to death in his heart. 10,000 poison, bloodthirsty die. The green-robed young man shouted coldly and pounced at Lu Ming. He waved his palm, and a dense swarm of poisonous insects appeared. These poisonous insects had a hard shell on their bodies and kept spewing poisonous gas from their mouths. What was even more amazing was that these poisonous insects were actually grouping up. Countless poisonous insects formed a combat weapon and charged at Lu Ming. In the air, more than 10 combat weapons suddenly appeared. They were all made up of poisonous insects, and they were either combat swords or combat sabers. The similarity was that each of them was filled with poison. Devour. Lu Ming opened his palm, and the terrifying devouring power enveloped all the poisonous insects. The devouring power burst forth, and the dense poisonous gas was instantly absorbed by Lu Ming. The poisonous insects were also sucked dry of their blood essence in an instant. Their blood fell to the ground like raindrops. What a powerful poisonous gas! After devouring so much poisonous gas, Lu Ming felt that his body was slightly numb. Lu Ming could not help but sigh at the power of this poisonous gas. This was the first time that Lu Ming's body felt numb from being poisoned. In the past, any poisonous gas that was devoured by Lu Ming's devouring power would be refined and would not affect him at all. This is the Yuan continent, after all. This poisonous gas also gave Lu Ming a reminder. After all, this was the Yuan continent, not the continent group of the Divine Ruins. The laws of heaven and earth were complete, and everything in the world was different from the continent group of the Divine Ruins. It was possible that some terrifying poisonous gas was born, and even the devouring power could not devour it. Lu Ming warned himself that he could not be careless when facing poisonous gas in the future. Of course, the green-robed young man's poisonous gas was nothing to Lu Ming. It only numbed Lu Ming's body slightly before it was refined by the refining power. The green-robed young man looked at Lu Ming in disbelief. His poisonous gas had been devoured by Lu Ming. How is this possible? Even an expert with a much higher cultivation than him would not dare to face his poison head-on, let alone devour it into his body. You want to use this little bit of poisonous gas to poison people? What a joke. Lu Ming smiled indifferently and took a step forward. The terrifying chaos realm pressed toward the green-robed young man. The green-robed youth's expression changed drastically as he tried his best to block. However, his poisonous gas had lost its power and his combat strength was much weaker than the other leaders. He was crushed by Lu Ming's chaos domain and spat out a mouthful of blood. His body flew far away and many of his bone armor had been broken. Boom! Boom! At this moment, the battle for the holy weapon had entered a state of white heat. More than a dozen young men were fighting over a few saint weapons. In the end, the saint weapons were taken away by different people. Luo Xiang of the Life and Death Sword sect had become even more powerful after receiving the inheritance of the Sword Way. His sword chi broke through the air and cut through everything, seizing a holy weapon. Shi Tian of the Tianxian sect also obtained a holy weapon like a god. He of Dragon God Valley had the Blood Dragon combat body, which was extremely powerful. He had also obtained a saint weapon. This made the other young men green with envy. Chapter 1439. 1439, Besieging Lu Ming Bang. At this time, a flying jade box was accidentally broken by someone. Instantly, a palm-sized, jade-like armor appeared in the air, flickering with strange fluctuations. That's a spiritual god defensive treasure, someone exclaimed. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the jade armor, their eyes burning with passion. Spiritual god defensive treasure. It was actually a spiritual god defensive treasure. No matter how powerful martial artist's spiritual body was, the spiritual god was the weakest and the most fatal weakness of a martial artist. If one were to encounter a danger that could directly harm one's soul in some secret realms, historical remains, or forbidden grounds, a spiritual god defensive treasure could save one's life. This kind of treasure was extremely difficult to refine because it was linked to the soul. On the market, it was a treasure that couldn't be bought with money, and its value was immeasurable. It's mine! It's mine! More than a dozen young men moved at the same time and rushed toward the jade armor. Get lost! You're the one who should get lost! Boom! 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 More than a dozen people were engaged in an intense battle. Sword chi and saber radiance were everywhere. Everyone wanted to get the jade armor. For a time, no one could succeed. Buzz. Black wings appeared on Lu Ming's back. At the same time, he activated the wind element technique. With a flap of his wings, his figure suddenly disappeared. In the next moment, he broke through the layers of obstacles and appeared near the jade armor. It's you, a young man shouted. The holy light surged towards Lu Ming like a tide. The leader of the heavenly god sect, Shi Tian. Get lost! Lu Ming shouted and took a step forward. He used the Nine Dragons' heaven-stomping steps, and his chaos domain burst out. The divine power on Shi Tian's body fluctuated and trembled violently. His body trembled, and he was sent flying by Lu Ming. Buzz! Lu Ming stretched out his hand and condensed a large hand, grabbing at the jade armor. Don't even think about it. The others were in a chaotic battle. However, when they saw Lu Ming approaching the jade armor and was about to get it, they all attacked Lu Ming. All at once, there were at least 5 to 6 attacks that were aimed at Lu Ming. These people were the leaders of their respective sections. Their cultivation had reached LV2 Martial Royal Realm, and their attack power was extremely terrifying. When 5 or 6 of them joined forces, it was even more terrifying. Block it! The black wings on Lu Ming's back closed together and enveloped him. At the same time, the chaos domain spread out and covered his entire body. Thump! Boom! There was a violent boom, and the chaos domain and black wings shook violently. However, Lu Ming managed to block it. At the same time, he grabbed the jade armor and kept it in his storage ring. Hand over the treasure, otherwise die. A series of cold voices rang out. There were at least 6 auras that were firmly locked onto Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes swept across the room. 6 young men had surrounded him. Shi Tian, Hiyu, Wang Xiao, the demonic-looking youth, the green-robed youth, and a tall and sturdy youth. The others, like Luo Xiang, stood on the side and didn't make a move. With just the 6 of you, I'm afraid you're still a little lacking if you want to take my life. Lu Ming smiled indifferently. Also, Lu Ming turned his gaze to Hiyu and said, "We're from the same sect, and you're going to attack? You can't afford such a treasure. Leave it to me. I'll report it to the sect and give you a reward." Hiyu said coldly, "Leave it to you? Hihi, what a hypocrite. If you want it, just say it." Lu Ming sneered. "Umph. Then I'll test you and see how much you're worth." Hiyu said coldly. His body was suffused with a blood-red light, and a dragon's roar could be heard. A layer of fine blood-red dragon scales appeared on the surface of his skin. Bang! Hiyu took a step forward and pounced toward Lu Ming like a human-shaped T-Rex. His hand turned into a dragon's claw as he tried to grab Lu Ming. Blood dragon combat body. I'd like to see how strong it is. Lu Ming threw a punch. Bang! The fist and the dragon claw collided with a dull boom. Then, Hi's body trembled and he was forced to retreat. This person is so powerful. He can actually force Hiyu to retreat in a head-on battle. And in BSB, the gazes of the other youths around him focused. Among them, Hi's close combat ability was the strongest, and no one was his match in close combat. However, Lu Ming managed to force Hiyu to retreat. It was simply shocking. We'd better attack together. This man is demonic and not easy to deal with. Shi Tian said with cold, killing intent. Lu Ming was someone he had to kill. I think so too. Let's join forces and kill this person. Hiyu, you don't have any objections, right? Wang Xiao said, his gaze turning to Hiyu. Don't worry. This person is lawless. He even dared to hurt my fellow disciples of Dragon God Valley. He is lawless and deserves to be killed. Hiyu coldly said, Hihi, so many people against one person, and you still speak so eloquently. How despicable. A disdainful voice was heard. It was not Lu Ming, but Luo Xiang. Shi Tian and the others' eyes turned cold, but they didn't say anything. Attack. Shi Tian spoke and made the first move. Holy light surged around him and condensed into a holy spear, which flew toward Lu Ming. At the same time, Wang Xiao's palm released a burst of sword chi, and an extremely sharp sword light cut through the air towards Lu Ming. Then, the youth in the green robe and the demonic chi attacked. Together with Hiyu, the 6 of them could fight both at close range and at long range. Moreover, they were all peerless geniuses, and their combat strength far exceeded ordinary emperors. Even an LV4 martial royal realm expert would be killed in an instant if the 6 of them joined forces. Even those at the 5th level of the martial emperor realm had to retreat. Kill die, Lu Ming shouted. He flapped his black wings and charged at one of them. Lu Ming would not stand in the middle like a fool and be a live target. If he wanted to fight, he would defeat them one by one. Lu Ming chose the green-robed young man. Among the 6 of them, the green-robed young man was the least threatening to Lu Ming. Lu Ming dodged 3 attacks at top speed and took 2 of them head-on. He rushed to the front of the young man in green. His third bloodline emerged and waves of energy surged into Lu Ming's body, increasing his strength once again. He stretched out his left hand, and the devouring power burst out, covering the young man in green. At the same time, he threw a punch with his right hand. The prison-suppressing heavenly art combined with the chaos domain and crushed out. Boom! The air trembled, forming a terrifying fist force that struck toward the green-robed youth. The poisonous gas surrounding the green-robed young man was devoured by the devouring power. Then, Lu Ming's fist force landed with a loud bang. The green-robed young man screamed in pain. His body was blown apart by Lu Ming's fist force and turned into a cloud of green mist. The next moment, the mist condensed and tried to reform its body. The green-robed young man's spiritual body was a medium-grade earth spiritual body, a highly toxic spiritual body. Like a fire spiritual body, it had a strong life force and could turn into poisonous gas to reduce typhoid fever. And in BSB, however, the youth had still suffered unimaginable damage from the primal chaos domain. His green mist began to twist and convulse as he tried to recover, but it was difficult to do so in such a short time. Chapter 1440. 1440 Killing a Leader Exterminate. Lu Ming pressed his palm, and the chaos domain expanded, enveloping the poisonous gas that the green-robed young man had turned into and began to refine it. Help! The green mist rolled, and the green-robed young man's scream came out. This sound was, of course, made by the vibration of energy. Release him! A loud roar was heard, and demonic might surged. A small tower filled with demonic chi flew out from the top of the young man's head. It expanded rapidly and pressed down on Lu Ming. A holy weapon. Without a doubt, this small pagoda was also a holy weapon. These people were the leaders of their respective sections. Being able to make it here, they naturally had great gains. Each of them had obtained a saint weapon. The demonic youth was called Wuxia from the Tianyu demonic sect. This pagoda was the saint weapon he had obtained when he entered the Great Emperor's secret realm. Although he couldn't use much of a holy weapon's power with his cultivation, it was still stronger than an emperor weapon. The small pagoda turned into the size of a small mountain and pressed down on Lu Ming. There was a terrifying suction force at the bottom of the pagoda that seemed to be trying to suck Lu Ming in. Buzz! On Lu Ming's back, one of the black wings flapped out and expanded rapidly. Like a blade, it slashed at the pagoda. Clang! The small tower trembled, and demonic chi churned as it was sent flying. However, the black wings were suppressed by the small tower, and they also flew back. Boom! Boom! Buzz! Buzz! At this moment, a powerful aura burst out from Hiyu, Wang Xiao, Shi Tian, and the burly young man. A combat weapon emerged from each of their bodies. They were all holy weapons. They all used their holy weapons to kill Lu Ming. Lu Ming's expression turned grave. Without his holy weapon, Lu Ming would not be afraid, even if he were to be besieged by 6 masters. He might even win. However, since all of the opponents had used their holy weapons, the effect of their own combat strength was reduced. It became a collision between holy weapons, which was not good for Lu Ming. Buzz! Lu Ming's glabella glowed, and the lightning cauldron floated out. Bang! At this moment, a sword light flashed across the sky, and a jade box was shattered. A jade talisman flew out of the jade box. Hiyu and the rest surrounded Lu Ming, but the others were not just watching the show. They were chasing after the only 2 jade boxes left in the sky. The jade box from before contained a jade armor. It was clear that the treasure in the jade box was definitely more precious. As soon as the jade talismans appeared, the remaining few people began to fight for them. The faces of Hiyu, Shi Tian, and the others changed. They'll spare him this time, Shi Tian said. He was the first to rush into the sky and participate in the fight for the jade talismans. When the others saw this, they also went to fight for the jade talismans. Lu Ming's expression was calm. He did not join in the fun. Instead, he looked at the last jade box. This jade box was the fastest of the 3, and it danced in the air like a bolt of lightning. Buzz! Lu Ming suddenly made a move. He stretched out his palm, and a huge hand formed, grabbing the jade box. However, the jade box was extremely agile. It dodged Lu Ming's palm in a flash. Then, Lu Ming cast the wind element technique in a flash and chased after the jade box like lightning. However, the jade box glowed and its speed suddenly increased, leaving Lu Ming in the dust. "Go!" Lu Ming could not help but curse in his heart. A jade box was actually faster than him. Was there any justice in this world? Lu Ming chased after the jade box. On the other side, the outcome of the battle for the jade talismans had already been decided. In the end, the jade talisman was obtained by a peerless woman. Xianxia and the others' eyes flickered, but they did not continue to snatch it. Obviously, they were quite afraid of this woman. At this time, everyone's eyes were on the last jade box. Immediately, everyone moved. Their figures moved horizontally and horizontally as they pounced towards the jade box. However, the jade box was extremely agile. It flashed in the air and dodged everyone's pounce. Even when someone used their saint weapon, it was useless. I suggest that we spread out in all directions of the stone room and release our domains to cover this stone room. This way, the jade box will have nowhere to escape. Someone suggested. Good. I don't have any objections. After we get this jade box, we'll fight for it with our own abilities. Someone else said. No one had any objections, and their figures flickered, scattering in all directions. A total of 13 people. Originally, there were 14 people in total, including Lu Ming. However, the green-robed young man was killed by Lu Ming, so there were 13 people left. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A domain bloomed out from each of the 13 people. It expanded rapidly and slowly covered the entire stone room. The area that the jade box could move in became smaller and smaller. In the end, it had no choice but to be enveloped by the domain. Haha, it's mine. A young man was overjoyed. It was Xianxia. The jade box was finally covered by his domain. Get over here, Xianxia shouted as his territory rapidly contracted. The jade box glowed and wanted to escape. Then, with a bang, the jade box exploded, revealing the true appearance of the item inside. It was actually a medicinal pill. On it, there was a dense fluorescent light, and a strange phenomenon appeared. The aura of the great Tao lingered. Upon seeing this pill, everyone's eyes widened. The Saint Breakthrough Pill, it's the Saint Breakthrough Pill. This Saint Breakthrough Pill is mine. Demonic Jia was the first to roar. The others also revealed a blazing light. It was actually a Saint Breakthrough Pill. Even Lu Ming's heart was burning with passion. The Saint Breakthrough Pill could help one break through to the martial saint realm. It was extremely difficult for a martial emperor to defeat a martial saint. In the Yuan continent, there were as many peak-stage martial emperors as there were hairs on an ox. For example, in the 13 top sects of the Azure continent, there were also many peak-stage martial emperors. However, martial saints were indeed very, very few. Only martial saints could be considered experts in the Yuan continent. However, even top talents like Xianxia and Hiyu did not have the confidence to break through to the martial saint realm. In history, there had been many outstanding geniuses who had reached the peak of the martial emperor realm a long time ago, but had been unable to break through to the martial saint realm. They had been stuck at the peak of the martial emperor realm for their entire lives and had died at the end of their lifespans. How could they be unwilling? The Saint Breakthrough Pill could increase the chances of breaking through to the martial saint realm by 30%. The probability of 30% was already very terrifying. It would make countless powerhouses at the peak of the martial emperor realm fight for it. This was especially so for the geniuses. If the probability increased by 30%, they would have a great chance of becoming a martial saint in the future. Don't even think about it. The Saint Breakthrough Pill just so happens to be in my domain. It's fated with me. Xianxia roared, and his realm shrank, trying to get the Saint Breakthrough Pill. However, the Saint Breakthrough Pill seemed to have a mind of its own. With a shake, it actually broke through Xianxia's domain and escaped from his control. It's mine. The others all flew up and pounced towards the Saint Breakthrough Pill. All kinds of light condensed into large hands that grabbed at the Saint Breakthrough Pill. However, the Saint Breakthrough Pill glowed and flew past them, piercing through the hands and making them miss. Buzz. Lu Ming cast the wind element technique. The black wings on his back flapped, and he pounced at the Saint Breakthrough Pill as fast as lightning. He appeared a few meters away from the pill in an instant. He stretched out his hand, and the chaos domain condensed into a palm, which grabbed at the Saint Breakthrough Pill. Chapter 1441. 1441 Chapter 1441 Saint Breakthrough Pill in hand, however, to Lu Ming's surprise, although the Saint Breakthrough Pill was blocked for a moment. It was only for a moment. The Saint Breakthrough Pill pierced through the large hand that Lu Ming had condensed and rushed past. Even the huge hand formed by the Chaos Domain could not stop the Saint Breakthrough Pill. The level of my Chaos Domain is still too low. Lu Ming's heart stirred. He knew that it wasn't that the Chaos Realm was useless, but that the level of his Chaos Realm was too low. It was only a level 1 realm, so it couldn't stop the Saint Breakthrough Pill. Then, the others all made their moves, but none of them managed to get the Saint Breakthrough Pill. Suddenly, Lu Ming had an idea. Bubbles and Dandan appeared on his shoulders. The two fellows were still burping, and the smell of medicine was coming out of their mouths. Another spirit herb? As soon as Dandan appeared, her eyes were rolling around. Dandan, Bubble, help me get that lousy Saint Pill. Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Dandan and Bubbles. Chirping. Lu Ming had just finished speaking when Bubbles waved its pair of small claws. The space churned like waves as the bubble danced. Clang! The Saint Breakthrough Pill was flying, but it suddenly seemed to hit a hard wall with a thud. The space had been frozen by the bubble. Lu Ming was overjoyed. As expected of a space-time spirit mouse, Bubbles could control time and space. Even in the Yuan continent, where space was extremely stable, Bubbles could still control space. With a wave of her claws, the space around her was controlled and turned into a spatial box, sealing the Saint Breakthrough Pill within. As for Lu Ming, he moved his body and rushed over. "Stop him!" Wang Xiao shouted, and a sword light slashed towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. With a wave of his hand, he destroyed the sword ray. The mountain and river diagram appeared between his eyebrows. He was going to put the Saint Breakthrough Pill into the mountain and river diagram. However, at this moment, the Saint Breakthrough Pill shone brightly. The light was like a sharp sword, breaking the frozen space formed by the bubble in one fell swoop. Then, like a bolt of lightning, it rushed to the side of the stone room. On the side of the stone room, there was a passage. The Saint Breakthrough Pill rushed into the passage directly. "Where do you think you're going?" Lu Ming cast the wind element technique. With a flap of his black wings, he flew toward the tunnel like lightning. "Chase!" Behind him, the others were also chasing after him. Dandan stopped them. Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Dandan. "Leave it to me." Dandan grinned. "Buzz." After Lu Ming rushed into the passage, Dandan opened its mouth. In a flash of light, a shield condensed and blocked the passage. Xianxia was the first to arrive. He punched the shield, but the shield didn't move at all. "Damn it!" Xianxia roared. Following that, the others also rushed over and launched their attacks. However, when their attacks landed on the tortoise-shell shield, they were unable to break it in a short time. Dandan had consumed too many spiritual herbs during this period of time, as well as a few half-saint herbs from before. Her injuries had already recovered, and she had even advanced. The turtle-shell shield that he had condensed with all his strength was not so easy to break. "Damn it, that's the core. Quickly break the turtle shell. Let's attack together." Anxious voices rang out as Xianxia, Wang Xiao, and the others joined forces to attack. The tortoise shield trembled, and it would be broken soon. However, to Lu Ming, it was enough that he could block it for a while. After Lu Ming rushed into the passage, he did not stop and chased after the Saint Breakthrough Pill at top speed. Chirping, the bubble shrieked and suddenly flew off Lu Ming's shoulder. It opened its mouth, and a transparent bubble suddenly appeared, enveloping the Saint Breakthrough Pill. The Saint Breakthrough pill glowed and tried to break through, but it couldn't break through at all. This transparent bubble not only contained the space domain, but also the time domain. Next, bubbles flew over and swallowed the transparent bubbles in one gulp. Its furry body flashed, and it returned to Lu Ming's shoulder. Then, it obediently opened its mouth, and the broken divine pill flew out. Lu Ming reached out and grabbed the Saint Breakthrough pill. "Lu Ming, it'll seal it." Dandan spoke and then waved her claws. Dense inscriptions appeared and wrapped around the Saint Breakthrough pill, forming a sealing formation. Not only could it prevent the Saint Breakthrough pill from flying around, but it could also prevent the loss of medicinal strength. Saint Breakthrough pill. Lu Ming smiled. He took out a jade box and put the Saint Breakthrough pill in it, putting it away in a storage ring. The Saint Breakthrough pill was priceless. For those who were stuck at the peak of the martial emperor realm and could not break through, it was more precious than any holy weapon. Those people would be willing to buy a Saint Breakthrough pill even if they had to go bankrupt. Of course, Lu Ming did not plan to sell it. Such an item would be of great use if he kept it with him. Lu Ming kept the Saint Breakthrough pill and looked ahead. In front of the passage, there seemed to be traces of light. We should be approaching the core of the emperor's bedroom. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat, and he stepped forward. As for Dandan and Bubbles, they returned to the mountain and river diagram to continue digesting the medicinal effects. It didn't take long for them to reach the passageway. However, the amazing thing was that when they looked out from the passageway, it was like a starry sky, and that light came from the starry sky. Is it really the starry sky outside the passage? Lu Ming muttered in his heart. He muttered to himself for a moment before he stepped out and walked out. The moment Lu Ming stepped out of the passageway, he felt the space around him change. The next moment, he found himself in a starry sky. It was a real starry sky. Up, down, left, right, there were stars all around, and he was floating in the starry sky. The next moment, Lu Ming's eyes widened in shock. In the starry sky ahead, there were two huge objects. One of them was a huge goshawk. This goshawk was too huge and majestic. It covered the sky and seemed to be even bigger than the stars. A pair of huge eyes were looking at Lu Ming. It was alive. The huge goshawk was actually alive. In front of the goshawk was a human figure. The figure was also extremely huge, like a giant that could support the sky. However, this figure's appearance could not be seen clearly. It was shrouded in a layer of black light and twisted in the starry sky, looking extremely evil. The huge figure seemed to be sizing Lu Ming up. However, Lu Ming realized that both the goshawk and the huge human figure seemed to be severely injured. One of the goshawk's wings was missing, and it was covered in wounds. Some of the wounds were even bleeding. The huge eyes were very bright, but they seemed a little listless. It was a very strange feeling. The giant figure was not any better. It was missing a leg, had claw marks on its body, and even had a large hole in its chest. "Ha ha, Emperor Song. It seems like you have lost in the end. You have fought against me for 60,000 years, struggling to catch your breath, but in the end, I am still slightly stronger. You will eventually be buried here." At this moment, the huge figure laughed. His laughter was like a thunderclap, rumbling between heaven and earth. You're tuning in to the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.